Oh. Ugh. I asked for I asked for a hot chocolate. This feels like a mocha latte. I taste coffee in this. Gross. Did you cancel your plans with Turkey Tom? No, what the fuck? We just hung out for like 2 days. Did you meet Wendigoon? Yes. Did you see Aqua Boy die on Lollipop Hill? Oh, the Vosh stuff? I have not kept up much with that. God damn it. I can't drink this. Fuck. It doesn't taste good. Oh, God. It tastes like coffee. Hold on. And the cookie they sent me was hard. Ugh. One sec. Fuck. Fuck. Not a good start, guys. Ugh. God, fuck, how gross. Why would you drink caffeine and this shit mixed together? Is this focused on me? Oh, there we go. Wait, you know what? I don't care. I don't feel like it's focused on me. Nah, I think it is. Yeah, whatever, you're good. Last spam, Starbucks signature. I've got like 5 of those. I'm just gonna go buy milk. I don't have any milk right now because I just traveled. Been interested in covering the history of China. Not right now. The next weeks are gonna be lay epic Israel memes. And then next month we'll figure out something fun to do, okay? Oh God, thank God I'm not the only one who thought this. Okay. All right. This is how do you say it is super interesting? Doubt it. What do you say to someone who says Israel's a terrorist state? Then they're losers. Oh, my brain is filled to the brim. With everything. What's the ICJ crying about now? I don't know. Is there a new ICJ thing? Any stories from the Turkey Tom stuff? No, I don't think so. I feel like Tom is a pretty chill guy. Most of the stuff involving him is pretty chill. I shot a shoulder mounted 50 caliber what was it? Barrette, I think. I think it was pretty intense. It feels like getting lightly punched in the face, I guess, every time you fire. Jesus. Shoulder mount? Yeah, I don't know why, but somehow it was one you could hold on your shoulder and then fire. Did you shoot the P90? Yeah. Which has really weird bullets. I've never used I don't know what the fuck these are. They look like itty bitty nails. Not quite as small, but did you take pictures? Yeah, Tom's got a bunch of drone shots or whatever, I think. I feel like you can get a fair bit of content or flexing some of your knowledge by using Brianna Wu's recent Twitter posts. Why are you holding the thing against your face, retard? Holding what against my face? These are the magazines for the P90, which look incredibly weird. Oh, they use this. 5.7 by 28. Well, I guess if you've never seen a normal bullet before, you're not going to care what these look like, so never mind. The one thing that I saw. Are your notes in Israel available? Would really appreciate that. I'm pretty sure they are. Can I just say, oh my god, bro. I can just take this thing with me anywhere and work. My iPad? I love this thing. This is a life changer. This iPad has changed my life. I can just like take it with me and I can be more rude than ever. But when I'm being rude, I'm like, I look professionally rude. Because instead of like being on my phone and they're like, oh, he must be jerking off. I'm like on an iPad. So, oh, he's doing work. I love this thing. Oh my fucking god. I was busy hanging out and stuff, but I think I managed to convert. Oh god, I went through like 3 different plugins. Making timelines suck. This shit, is it even working? It's good enough, I guess. And then I can flesh this out a little bit more, but seeing things in a timeline format might be nice. There are no good timeline plugins for Obsidian, though. But we'll figure more of this out. I read like a 60-page paper yesterday on the Goldstone report. If Lycan ever wants to argue the Goldstone report again, woo! I'm ready to go. Oh my god. Yeah, holy shit. Do you think you can develop ADHD from environmental factors? My understanding is that's literally impossible. Or, I'm sorry, not impossible, but that right now there's no research that points to ADHD having any environmental effect at all, or an environmental thing that impacts that or causes ADHD at all. Did you read the Goldstone retraction? No. I read there's a paper that goes over it. I need to find a way to import notes from, here's 2 things I need to do. I need to find a way to import notes from PDF Expert into this, because I've got an app on my iPad that lets me import PDFs and take notes, and then I need to find a way to import my Kindle notes into this as well, because you can export them via a notebook function. I read a couple other books. I read a couple chapters of an Avi Schleim book on Camp David, and then there was another book by Benny Morris recommended it. That had to do with some current stuff. I'm absorbing everything. I have the iPad now. The iPad plus my Vyvanse. It's over. Okay. What are these names? I don't know. They're Jewish people. What is this 2-hour video? Norm Finkelstein and Muin Rabbani. Is this the guy that he's going to debate with? Oh shit! This is perfect. Thank you. Are you? Do you have a broad strategy at this point? No. I'll probably outline that in a couple days. Do you, when you read an email, do you normally respond? Not usually. No, I don't really have time to anyone. I'm sorry. I love you though. What happened in Israel on your day of birth? I have no idea. In 88? I truly don't know. What was going on from 73 to... I don't fucking know. The 80s were a boring time for Israel. Oh, well, Lebanon wasn't boring, I guess. Losers. But other than that, I don't know what was going on internally. What paper did you read on the Goldstone report? Are you bringing the iPad to the debate? Yeah, hell yeah. If I... Oh, no. Wait, can I not... Is this not available for PC? Are you going to cover the Lollyfesto? Probably not. I just don't have time. I'm sorry. For iPhone, iPad, and Mac. Oh, shit. There should be an easy way to Kindle Notes to Obsidian integration here. Ooh, thanks. Okay. You and Betty Morris are confirmed to debate together, right? Yeah, we are. Okay, let's do these two things right now. Yeah, because what I probably want to do is... Okay. I want to upload it right to Obsidian. How do you think you would do that, though? Good luck finding a decent PDF program that does what you want it to. This program does fine. Let's see. PDF expert. No. How to upload PDF to Obsidian. Copy and paste a PDF in your Obsidian note and it will be added to your assets folder and be embedded in your note. What does that mean? What's the file of the notes? Is it just editing the PDF itself? I don't know what's your question. I don't know what that question meant. Let's see. Copy to... Does that work? No. You can just upload it. Upload it how? When you say just upload it, you're using words, but I don't know what... Let's see. Files, links, confirm file, automatic update. You can just upload PDFs to Obsidian. Yes, just Brandon. You keep using that word. You can just upload. Upload how? What do I click? You can drag from your Finder window. I don't know what the Finder window is. Try to drag and drop? I don't think you're allowed to do that on Mac. Oh, well maybe if I like split view this program and Obsidian at the same time, and then I hold down this, and then I move it over here, and then let go. Nope, that didn't do anything. What if I move it over here? Hold on. Hold down. Papers. No way did that work. Oh shit, it might have. Hold this. Papers. Okay, but the question is, does it transfer over my one with the notes? Oh my god, and it does. Fuck yes. Oh, nice. Okay, what is this? Lori R. Blank. Guy or girl? I'm not sure. They go over the Goldstone report. The Goldstone report's application of international law is unbelievably bad. I don't understand how it can be so bad. Maybe Lycan or somebody will come by later to defend this. Destiny, come to Tel Aviv, man. You'll learn so much more by visiting. We'll show you around. Take fuck off. Okay. I read this chapter in Abby Schleim's book about Oslo. I don't know how I feel about some of his takes on things, but I couldn't take notes of this though because this is treated as a picture and not text, so there was no way to actually convert this into text, but interesting, I guess, to read this. Boom. Okay, but we don't care about this. EPUB, yeah. Hey, Nolan, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. You can use the software for OCR. Yeah, but I don't think you can do it on the iPad. I need to find a way to merge some of my notes from here into here. Also, this timeline thing doesn't automatically create text, so I would have to manually write shit here. Although it links to all of my articles, I guess, which is nice. But yeah, should I get a way to get these notes automatically updated on your site? No. I just have to manually update. It's called deprecated. I don't actually know. Fuck it. We're not using this one anymore. And then we have how to sync all your Kindle highlights into Obsidian for free. Install the Kindle Highlights plugin. Ooh. Let's see. Community, browse, Kindle Highlights. By who? By Haiti Osman. Ooh, okay. Seems like Jesse doesn't trust it. Doesn't trust what? I don't trust a conversion tool. The PDF file is an elusive, mysterious file type where sometimes there's text that's converted to like a text readable parsable format. Sometimes it's a giant image that looks like text, but it's not actually text, it's a big picture. But today there's usually programs on computers that are good enough that they can take images and then they can convert the image into parsable text. But that particular thing that I have right there is an image, and on the iPad, the OCR feature of PDF Expert, or maybe any OCR features, don't work on the iPad, so I wasn't able to do it on there. But yeah. Let's see. Install Kindle Highlights. Is this what I'm looking for? Sync your Kindle book highlights using your Amazon login or uploading your okay. Install. Wait, this might ask for my login info. Hold on. This is what I meant. Fucking PDF files are still dealt with poorly by programs. I think they're okay. Okay, enable options. Highlights folder location. Does that matter? Amazon region, global. Download book metadata. Sure. Sync on startup. Okay. Today's Hashmar Finkelstein versus Rabbi Shmuley debate on Piers Morgan. Okay. Okay, templates, core plugins. Oh, wait, hold on. Where the fuck is the, there's gotta be like login information somewhere, right? Did the Pierce producer never reach out to you again? No, I think the Pierce producer people are like, they're kind of weird. Because this is the third time somebody's reached out to me and then just like the communication has dropped off entirely. So I'm not really sure what they're doing all the time. But I don't know. Okay, community plugins. No. Core plugins. No. Community plugins. Okay. Options. Wait, why is this not working? Oh, color text was turned off too. Not cool. It's going to be within the plugin. Yeah, you've got templates. You've got highlights folder location. You've got Amazon region, download book metadata, sync on startup. Is it under templates? Do I do manage? No. Where the fuck in here am I logging into my Kindle account? I don't understand. How much have you communicated with Benny Morris about the debate so far? A couple emails. He doesn't seem interested in chatting. I was like, hey, we should like do like a little powwow and figure our stuff out. And he's like, yeah, for 30 minutes on the 28th in New York City, we'll do it. I'm like, okay. Do you find a lot of girls you date / hook up with listen to the Call Her Daddy podcast? Yeah, I've heard that mentioned several times. I've never seen it myself though. Under community plugins. Yes, under community plugins, Kindle highlights. What am I doing here? Hello. Okay. Wait, real quick. Yeah, 2 quick things, okay? So, wait, have you ever used a KVM switch before?
I have, yes.
Wait, why not just use a KVM switch?
I don't know if it's going to do what I want it to do. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
What exactly do you want it to do?
Okay, so I have the 2 MacBook Pros and the PC. Is it going to let me toggle between the 3 devices without having to like unplug or do anything? Like I can just...
Yeah, it's the whole point of a KVM switch, right? KVM switch, 3 devices.
But I keep seeing big shit online, so I don't know.
Here's what I would suggest if you don't want to buy a KVM switch. A KVM switch should let you do this. I imagine it would.
Because like it was saying, because with the MacBooks, like it wouldn't do, what is it called? Not like extended version, the other version with like all the monitors. I can't remember what the fuck it's called. Like mirroring it basically, it wouldn't do what I wanted to with the 3 monitors. It was like it could do it for 2 monitors with the...
Oh, wait. Do you want to mirror what you're looking at on one PC across all 3?
Yes, so I have 3 monitors.
Oh.
That's where I'm like, I don't even know if that's going to do what I want it to.
Oh, my bad. I have no idea. I'm sorry. So you want 3 monitors connected to 3 different systems, 2 Macs and 1 PC, and you want to be able to push a button so that all 3 monitors are just giving you information from one of these machines at a time?
Correct.
I have no idea. Yeah. Sorry.
Know that I'm fucked because you're like the only person I would know that would maybe know anything about this.
I mean, there's got to, yeah, I don't know. You have to talk to some, I don't even know who would do anything like this. I'm not sure.
Well, between me and you, I feel like we're too smart or some topic, and if we don't know,
No, I mean like an industry person, not a fucking random streamer retard.
they don't know either.
Okay, well, listen, never mind. You're fucked. I'm sorry. I thought this was a simpler KVM problem. Good luck. If anybody in my chat links something, I'll link it to you, okay? Bye. It's more complicated than I thought it'd be. Whoops. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, also, fuck. Sorry. Real quick thing. Jesus. Yeah, this guy was huge. The shoulder-mounted Beretta thing, this 50 cal. There apparently only like 10 of these in the world, don't it? So that I don't know why he had this or where he got this from. There was also, oh my God, where are my shooters in chat? Where are my shooters in chat at? Bro. Holy fuck. Has anybody ever fired one of these before? Oh my God. Apparently these are called race pistols. Bro, you want to see 25 yards? 25 yards? Metal 25 yards is already, I'll be honest, I'm an okay shooter. Okay, I'm better than your friends that never go to the range. I'm not as good as your pro shooter friends, but I'm okay. 25 yards, that's a decent shot for a pistol. For me, I don't know if I could, maybe 50%, or if I'm like really every single shot, ding, ding. Like, it takes me, okay, that's a far shot for a pistol, for me at least. 25 yards on one of these things is like ding, 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 ding. These are insane. Holy shit. These pistols are like God tier. I fired one of these. I don't know if this was the Brandon. Dude, all 3 of these guys look the exact same to me. Brandon, whatever, the Wendigoon, and Donut Operator. So I'm literally going to mix all of them up constantly. I don't mean any disrespect. But did you have a dot on it? Yes, he did have a red dot as well, which is kind of cheating. But even with the red dot, Jacob, because apparently they've got like these vertical vents for the gases and it's just like you get on target instantly after every single reset. It's like bing, 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 bing. It's like literally this fast. Bing, 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 bing. 25 yards, headshot, over and over again. Fuck, these things are so cool. I might buy one, maybe. But I don't even know why. It's not even fun. This is like the most cheat code pistol shooting I've ever done in my entire life. Holy fuck, these are so amazing. Oh my God. you film with Brandon Herrera? I think so. Just say Brandon Buckingham and Wendigoon look the same. Not even close. What? Oh, also, me and Brandon are cool. We've squashed our beef. You know what? Brandon, I feel like Brandon got unhinged during the Sneeko arc. Like, he seemed like an actual crazy person to me. But I hung out with him a fair bit over the past weekend. He actually seems like a really cool guy. No problem with him at all. Why aren't these used in law enforcement? I have no idea. Probably because they're really expensive. They're like, I think that particular gun he had was like $6,000 once you took into account the sight and the... I don't know if the venting on the compensator is always there too, but oh my God. If you want to get a race gun, you should look into the CZ Shadow. They're like the Staccatos, but half the price and so much better. If it's half the price, I doubt it's as good. If you want to pistol for self-defense, why wouldn't you want all the cheat codes you can have? I don't know. I'll link her that, Eris. Thank you. Is there a group photo? I don't know. I don't know if we took any group photos. I'm not a big photo guy. Talk to Brandon about the congressional race? Bro, I was with a whole bunch of conservatives. There's no fucking shot I'm going to bring up Trump in politics. What are you talking about? Fuck no. Apparently the one you were firing was meant to be an anti-helicopter gun. Yeah, it's a 50 caliber, right? I think these can penetrate light, some types of armor. God damn, bro. I always thought when I think of like heavy recoil, I think of like, oh, this is going to hurt my shoulder. But it's actually the gas and everything that gets expelled around the gun. It feels like you're getting hit in the face. like it feels like a 5-year-old walks and like punches you in the nose. Fuck it. Fuck that shit. Not as much fun. Not fun to fire these. Did you shoot with Brandon Herrera or Brandon Buckingham? Both. Can you go over the two-match stuff? Maybe after the Finkelstein debate. He did a lot of funny stuff. I think it's just proper analysis and accusations. Maybe we'll see. How much reading did you get done? I got a lot done. I got everything done. I just take my iPad with me everywhere now. It's so good. It's a life-changing device. Oh my God. Okay, wait. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Kindle plugin. Plugin installed. Configuring Kindle highlights for Obsidian. Oh my God, I can't read this. You have the option to import your highlights first. Log in your Amazon account, let the plugin do its job. Update on your AR procurement? Yeah, no closer to that. How far did you shoot? It was probably 30 yards. We were just shooting into a giant dirt hill, basically. Would an iPad be worth it with 0 other Apple devices? I think so. I truly think this is one of the most futuristic. I think the problem is that a lot of you younger guys don't understand this, okay? But when I was younger, there were a lot of technologies that were coming out that are just fucking horrible. And they poisoned me against it. Like touch screens were just bad. They were just sucked so much. And like in the 2000s, early 2010s, when touch screens they were just horrible to work with and they sucked. And phones were decent, but voice recognition sucked. Touch screens sucked. In-ear, wireless, like Bluetooth, everything sucked. Like it all just sucked. And now that I'm older, yeah, when I go back and I try some of these things, God, fuck, they're so good now. Oh my God, they're so good. Like I keep thinking if I should buy a Magic Mouse for my iPad, but I really don't know if I even need one because I can just use the touch screen and touch stuff and then everything. Yeah. Any comment on the shit thing that went down in Gisticle server? Yeah, I don't know how the fuck people got so fucking mad. Bro, I will always be in some fun drama meme shit. That's never going to change. But it wasn't even like on stream. People were like posting logs from a Discord server. And then people were like, oh, I fucking can't even. I fucking can't. It's like, bro, you literally just don't have to read it. Nobody's making you read any. Why would you read Discord server logs and then choose to get mad about it? Magic Mouse not worth it. Get the Magic Trackpad. I got the Magic Keyboard, which seems nice, but. Oh, full article. You have something better? Fill us in on the drama. I'm not retired. So apparently, one of the things that Lab does is Lab goes from community to community, and then she goes into Discords, and then she attacks all the women there, because that's just what rad femmes do, really. And then Lab is obviously the rad femme does it. And then 2 is she sends nudes to every single fucking guy so that they all start to like her, basically. I found out that my friend that I've known for a long time, who ironically enough discovered me through the Lab Mr. Girl arc. Apparently she was in that server, and then people start messaging me, and then I start seeing YouTube videos and shit of like Lab getting super ass mad that my other friend is like, apparently she posts nudes after Lab posts nudes or whatever, and then the Lab gets like big mad about it. So maybe make a YouTube video of her complaining about it. And then when I found out, I was like, yeah, fucking, you should keep doing it till Lab kills herself. It was fucking hilarious. And then afterwards, I guess Amumu leaked some message because he's fucking retarded about me telling this girl this, and now Lab was like, oh my god, Steve is trying to turn women against me again. And that was just me and Lav and my other friend all memeing out for about 3 hours. And by memeing out, I mean shitting on each other. Jesus. All right, boom, boom. Did you get a chance to shoot subs out of a suppressor yet? There was one gun that I fired that had an, I'm not going to remember what it was. I think it was if I say internally suppressed MP5, does that sound like a real thing? There was an internally suppressed gun that I fired that was pretty cool. Like, you actually can't load subsonic rounds into it because the slide or whatever won't go back far enough, or the action, it wouldn't technically be a slide, but yes, that's real. It might have been what I was shooting then. Yeah, they had a lot of like old cool guns there. They had a sniper Mosin. So it was a Mosin to Gaunt, but they bent back the what do you call the? It's not a charging rod or charging handle. That would be an AR-15. Of the bolt, because it's a bolt action. When you can keep looking down the scope and you can pull back the bolt without ever moving it. Yeah. That was cool. I think that was still my favorite gun to fire. I really like the bolt action. I feel it's like driving a manual car. I really like the bolt action rifles. They're just so much fucking fun. Those are super, super fucking rare, but that's incredible. I'd love to shoot that. They have barrel bored out, so supersonic rounds drop to subsonic velocity. Yes. Yeah. I seen you shit posting my first meme on Too Mad, and I'm trying to catch up to tomfoolery, and fuck boy, I am disappointed. Oh, I love you. You mentioned before you didn't have anything to collect like other people do. Since you have a bunch of dough to spend, you should look into buying a transferable full auto M16. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Live was trying to bully Jessica into making her a mod on his Discord. I don't think Jessica would give into that. You need to shoot a fucking lever action with a suppressor? Oh, shit. They had a, is it an XM? What's the name of that super fucking popular shotgun? I'm just typing in numbers because I feel like this is a real thing. Oh, am I right? The Benelli M4. I think it was, I want to say, this has the internal magazine, right? Ooh, I don't know if it was this. They had one of these with a suppressor that was really fun to fire too. Anything that has a manual action is just so much fun. Is that what you would say? So like pumping a shotgun is fun to fire. Pulling back a bolt is fun to fire. Anything that has this is super fun. Most shotguns have internal mags. So yeah, I think most trap shooting or skeet guns like that back here, like a double barrel single underbarrel, these things I think tend not to have internal magazines. I don't think you normally shoot trap or skeet with an internally fed shotgun, but I could be wrong on that. Oh, that's fun too though. Yeah, because I think after you shoot this, I'm trying to think. I'm pretty sure once you unload both shells here and then you push the thing to break the gun in half. I don't know the words you would use for this. I think both the shells in the back will fly out. Whoosh! They fly out after you do it, yeah. I think Jason Bourne might be using a shotgun that does that at the end of Bourne Identity Last Battle. Bourne Identity. Does his pop out automatically? Oh, it looks like they don't come out. Or did it already? Oh, I think when you break it, I think they fly out, do they? Maybe they don't. Am I making this up? I should just go shoot 2 out my window right now. Oh, no audio, sorry. They do fly out? Well, now I'm thinking like, well, would they fly out? Wouldn't that hit you? But they must. I'm pretty sure they do. Did you get laid in Ohio? Anytime I'm with Turkey Tom, we're fucking each other constantly. What do single barrels do better than double barrels? I don't know. I don't know why you would ever use a single barrel over a double barrel, to be honest. It's probably lighter, I guess. But other than that, I'm not really sure. I have 2 barrels for this one. It comes with a single and a double. It's more complex for automatic loading. Well, yeah, but I'm talking about manually loaded things. Did you have a proud moment like hitting a bullseye at 50+ meters? A proud moment? No. Generally, when you go to these big shooting events, it's usually a lot of people without much shooting experience or people that just like to shoot like fun things. I'm really autistic. It's fun to walk around. Oh, because I think some fucking retard posted a picture and they were like, why isn't Dusty in the group photo? I left after I think like 4 hours. Because yeah, like just walking around and like shooting a bunch of guns is like whatever. I want to target shoot or like compete with somebody. I think is more fun. But I'm autistic. Like, there has to be like a competition or a ladder or a scoring system. But most of the people that go just like to shoot things and it's just like fun, you know. Are you available tomorrow? Yeah, and today. Yeah, clay shooting and everything would be fun, but nobody does like trap shooting or clay shooting. Do they take you through any action shooting or similar? It was mostly just bench shooting. No, it's basically just like shooting targets, like steel targets at like 20 yards or whatever. You need to get into 3-gun. I think you'd like it. If I had a range that was close to me, I absolutely would. I think it would be super fun. Stick with Brendan Buckingham? Yeah, quite a bit. We hung out quite a bit. Stop calling it a suppressor. It's a silencer. Pretty sure those 2 terms are interchangeable, but according to the UN Charter, Article 80, the West Bank is Israel's territory. Oh, I think I have a better answer on this. When it comes to figuring out if the territories are occupied or who owns what, I'm pretty sure bilateral treaties are superseding of all international commentary on this. All forms of international commentary are irrelevant when it comes to figuring out who owns the territory. It just doesn't matter. There's negotiations between and inside countries are going to always be superseding when it comes to like the UN fucking opinion on whoever the fuck has what, you know? Never shot a gun, but if it's sighted in and you have eyes, how don't you hit the target? I mean, it depends on the type of sight you're using. If you're using iron sights, there's some skill to hitting the target in terms of like having the iron sights lined up correctly and making sure that your like sight picture and everything is like accurate. There's a lot of stuff that goes into shooting. Not a lot, but there's a little bit. So like having the same posture every time, pulling a trigger well, not anticipating a pull, like not jerking the gun around when you fire. There's just like a lot of little things that, yeah. But I mean, like truthfully, if you're shooting with a really good sight, especially like a red dot or something, there's not very much skill that goes into it, which is another reason why it's kind of boring to shoot really like expensive, nicely sighted rifles, because it's like you just point and shoot and you just hit it over and over again. It's like, okay. Thought about interviewing a Palestinian from the West Bank or Israeli? Maybe, if they're really opinionated. Are sights calibrated for a certain distance? Are they generally precise as long as you're not extremely far away? No, once you start hitting like 100 feet, I think they're calibrated for certain distances, right? When you're looking at like the zeroing on the top of a rifle, that's in feet, right? It can't be, it's not in meters or yards, is it? Or is it in yards? I don't actually know, I'm not sure. I've never done any like long range shooting before. Can you share your actual rhetorical strategy against Finkelstein? I don't have one yet. I haven't developed one yet. I'll write that down soon. Do you have any side effects with Vyvanse in the first week? Your sleep gets fucked, and there could be other things. I don't know, bro. Talk to your psychiatrist. What did Israel go from occupying a part of Jordan and Egypt to occupying a separate Palestinian state? I think the very first time, I don't know. I'll develop good answers to these. It's a complicated question. But hold on, I need to get this Kindle thing set up first. I want to move past this shit, and then we'll do these. Installing the Kindle Highlight plugin. Okay, so we've installed the plugin. Is it installed on my iPad? Hold on. I think Vosh can recover from the lolly files. Vosh's problem is not the problem that Vosh has is the same problem that Hassan has, and that both of them refuse to reach out to new audiences because they're too, I don't know if they're scared or ego-driven or what, meaning the only time other audiences ever hear about them is when they do things that people don't like, and then they get disfavorable coverage. Because nobody, no offense to either of them, nobody's ever covering Vosh or Hassan in a favorable manner outside of their community. Nobody cares, unless you do like a dono drive. Like, neither of these guys are really contributing much to the world or saying anything unique or interesting that anybody outside of their communities is ever going to want to cover. They don't comment on anything interesting besides like kind of like rehashing their same little politics things to their own communities. So if you don't bridge outside of your community anywhere, then the only time other people talk about you is when something negative happens, and then you basically set yourself up for this like death spiral that that Vosh and Hassan are both kind of locked in. Hassan just went higher than Vosh before getting locked into his death spiral. Specify the folder location. Oh, so I need to find on my iPad where the I need to find where the highlights are saved. Okay. You knew Vosh was done when he said the models are 6 heads tall? What? Now that Poke is off Twitch, you should collab. I don't know what we would collab on. Wait, why can't I turn these plugins? Oh, that worked. Is it like downloading? I don't know why I can't turn this plugin on. Anything in this debate that Finkelstein brings up that you're scared about? No, I just have to make sure rhetorically I'm like on point for everything. And then my line of like, my scariest thing is if Benny Morris and me like derail each other somehow, but I don't think that'll happen. Get my MacBook Pro. The next time you need a laptop. I don't know if I'll use my laptop anymore while traveling. I might just use the iPad. This thing is so nice. Watch the UN Charter. It's the same international blah, blah, blah. Wait, what is this?
Soviet Union? Yes. United Kingdom? Abstain. The United States? Yes.
Resolution
Paraguay?
of the DUC Committee for Palestine was adopted by 33 votes, 13 against, 10 abstentions.
Resolution 181 in the United Nations General Assembly in 1947 paved the way for the rebirth of the State of Israel in 1948. However, Did this give Israel legitimacy?
The answer is no. Generally speaking, in international law, General Assembly resolutions are not binding.
It's a wide myth. There's absolutely no truth that Israel's legal foundation is based on the UN partition resolution.
Fuck. This plugin does not support your device. That's why I can't turn it on. Okay. All right. Second question. Here's one more problem that I'm having, okay? Fuck, I just deleted this plugin because I'm a fucking idiot. Okay, hold on. Community plugins, Kindle, highlights, install. Okay, there's a second thing that I can do. And that's on the Kindle app. We're not doing anything on stream until I solve this, so good luck. Okay, on the Kindle app, I have the ability to look at my, hold on. Nope, not that. Okay, I've got annotations. I can click the page up button, whatever the fuck that means in app, and then I can export my notebook to either flashcards or email. When I click email, citation style, APA, whatever, and then I click export, it says email account not set up. You must set up an email account to export your notebook. I don't know what the fuck that means. I have an email account set up on my Kindle and on my Amazon account, so I don't know what the fuck it's asking for. You must set up an email account to export your notebook. Oh my god, this error message doesn't come up at all on Google? Seriously? Kindle says email account not set up. Go to your account devices. Under the app, there will be an email account set up by Amazon for you to use. I don't know if this account... No, that's not what you're looking for. Fuck. Export your notebook from the Kindle app on an iPhone. If yes, you need your email account, any email account set up on the iPhone. I think I already have that. When you use the export feature, it will bring up the compose email window, just as if you were typing an email on your iPhone. Oh, fuck! I think I uninstalled that app. Okay, so I need the email app. That's what I need. I think I fucked that up. Hold on. Is it just called Mail? That's probably what it's trying to do. That's what's going on. Hold on. Every time I get a new device, I uninstall like 50 million, all the random shit, but then I figure out later on that I need some of it. Boom, boom. If you have Gmail installed, it should register as an email app. Wait, where do I see that at? Because I do have Gmail installed. Is there a way that I need to like, set it as like a default thing or whatever? Hold on, let me check that out. Search mail. Accounts. Not that. Mail. Composing. No. No, I don't know if that did anything. Hold on. Kindle. Export. Email account not set up. Fuck, it still says it's not set up. Okay, I think I have to use the default app. Something be done in the Kindle Cloud Reader browser? I'm not sure, but I'd like to be able to just do it right on my iPad, so. Okay, welcome to Mail. Google. That's me. iOS wants to access your Google account. Oh yeah, I trust you, babe. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. Done. Don't care. Don't care. Okay. So now if I go to Kindle and try it now, you think it'll work? Export. Oh, it does. Okay. From and to. Okay. Did that actually work? Let's see. Was there a child screaming in the back of my apartment? I think Lauren brought her child over today. iPad notebook export. Please don't be in some weird fucking... Oh my god. It works perfectly. Cute. Okay. Oh no, wait. One thing I'd like to change though. You guys are so lucky. If you go to school today and you have like all these fucking cute devices to use and everything, you got it made. How are you around kids? You ever feel awkward? Fuck no, I love kids. It's my hidden gift. Is there a way to make it so that when this thing is citing oh no, it does automatically. I'm sorry. I just saw location and I assumed there was no page. So there's page numbers too. Awesome. Okay, this is sick. So it'll send me all of my notes from this. Okay, based. The only downside for technology that somebody was telling me about is that apparently for some school districts now, you guys don't have snow days anymore because they'll just make you zoom into class. That would trigger me. Can you watch this video? Yeah, sorry.
Of November 29, 1947.
If the Jewish people and the Arabs had agreed to enter into a treaty based on the terms of resolution, then rights and obligations could have been created in international law.
Well, wait, this doesn't make sense. I'm pretty sure the entire world recognized Israel as a state after they, I think it was it 10 days after? The entire world recognized Israel as a state in the UN, so none of this matters. Or are they saying that you can't do that with a UN General Assembly resolution? UN recognizes Israel's state. Wasn't this in 48? Oh, was it in 49? 11th of May, 1949, the UN General Assembly resolution approved the application of Israel to the UN by General Assembly resolution. They voted in favor of... Okay. It was rejected by the Security Council on the 17th of December by a 5-1 vote. With Syria was the sole negative. Syria was on the Security Council? The U.S. all voted in favor. Israel's application was renewed after the first Israeli election by with Egypt voting against the UK abstaining. Those voting in favor were China. Okay.
But that didn't happen.
They cover this. UN General Assembly resolutions are considered non-binding. Yeah, but in terms of like admitting states to the UN or recognizing them, I'm pretty sure they work for that, no?
In international law.
The Security Council is 5 big boys and random mid dudes. Yeah, you've got your permanent members, and then you've got your rotating cast. So I guess there's something in here that applies that this is a permanent member. Julian Games, you're about to get perma-banned. Stop spamming emotes.
General Assembly resolutions are not binding.
It's a wide myth. There's absolutely no truth that Israel's legal foundation is based on the UN partition resolution of November 29, 1947.
If the Jewish people and the Arabs had agreed to enter into a treaty based on the terms of resolution, then rights and obligations could have been created in international law. But that didn't happen.
The legal foundation of modern Israel really is initially traced back to the period right after the First World War, when the great powers at the time and the League of Nations, which was the UN of that particular period, had to decide what's going to happen to various former enemy territories.
Howard Grief began practicing law in 1966. For many years, even before that, he had an interest in Middle East affairs. In the 1980s, he began to examine long-hidden documents in the British National Archives that minuted the San Remo Conference of 1920. As a result, he published the book, The Legal Foundation and Borders of Israel Under International Law.
The San Remo Resolution. That is the basic constitutional document of the State of Israel under international law.
Okay, hold on. Do you think kick or keep is good for your political career? Okay. A lot of you guys don't understand how sandboxed different worlds are, because you guys will type shit on my subreddit where you're like, oh my God, like this Discord log leak is horrible, or oh my God, this particular show that Destiny's on is horrible. Some of these things are sandboxed in ways that I don't think they're ever relevant to other areas of your life. So for instance, if I was still doing red pill shows and everything, certain Discord logs, or if I was doing like Twitch politics, I think kick or keep or whatever maybe might be relevant. But when you're doing like more of kind of like the big boyish shows, so talking to like Jordan Peterson or I'm losing my fucking mind. Ben Shapiro. I wanted to keep saying Benny Morris. I don't think that these people are like digging through that level of shit to find stuff on you. I don't think that typically happens. That's for like Twitter cancel mobs. So no, I don't think that kick or keep or any of these things like matter as much in that grand picture, unless something scandalous or crazy happens. But
San Remo, the Villa de Vachon. This is the place where legal rights were granted. This is the place where legal rights were given to both the Jewish people and the Arab people.
Dr. Jacques Gauthier is an international human rights lawyer. For more than 25 years, his focus has been the legal status of Jerusalem under international law, which was the subject of his doctoral thesis.
It's in this place that the leaders with the power to make binding dispositions with respect to the Ottoman territories deliberated and made the decision, having heard claims from the Zionist organization in Paris in 1919 during the Paris Peace Conference, having heard submissions from the Arab delegation.
Why does your subreddit soy out so much? Because your drama streams are obviously popular. Well, I think I picked up a lot of people from the Red Pill arc, and then I picked up a lot of people from the Hardcore History Study arc, and I think these people aren't familiar with my prior content. So to be clear, in case you, and that's fine also, I'm glad that when we get drama stuff that comes by, like the reason why I didn't delete that thread is because it gives me the opportunity to cull people and to adjust community expectations, all right? I am never going to be a super serious 100% of the time, like running for president in 2028 type of streamer. I'm always going to be involved in some crazy retarded shit, some stupid fucking drama, some coming on people and posting pictures on Discord, whatever the fuck. This is shit that I enjoy doing. It's fun. I have a huge variety of interests, and we will always pursue a variety of interests. I'm never gonna like lock all my shit down to like one fucking boring topic. Okay, fuck that. I ain't got time for that bullshit.
In respect to what they wanted in the Ottoman territories, having heard these.
As an Israeli, watching streamers cover this region is hilarious. Why rehash irrelevant history? There's only one conclusion to this conflict, and it's a Palestinian state in another place on Earth. Dean. Nice. I agree with you in that like rehashing like old history like this is probably not relevant, but you're never going to move all the Palestinians to another place. That's just not going to happen. I'm so sorry, my dude. Israel needs to cut a deal that they're not going to be completely happy with. That's just the reality of Israel making peace with anybody. Just how it works.
Submissions, a group of them gathered here and made final binding decisions in international law as to who would get what.
At San Remo.
Does reading books have to do with Finkelstein saying all you do is look at wiki? No, just giving more information. I'll read we don't always just read the wiki. We also read research papers. We have watched some documentary stuff. We'll read chapters of a books. In this case, I happen to read an entire book. It just depends on, it just depends on what we're reading or studying for, yeah.
So, that what had been exclusively a British approach receives the full backing of the international community. And in that sense, Israel's legitimacy is linked to an international decision at San Remo and not just a whim of British policy.
What if you could be a senator for Nebraska given your whole profile of work, thinking 10 to 20 years? The problem is politics doesn't pay that well. It's a lot of networking and like negotiations, and I'm not that interested in it. Honestly, after reading the being like an ambassador or a negotiator, people that work behind the scenes seems way more fascinating and interesting to me than like being a senator or being like a congressman. I don't even know, given my background, if it would just be a lot. It'd just be so much work for so little payoff and something I'm not as interested in. Fuck all that.
1817, Lord Allenby conquered the Holy Land, and the Jews were promised a national home in Palestine by the Earl of Balfour, a policy endorsed by Woodrow Wilson and by the League of Nations, which made Palestine a British mandate.
In the 1922 Palestine Mandate, the League of Nations together voted on a very special resolution. It decided that they would give recognition to the historic rights of the Jewish people. To do what? To reconstitute their national home. If you look at that language, you see two things. You see they are recognizing a pre-existing right and not creating a new right. In other words, the historical rights of the Jewish people to this land were recognized by the great powers at the time.
That is absolutely not true. That is absolutely not true. I wish that when people would do this, they would cite documents or cite specific... What is he citing here for that? What an unbelievable statement.
And by the League of Nations, which made Palestine a British mandate.
In the 1922 Palestine Mandate, the League of Nations together voted on a very special resolution. It decided that they would give recognition to the historic rights of the Jewish people.
1929. Oh, shit. Actually, I've never heard of this one. Maybe they did. 1929 Mandate Palestine. Is he citing the Balfour Declaration? Wasn't that in 1917? Balfour Declaration. Yeah, this is 1917. This is earlier and gayer. British Mandate. In the British Mandate for Palestine, did they speak about the historic rights for Jewish people? One thing that I don't like about Wikipedia that I wish they would do is they need to link and have access to full documents more. I don't, like, for instance, when I'm looking, for instance, like a Security Council Resolution 242, like when I look up stuff like this, at the very, very, very top, you should be sourcing me. Give me a link to the actual Security Council resolution. There's no reason not to do this. It drives me fucking crazy. I know that usually you can go by in the bottom, but yeah, it should be right at the top. I'll do this in the coming days.
To do what? To reconstitute their national home. If you look at that language, you see two things. You see they are recognizing a pre-existing right and not creating a new right. In other words, the historical rights of the Jewish people to this land were recognized by the great powers at the time, by the equivalent of...
Do you download porn like Vosh? I used to a long time ago. There's a private torrent site called Chegit, which was awesome. But now, like, streaming porn is so good that it's like, yeah, fuck it.
The UN at the time.
It was the Jewish people that were chosen to be the beneficiaries of a trust and mandate under the care of the British government in respect to Palestine. It was the Arab inhabitants of the territories of Mesopotamia, Iraq now, Syria and Lebanon that were chosen to be the beneficiaries of a trust or mandate. Part of it under the trusteeship of or mandate of the French, Syria and Lebanon, part of it under British supervision, Mesopotamia. I want to underline that the primary objective of the mandate for Palestine was to grant political rights in respect to Palestine to the Jewish people.
Wait, is this like a European coalition for Israel? This has got to be like a fucking ultra pro-Zionist bullshit channel. What the fuck? Mandat pour la Palestine. Oh, cute. This is the original. Why is this in fucking French? Is it? Can you... This must exist in English. Oh, wait, never mind. Oh, it's League of Nations, whatever the fuck. I think anytime France, I think, is involved in anything, they always require like separate publishings of like in French as well because they're cucks and they have too much. The solution to Israel/Palestine is to move the Arabs in Gaza to Egypt and work to find peace with the West Bank. You know, I'm going to be honest. I'm not totally against destroying or just wiping away all of the Gaza Strip because it's having non-contiguous territory like that is bullshit. But there's two things that would have to happen. Is one, there would have to be an equivalent land exchange with the West Bank. So however much territory disappears in the Gaza Strip, you have to make that up in the West Bank. At least, number one. Number two, there has to be like a full amount of reimbursement for every Palestinian that gets moved from the Gaza Strip to the West Bank. That's a lot of money. And that's assuming they even go for it because a lot of people are going to have historic homes there and everything as well, which is going to be like, how do you move people out of those areas? And then three, like obviously edged out of some economic deal, there'd have to be some kind of access to ports or something, because now you're losing your ports as Palestinians, although I mean right now they're basically infinitely blockaded anyway. But yeah, I don't know realistically if it would be possible to even arrange something like that, because I don't think the people that live there, I don't think they'd want to leave, you know. The mandates for Palestine and Syria came into force simultaneously on September 29, 1922, and this argument the League of Nations recognized the historical connection of the Jewish people with Palestine and the grounds to reconsider their national home in that country. Yeah, sure, but I don't think that that's like recognizing a country or like making anything official. It's kind of like it's paying nice lip service, but could giving up the Egypt border be an option to connect the West Bank? Why would Egypt give up territory? As well as will secure the establishment of the Jewish national home, as laid down in the preamble, and development of self-governing institutions, and also for safeguarding the civil and religious rights of all the inhabitants of Palestine, irrespective of race or religion. An appropriate Jewish agency shall be recognized as a public body for the purpose of advising and cooperating with the administration of Palestine in such economic, social, and other matters as may affect the establishment of the Jewish national home in the interest of the Jewish population in Palestine, and subject always to the control of the administration, to assist and take part in the development of the country. The Zionist organization, as long as the organization and constitution are in the opinion of the mandatory appropriate, should be recognized as such agency. It shall take steps in consultation with... Oh, okay, this is kind of a... I'll throw this in here. When you say reimbursement, do you mean money or land? Both. Money has to be paid for people to move and everything, and then land has to be swapped with the West Bank. Have you read through all the Clinton parameters? I read through the summary of it in the book, in Shlomo Ben-Ami's book. The Clinton parameters seem ingenious. They seem like a really good set of negotiations. I just don't... I haven't read them exactly, unless there's like a more complicated version of them, but... What are the odds of a Gaza-style pullout from all but the most entrenched West Bank settlements? Unfortunately, probably little to none, in my opinion. The problem is that Gaza, like, here's the issue. The issue is nobody really cares about Gaza, like Jewish people, because it's like, it's Gaza. Who the fuck cares? The West Bank, though, that's some, like, historical shit. These are the historical Jewish homelands. So pulling out of Gaza to shore up your strength in the West Bank helps the more radical Zionist, crazy Jewish people. And the reason why they pulled out of Gaza is because they want to solidify their hold on the West Bank. They don't really want to, yeah, I don't think they ever want to leave any parts of that. They don't want to give up any parts of that. Well, it's not telling us that.
Civil and religious rights of the Arabs as individuals were fully protected in the mandate document. But insofar as the national and collective rights and the collective political rights were concerned, these were reserved exclusively for the Jewish people.
Read the dono I sent through your site. I'm so sorry. Can you just copy paste what you said? I didn't see it. Oh, fuck. I should have feature request from Cake. Is there a way to make dono stick at the top of chat for 5 minutes, or maybe varying lengths of time depending on dono amount? YouTube chat. Help me not miss them if they come through. X-Face.
People, because the Arabs were given those same rights, not in Palestine, but in the neighboring countries. And that is why today you have 21 Arab states and 1 Jewish state.
The Second World War brought about the demise of the League of Nations. It was superseded by the United Nations in 1945.
The Charter of the United Nations, which you are now signing, is a solid structure upon which we can build for a better world.
How does this affect the rights of the Jewish people under international law?
In the final resolution passed by the League in April of 1946, it is specified.
Do you support a ground offensive at Rafah where there are 1.3 million displaced Gazans there? I support Israel trying to destroy Hamas. I think they have good reason to want to do that. I think that's totally fine. But they should still conduct themselves, obviously, in terms of warfare in a way that complies with or comports with international law, right?
That the intent is that after the dissolution of the League, it is necessary to continue to look after the well-being and the development of the people concerned in each mandate. And for Palestine, that meant the Jewish people.
So the rights...
If we could give up some U.S. territory to give the Palestinians their state and get them out of Israel's hair, what should we give up? I think Puerto Rico should go. They speak Spanish weird. Their food sucks and it's ugly. Jesus.
that were recognized as inhering in the Jewish people were preserved by Article 80.
There's nothing in the Charter which is to be construed in or by itself as taking away or altering the rights given to any people prior to the establishment of the United Nations. And I refer, for instance, to Article 8 of the Charter.
Following Israel's statehood in 1948, the country was invaded by 5 Arab armies intending to destroy the Jewish state. The eastern part of Jerusalem was annexed by Jordan. The city was divided for 19 years. Jordan's sovereignty over the West Bank and Jerusalem was never recognized by the United Nations. In 1967, Israel recaptured East Jerusalem in a war of defense and later annexed it.
The Security Council Resolution 242 of November 22, 1967.
I don't think I would describe the Six-Day War as a war of defense. Like, that's part of it, but that's we're listening. This is a super pro-Zionist channel. It can be argued for that, but it's a pro-Zionist channel.
Nations. In 1967, Israel recaptured East Jerusalem in a war of defense and later annexed it.
The Security Council Resolution 242 of November 22, 1967 is often referred to as the source of rights and obligations.
Are you going to watch the Finkelstein versus Ben-Ami debate? I read the transcript of it, and it came off to me like Finkelstein was just interrupting a ton, and they don't really get to go back and forth a lot. They just kind of get asked a question, they give their talking points, and they go on. It didn't seem very interesting, so.
For the parties in the Middle East. If I focus on Jerusalem, I take the position that, again, rights have been granted based on the recognition of historical rights, based on the principle of reconstituting what the Jewish people used to have. The Jewish state and the Jewish people have done nothing to relinquish, surrender the rights that were given in respect to that territory.
Anyone who looks at the census data back in the 19th century when the Ottoman Empire was here will realize that the Jewish people already in the 19th century had restored a majority in Jerusalem, in the old city of Jerusalem. In 1864, the British restored a majority in Jerusalem, in the old city of Jerusalem. In 1860...
Can you explain why the Six-Day War isn't just a war of defense? It was a war of defense in that like Israel was legitimately worried that the surrounding Arab states were basically making moves to destroy it. But it was a preemptive war that they like aggressively also expanded their territory in. Like part of it was the feeling of defense. The problem is since the Jews basically established their state, but really probably even earlier, as early as maybe the 30s, the 1930s, I think, is when a lot of the Arab revolts and everything were going on. Jews basically had this mindset that they're constantly on the verge of collapse or constantly on the verge of annihilation or the edge of annihilation because of all the surrounding hostilities. So I think that put them in like a very paranoid mind state where basically they interpret everything as like, holy shit, everybody's coming to destroy us. Which, to be fair, a lot of the Arab surrounding states engaged in that rhetoric. So the Six-Day War, I think, was a response to the culmination of all of that type of rhetoric and all the aggressive posturing. But to call it just a defensive war, I think is a little bit not as nuanced as I would say you should be for that. I wouldn't call the Six-Day War just a defensive war, especially when Israel technically attacked first, technically, right? But...
The British consulate in Jerusalem actually provided some census data. And they said out of 15,000 residents in Jerusalem in 1863, 8,000 were Jewish. So we're speaking about a city that has been a Jewish city since Ottoman time.
If you were a Jew during the Six-Day War, do you think you would become Messianic? Yeah, of course. Jesus Christ. I know you're analyzing this from the religious perspective, but doesn't Islamic extremism make up the majority of the explanation for why they refuse to admit defeat in the face of a far superior enemy? There's no rationality to keep getting obliterated. I don't know if that had much to do with Islamic anything. I think it had to do with Arab pride. I think it was more of an ethnic, quasi huge nationalist thing than like an Islamic thing. It was, I'm sure like the religion factors in a little bit, but it was Arab pride is what was like carrying them through to all the conflict. And when I say Arab, I mean ethnic and geographical, right? Because remember, the biggest issue was that these were European Jews and they fashioned themselves as a Western style nation, right? As soon as Israel was created, they wanted to be like Western style people. I think Ben-Gurion himself said multiple times, like, we're not like these people. Yeah. Wait, Des, did you say fuck me on a stage in front of hundreds of people? When? Maybe? How is this video logic any different to Putin's logic? I don't even know what the comparison is, bro.
Since the mid-19th.
Why do you think all the Christians gave up on fighting while the Muslims did not? Did all the Christians give up on fighting? I don't know what that question means. Christians on the planet still fight. We're like Russia and Ukraine are fighting right now. The United States has led NATO bombings and invasions in the Middle Eastern country. I don't even know what that statement is premised on. I just saw it yesterday. I saw it in front of Wick. Maybe, I don't know.
Century.
The Old City is without doubt the most controversial, the most sought after, the most contentious issue when one speaks of the question of Jerusalem. You have to remember that until the middle of the 19th century, Jerusalem was the Old City.
Many who tell Israel to redivide Jerusalem along the 67 lines, and therefore placing the whole Old City on the Palestinian Arab side, forget what happened in 1948. 1948, Jerusalem was invaded by 5 Arab armies. There were UN guarantees that it would be an international city. The UN didn't do anything. Finally, all the Jews of the old city of Jerusalem were ethnically cleansed, forced to leave, and the Arab Legion, along with Palestinian locals, destroyed 55 synagogues and Talmudic academies. They're blown up. Anyone who says to Israel, give up on Jerusalem, has to explain how we'll avoid that history repeating itself.
What do you mean? That's not going to happen because Israel's a massive fucking superpower that can crush literally all of their surrounding enemies. What do you mean?
Remember,
why is Jerusalem important to Muslims or even Jews? I don't think that Jerusalem is that important to Muslims. I think it's important to Palestinians. I think they try to say because of religious reasons, but I honestly, God, I don't think that many Muslims give a fuck about Jerusalem or Al-Aqsa or any of the shit in the West Bank. I think they generally just care about having access to Mecca, and then there's a second thing in Saudi Arabia. It's Mecca and one other thing. But past that, I don't think Muslims give a fuck that much. I really don't. I remember when, fuck, who was it? Oh, I had a note somewhere in my... Was it? I wonder if this is in my... I'm not gonna be able to find it. Fuck. It was when Israel, I think at the behest of the United States, or with the United States mediating, they were negotiating with either the king of Jordan or the king of Saudi Arabia. And I think when they were talking about the old city and East Jerusalem, apparently the guy couldn't even find it on the map. Like, I just don't think they care that much. I don't think they care that much. If they did, I think we would see that evidenced by more actions to try to take back the old city or East Jerusalem. I don't really think Muslims care that much. They hear about like, oh, like second most important, third most important site in Islam. But I mean, again, they have Mecca. They go to that. I don't think many of them, pilgrimage or traveler, give a fuck that much about East Jerusalem. If they did, it would be evidenced by more action.
1948 till 1967, when Israel reunited Jerusalem, Jews were not allowed to visit the Western Wall. And that is something that Israel is determined to avoid.
After 18 years of a failed peace process in which there is no agreement in sight, the Palestinian Authority has indicated that it will unilaterally seek recognition from the United Nations General Assembly for a Palestinian state within the pre-1967 Green Line and with East Jerusalem as its capital.
The Green Line was simply an armistice line. This is the line chosen between Israel and the Jewish people and the Jordanians when they stopped fighting in 1948-1949. That line, it is specified in the treaty, in the armistice agreement between Israel and Jordan, was never intended to be for anyone the source of rights and obligations.
The original Oslo agreements, the first one in 1993, the big Oslo agreement in 1995, known as the interim agreement, had a clause in them. It was called Article 31. And it said, neither side shall change the status of the West Bank and Gaza Strip prior to the completion of the permanent status negotiations. If the Palestinians try and change the status of the territory without negotiating with Israel, that is a unilateral act which violates this commitment. Now, why is this particularly important for Europe? Because when the interim agreement was signed with that critical clause, at the White House, in the presence of President Clinton, the European Union signed the agreement as well as a witness. And therefore, if EU countries decide to support the Palestinian move in the UN in contravention of that Palestinian commitment...
Didn't the Second Intifada start because Sharon went to Al-Aqsa and the Palestinians took it as respect? Nah, I don't think so. I think that was like an inciting moment, but there was like a ton of shit that was building up because of discontent leading up to that point anyway. Like, people were mad because the Oslo Accords were supposed to have an agreement reached in 1998, and they had just failed to negotiate again for a second time for the Camp David summit with Clinton overseeing it. So I think Palestinians were mad as fuck. Nobody really on either side was adhering well to the Oslo Accords. Everybody felt like the conflict was being drawn into perpetuity. Israel had suffered some pretty embarrassing setbacks in Lebanon, so I think the Palestinians were basically geared up to fight. And then Sharon went to Al-Aqsa Mosque to assert Israeli rights to visit the Western Wall, and that was just kind of like the inciting moment. But everybody was basically ready to go at that point. I would say the straw that broke the camel's back. I really don't like the early characterization of the old city being cleansed. There was an active war over Jerusalem at the time, and the explosion was in line with actions of both sides all over Israel. Yeah, sure, but it was cleansed. I don't even like the term ethnic cleansing. I read a sentence the other day, and I didn't even think about this. Is ethnic cleansing even illegal? Because I'm not even sure. Like, it feels like when people take over places, it might just be normal that people expel a lot of the people there. But I don't actually know the answer to that. I have to look that up. I don't know. Is ethnic cleansing even like ever referred to in any of the Geneva Conventions or international law? Ethnic cleansing has not been recognized as an independent crime under international law. The term service. Okay, but it might have come up in the ICTY. This was referenced a lot in the paper I just read. The International Criminal, was it the International Criminal Tribunal for Yugoslavia? ICTY. Yes, for the former Yugoslavia. This is where we get to see a lot of international law tested, and it's referenced a ton in international law books, I guess, because you're trying to look at your, I think the term I'm looking for is what, jurisprudence? The theory or philosophy of law. You get to see like how is international law applied in an actual court setting with people making rulings and everything, yeah. You're being dismissive of the Al-Aqsa importance. Given that the Temple Mount was destroyed for 2,000 years, it shouldn't matter to Jews either. I don't think it did matter to Jews until 1967. Until then, I think they were just kind of like, it'd be nice to have it. But I think most Jews, especially after the diaspora in like the year fucking 70, I don't know, when the Romans kicked Jews out of Judea and Samaria, I think after that, Jews just kind of like, we don't have a holy city, we don't have any holy relics, we don't have anything. Let's just like get educated, be nomadic, lend at interest, do shit.
In Oslo, what they're essentially doing is lending a hand to a violation of a written agreement to which they've all...
Didn't Sharon plan to disengage from Samaria, the northwestern bank? I think I heard Ben Ami say this in a lecture. It sounds like his plan was to unilaterally disengage from occupied territories and treat Palestine as a country and have wars with it if it comes to it without negotiations. I don't know if I believe that. I would have to go and check that specifically, but...
Also, they are also signatories. So the immediate question in Israel will be, who would ever rely on the European Union, again, to be involved in the peace process if it violates the very agreement that it itself signed? The whole world is saying to Israel, well, why don't you recognize the rights of the Palestinians to a Palestinian state? It seems elementary, and Israelis hear this all the time. But put the shoe on the other foot. Do you see anybody telling the Palestinians, you must recognize the rights of the Jewish people to a nation state of their own, whose roots are in international legitimacy and international proposals going back to...
I mean, Israel already has it. It doesn't matter if the Palestinians recognize it or not. Palestinians don't have it. That's the issue, right?
And to the British mandate by the League of Nations. Unfortunately, that same demand is not made of the other side, and perhaps exposes its real intent.
Many gathered here in Rome, senators, members of parliament, to discuss issues relating to the peace process. Yes, many are concerned about decisions that the nations could be making in the coming weeks and months relating to the rights of the Jewish people, the rights of the state of Israel, in respect to Jerusalem, in respect to disputed territories.
Wait, what did I say? Not at all. The Jordan banned all Jews from visiting the Western Wall. The diaspora, when possible, made pilgrimage to the Western Wall in the 1790 and 1800s. Really? How many Jews were making pilgrimage to the Western Wall around the world? Can you source me that?
In order to give peace a chance, it is necessary to honor the solemn pledges made under the law of nations to the Jewish people in the state of Israel.
Okay, this is cringe. Okay, so we can't... Oh, I've already got my notes emailed to me. That's fine. Let's think this, do that. We've got a Norman debate. Somebody said recent Brianna Wu tweets. What am I looking for? This one? She went after the DSA. Peace is going to have a price for Israel. You're never going to get the security you deserve. Using violence is the only tool. If some people in Manchester are uncomfortable with recognizing a Palestinian state, just wait until we get to surrendering the land that is inevitably going to be a part of a peace deal. I know it probably feels unfair after October 7th, but what is the alternative? Endless war, ethnic cleansing. I have no idea how much she's read about this, but these two things are unbelievably fucking true. Peace does have a price. It always has a price, and it's going to. But Israel has tricked itself into thinking it never has to pay a price for peace. At least for the Palestinians. If some people mention they're uncomfortable, just wait till we get to surrendering land that is inevitably going to be part of a peace deal. Yeah. And it can't just be violence. Yeah, Israel has run out of tools. Yeah. The Western Wall was originally considered part of the mosque, became more popular with Jews with the rise of Zionism in the 19th century, but there was always some care for it amongst the local Jews. Yeah, but local Jews, there's like 10,000 Jews living there. Like, I just don't think people cared as much about all the religious shit until 67. Destiny is so dismissive of religious trauma. It was a total nuclear bomb on Jewish culture when the temple got lost. Yeah, bro, in like the year fucking 70. Who cares? What was it? When did... Second Temple destroyed Wikipedia. 70 CE. The Second Temple was destroyed by the Roman siege of Jerusalem. LOL, Destiny believes everyone is as atheist as him. No, I don't. You just believe everybody is religiously retarded as you. The early movement of Zionism was secular Zionism. They came as secular Zionists to the land of Palestine. That was literally their movement. You're fucking retarded. It was a labor movement. They were like almost like fucking commies, bro. They made their little kibbutzes and they worked the land and they had their little hose and they had their water and blah, blah, blah. Like, this was the Brianna Wu thread that started it all. I think people just want you to attack Islam. People are obsessed. Sure, I mean, again, you can talk about Islam. I think Islam is a problem for Israel-Palestine after the year, like, 2000. I would agree with that. Fundamentalist Islam, and yeah. Do you not think that Islamic extremism motivates many of the actions of Hamas? To some extent, yeah, I think so. Yeah, for sure. That's what I'm saying. After like 2000, I think the Islamic extremism becomes a lot more relevant. I think for Hamas, it probably is a big driving force. Yeah. But then keep in mind also that when you talk about like how important religion is, it's also like geopolitical too, right? Like Hamas is a Sunni organization that's funded by like Shia extremists like Iran, right? So I don't know how much they care intimately, but the Sunni Shia should, but. How much do you think religion plays an overall factor in the conflict? I feel it plays some part. After all, why do evangelical Christian Americans support Israel so much? If not, because they think Jesus is coming back for a sequel. I don't know why when America started to have so much love for the Israeli people. The United States supported them probably after, I think it was in 66. I think we started, kind of. Not even that much, though. It was after 67. I know we replaced all their shit in 73 for the Yom Kippur War. I wasn't alive back then, so I don't know what the general consensus was in American public opinion for why we started to support Israel so much. I don't remember. Or not, I don't remember. I don't know. I wasn't alive. The Zionist movement was solely secular. One reason they chose Israel was the religious element and ancestral claim. If they were solely secular commies, they would have chosen anywhere like Uganda. I would have to check why they ended up with Israel or Palestine or whatever, that region. I know they had several regions to choose from, but this probably just worked out as being the best. One is because they do have like their itty bitty historical claims, like, oh look, it's our homeland, but also because like the Ottoman Empire was going to collapse. Britain was basically getting to administer to this territory. It was very, very, very convenient that this just like popped in. Again, I'm not going to say that like the religious aspect or the historical aspect played like 0%. I'm just saying it's very, very, very small overall until 67. I think at 67 is when everything changed. But also, I don't know why I'm arguing with you guys. You know, fucking, okay. In my opinion, religion is relevant in the sense that it incentivizes both sides not to compromise. I'll just fight till the end and God gives us what we deserve type mentality. I agree with both sides are fighting without compromise, but I don't think there's any religious aspect to it. The both sides fighting is that both of them have built themselves up to this like ethos, this mythical story of Israeli people came to the Middle East. They're fighting against their Arab conquesting neighbors. They've managed to eke out a living for themselves and their country, and they've expanded their borders. And there's the legendary, amazing story of the Israeli, noble worker that came for land and water and built his country. And now they want to hold on to this because they've fought and they've, defended with sweat and blood and bodies and blah, blah, blah. And then for the Arabs, it's like we are dispossessed from our homelands that European settler colonialists supported by the West came and stole from us through, warfare and support from Western nations. And we need to fight. Like both sides have this huge historical mythos built up. They both need to disengage from that. Both of them need to cut that out because it's fucking retarded and it makes it so both sides are unable to engage with each other. It's just stupid. But obviously both sides, for a variety of reasons, have a really difficult time getting away from those narratives. You have a fundamental misunderstanding of this if you think religion is not the driving factor for this. If you think religion is the driving factor for this, it's because you have no education on any of the background of any of this conflict. I'm so sorry. You've listened to either too much Sam Harris or you've seen too many Twitter threads. If you want to hop on to the Disagreements channel and argue with it, we can. I am very confident that I am more well-read on the history here than probably every single one of you fuckers in chat. So if you want to argue about it, you can, but no. Religion is absolutely a super minor part of all of this. It is absolutely an ethnic/nationalist/ West versus Middle Eastern divide, way more than any fucking religious aspect. And we can go through all of this if you want. Feel free to hop into the Disagreements channel and I'll drag you up if you want to fight over it, but... Is it possible Hamas sees it purely as an Okay, I'll say this for the 50 millionth time. Please don't come in and argue with me about this. I'll say this for the 50 millionth time. Hamas is an Islamic fundamentalist extremist organization. Yes. From the year 2000 and onwards, yes. Like, religion did start to play a larger factor into it. Yes. Especially as the surrounding Arab states dropped off in their support for the Palestinians. Yes. Religion has become a big part of it over the past few decades. You say people don't care about Al-Aqsa. Sunni and Shia unite to free Al-Aqsa. How do you explain that under Destiny L? Do you think if Israel had captured Mecca, do you think that Egypt would be signing peace agreements with them? Do you think Jordan would be signing peace agreements with them? Do you think Bahrain and Saudi Arabia and all these other Arab countries would be looking to normalization? No, there would be massive wars in the Middle East to free these ancient Islamic sites. Nobody gives a fuck about Al-Aqsa. I'm sorry. If you're Arab, they probably tell you that you do, but you really don't. You don't give a fuck about it. That's why you're not driving your leaders to war. And that's why your leaders definitely don't give a fuck. That's why they're not going to war. That's why none of you guys talk about going to Al-Aqsa. You just want to go to fucking Mecca and do your shit there. Okay? Stay mad. Benny Morris disagrees with you. You can link it if you want. Link me some Benny Morris. We can chat about it. Or I can read what he says, but... Don't you think it's a consequence of the fact that Muslims haven't been allowed to freely visit there for decades? No, I just don't think they care that much. I think they have more important sites to visit. That's my take. But hey, I could be wrong. But I just look at the actions of all the countries, and it doesn't seem like they were very invested in protecting Al-Aqsa. Doesn't seem like they were ultra invested in that. Yeah. Let's see. Before the creation of Israel in 1948, there was a partition of India in 1947, passed by the British Parliament. This created India and Pakistan. Countries divided by religious demographics. There was a mass migration as the violence force between 10 to 15 million people to leave their general context. About 70,000 Swiss in 48. The petition of India led to communal rights. Even today, Kashmir is one of the biggest flashpoints of the conflict with the Muslims. I don't know why I care about this. Okay. What do you want? Nightbot is dead in YouTube chat, so you can't invite chatters to disagreement. Fix, please. Why would Nightbot be dead?
Hello? Hello? Oh, fuck. Yeah. Okay. Hello.
Hi,
Hello.
what's up?
Hey, well, you said religion isn't it, like, important when it comes to the conflict?
Yeah, historically, yeah.
Oh, okay, so if Hamas was Jewish and if Israel was Jewish, then they would...
I'll repeat that. I don't know why I say this 50 million times. The past few decades, I would say probably from the 2000s, maybe 95 or whatever onwards, religion has been a much bigger factor. Yes.
Okay, so if in the 60s, let's say for example, if they were both Jewish, they wouldn't fight. You actually think that?
If they were in the 60s, if they were both Jewish, they wouldn't fight. Who?
Fucking Israel and the local Arabs. I don't know. Were they Palestinians back then? Did they call themselves the Palestinians?
If they were both Jewish, they wouldn't fight?
Yeah, you said religion doesn't matter. So if they're both Jewish, they wouldn't fight then, right?
I don't think I understand the question 100%. Are you saying if they were, let's say all of the people were let's say that all the people were the same religion, in all of Palestine, they were all Jewish.
Yeah.
I think there would probably still be fighting. Yeah. It would
No, that's a good argument, right? I don't understand, religion. I agree, it's not the biggest factor, but
Because
It's
I
not
think
a
they would
small
focus
one.
less on the religious difference, and they would just focus more on the fact that they were like Westerners that were coming in, and they were like Europeans basically. And they just wouldn't mention the religious part as much. But there's also religious difference here too, so people fixate on that. But
I think everything is important. I think the culture is different, the religion. I think it's weird to call religion the small part. I think it's about 25%. If kind of weird to say that, but
when you say religion is a part, what do you mean when you say that? I guess.
or religion is like it's you believe in your religion, so it's like it's part of your identity. And if somebody has a different identity, like it's very easy to get into war.
So there's some of these. So like for instance, like I kind of agree with what you just said, that there's like a different identity, and that might drive people to conflict. I just don't like. I think it could be any religion. I just don't think like the religion is important. It's the fact that they're like.
No, it's the Jewish people could be Christians, for example. I think they would have fight equally as bad, but I do think the religion aspect is important. Like they're different
I can't tell if you
cultures
disagree.
fighting.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the fact that they're different and they fall along the ethnic lines, I think, are like the important part. Not just that it's like Islam versus Judaism, but like if it was like a bunch of Christians that, like you said, that came in, I think that would also be.
Oh, definitely agree. I thought you like meant like religion itself wasn't like important, but I wasn't talking about Islam and like Judaism, just religion, that aspect.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, okay, then we agree.
I think I'd probably agree. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Best. Love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Okay, you like remove me?
Oh my god. Fuck me. I don't know for Nightbot. I don't know what I logged in under. Join channel, home dashboard. I don't know. I think. Oh, now I know why. I can't do anything with the Nightbot. Oh wait, hold on. Let's check. I bet it's because I logged in with my Twitch account, and I don't know if I have access to that OAuth anymore, or if it'll fuck me because I'm banned. Nope, I'm banned. I don't think I can do anything with Nightbot. RIP. I probably have to email them. That's why I never changed any of those dono messages or anything. Avishai, hello. What's up?
Oh, hi, Steven.
Hi.
Wow. So I want to kind of try to disabuse you of this idea that
Try to disabuse me?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
That Judaism is just a religion. It's, I believe, a much more complex kind of entangled identity, which includes both culture and ethnicity and a lot of other things. And so the fact that early Zionists were practically godless and very secular doesn't mean that Jerusalem didn't matter to them. As far as the importance of Jerusalem to Judaism, there is actually a lot after the destruction of the temple about Jerusalem and its importance. It is extremely central to Judaism. Pre-temple, obviously, but also afterwards. There's actually a day of fasting which commemorates the destruction of both temples, supposedly on the same day, even though historically it probably didn't happen on the same day.
Okay, wait, hold on. Wait, okay, just one thing at a time. So firstly, when you say that Judaism is more than a religion, yeah, obviously I believe that, of course. There's a whole, wait, hold on, Lex. I just sent you version 1 of notes for this repulse and debate. Opening questions on. Thank you, Lex. I love you. Yeah, of course I agree with that. Like Judaism evokes like an entire culture. There's and a whole bunch of other things than just a religion or even just an ethnicity. Yeah, of course I agree with that 100%. Yeah.
The whole idea that you can have like atheist Jews. That's not something that you can't be an atheist Christian. You can't be an atheist Muslim. That's not a thing.
I disagree a bit. An atheist Christian, kind of. You've got like the Judeo-Christian value things. I do think there are atheist Muslims. They would never call themselves that, but whenever somebody says that they're culturally Muslim, I view them as essentially being atheist Muslims. It's not exactly the same thing as Judaism, but I think that people have their flavors of culture mixed in with their religious beliefs. I think for Christianity, it's not as strong. I think for the cultural Muslim thing it is, and for Judaism, I think they have really strong cultural aspects for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So, for example, there's this whole idea about what was it? Uganda, right? The Uganda plan back in the like late 1800s, um, about settling the Jews in Uganda instead of Israel
Mm-hmm.
or Palestine or whatever you'd like to call it. And that was extremely unpopular in the Zionist Congress. Like that idea almost single-handedly destroyed Herzl's reputation in the Zionist Congress.
Okay. Yeah, but like, do you have any links to those discussions?
No, not at the moment.
Because I'm curious, like, was
And
it literally just like them saying, like, we can't go to Uganda? That's religiously not our homeland. Or was it more like, I don't want to go to the southern fucking ass end of, like, South Central Africa in the middle of here where there's not as much shit available to it? Like, I'm curious what the rationale was for that.
Yeah, I'm sure it played a part, the fact that it's, Africa, even though, Palestine wasn't really good real estate at the time either.
It wasn't good real estate, I
Um,
agree, but you had a much stronger link to Europe, I think, right, via the Mediterranean. So your distance was a lot closer.
I don't think that that was a factor. I think it had a lot more to do. It's not even about religion. Again, it's about the whole conception of this is our homeland. And I know you kind of say itty bitty connection earlier. I think even if it was the case for a lot of years, for like centuries, the Jews kind of put it on the back burner.
I think for this, I think
about-
the interesting thing would be if you could ever link me. You can even do it in Kick Chat or whatever. If you can link me that particular council or commission or whatever the fuck where the Jewish people are picking like where they want to go to, and they talk about like Uganda and shit. I imagine Herzl is probably involved in these conversations. I'd be interesting to see the rationale for why Uganda got thrown out.
maybe point you in the right direction, even though it's not like a link to an actual, protocol or something. There's this guy called Sam Aronoff, and he does like a lot of videos about Jewish history.
Mhm.
He's pretty good, and I kind of like recommend following him generally. But he spoke about specifically that the issue of Uganda and Herzl and all of that. But yeah, I think to summarize, I think, this isn't just about Judaism, all of that. This is also like the 19th century, and we're talking about, the birth of nations and all of that.
Mhm.
So there was a sense, of finding or refinding the homeland and all of that.
Okay.
So even if for like centuries of exile, it wasn't as important, I think it definitely became more important in that specific era for pretty understandable reasons.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
Okay, thanks.
Love you. Bye.
Bye.
Is there any easy way to right click close the channel? All right. I've got 4 more people. I'm dragging you guys in. I'll do it one at a time. All right. Or I'm dragging them. Okay. Dragging all 4 of you in. I'm talking to you one at a time. Okay. Consumer of sandwich. You're up.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey. Can you hear me?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. What's up?
Okay. I'm an Israeli citizen.
Yep.
So that's my bias out the way.
Okay.
But I
can you?
know.
Yep. I can hear you. Wait. I'm talking to consumer now, and then I'll talk to the other 3 of you. I'm going one at a time. Okay. Go.
I no longer think the war is justified. It seems to me that there's no clear goal for the government that will actually benefit both sides in the future. That's my opinion, basically.
Do you think that getting rid of Hamas is like a worthy goal, or do you think Israel hasn't been clear enough about how they intend to do that? Or?
I do think that Hamas absolutely needs to be destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
But the way I see it, it's like weed cutting. So you have like a problematic organization that you're going to destroy and leave a political vacuum that will be replaced by another hostile political organization, probably. I don't really see how it's going to long-term benefit like both Palestinians and Israelis.
I mean, I don't 100% disagree with you. I do think, and I haven't followed the local news in Israel as much, or statements made by Netanyahu, but I do think it would be really important that Netanyahu makes plans about, like, what are we doing after Hamas is gone, or what are we doing after the military operation this time in Gaza? Because not having a clear plan afterwards, I think, would be a crime to both the Palestinians and the Israeli people. Yeah.
Yep, that's what bothers me, that we're deep into the war. There's so many casualties, and there's still no clear stated plan from the government.
Mm-hmm.
And recently we've had, I think there's been American talks about creating a Palestinian state. And the Israeli cabinet outright rejected it in a statement, basically saying, we do not want a Palestinian state. I'm not sure if that applies just for now or for the far future. I'm not sure, but either way, it doesn't look very good in my mind.
Sure, that might be the case. I mean, there needs to be a good, solid post-war plan, or else all of this is a huge clusterfuck, and it's going to be even more of a clusterfuck once the war ends. Yeah.
Would you say then that you support the war at this point?
I mean, like, I support the destruction of Hamas. I think Hamas needs to be destroyed, and I think that's a separate question from what happens after the war. But I think both of these things are important questions to answer. Yeah.
I kind of well, okay, let's say that we don't have a plan for what will be after the war. Do you still think destroying Hamas is enough of a current plan, and it's something that we should do regardless of whether or not we have a future plan for later on?
Yes. I think the destruction of Hamas, is a worthy goal. Even if the afterwards is, like, not 100% cleared up, yeah.
I wonder what would that give anyone?
Well, I mean, it would get rid of Hamas, right?
Yeah, but then it's like, it seems to me, okay, I feel like Hamas was created because a political vacuum was left that was filled by a hostile organization because of Iran's interests. And all of these, like, basically the breeding ground for another terrorist organization will be exactly the same after the war. So you'll have...
Yeah, it's possible. Again, I don't disagree with anything you're saying. I'm just saying that the cause for war, I think, is a good one, and I support the cause for war. And what happens after the war is a separate question. I think that what happens after the war needs to be figured out as well, but just because they don't have a good process for what happens after the war doesn't mean that I think the war becomes unjustified or isn't good.
Why? Because in my mind, like, what you should look at, and the only thing you should look at really, is how are you benefiting from this war? In terms of how are the citizens going to benefit?
Well, even if another extremist organization pops up, Israel is still benefiting because they've slowed down that process, right? Because with Hamas gone, whatever organization comes back up is going to take more time to get their, foothold and then rebuild and all that too.
I'm not sure even for Israel if it's worth it, because we're losing a lot of soldiers from the war.
How many have died?
At least 100, as far as I know.
Yeah, you'll be okay. You'll be okay. Compared to how long this would slow Hamas down and everything for...
About 200.
Yeah.
200? Okay. That's pretty significant, I would say. Not to mention the civilian casualties on Gaza side.
Yeah, I think 200, 300, 400 IDF soldiers is probably worth the long-term security of completely eliminating or basically neutering Hamas, and then whatever time it takes for a new organization to get set up.
That's interesting to me, because how are you calculating that, like, morally in terms of war?
How are you calculating it? Well, the first question is there a good cause for war? So I don't know how to pronounce this. It's like jus ad bellum or whatever, Jus ad bellum. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'll look this up later. But, like,
I have no idea.
It basically is like, does Israel have a good cause for war? I think Hamas launching that attack, I think, totally validates Israel wanting to go to war with the Gaza Strip and eliminate Hamas.
Yeah.
What?
I would agree, yeah.
Wait, who said something?
I don't know. I'm just saying I agree.
Oh, no, wait. Somebody gave me the pronunciation, and then they didn't.
Casus belli.
No. Casus belli is a cause for war, but there's a term under international law that dictates whether or not like the proportional response is okay. So like for instance, like somebody launching a rocket at you might be a casus belli for war, but the jus ad bellum or whatever, the jus ad bellum would be like, if somebody launches a rocket at me, do I have a right to invade the country and destroy the entire government? The answer would probably be no. That's not justified. That's the concept I'm getting at. So, but right now, Hamas has been continually launching rockets, did a huge terrorist attack, all of this. I think that Israel does have a moral right to go to war with the entire Hamas government and destroy all of it.
Well, that's one part of it, though. So I 100% agree that they have a right to go to war.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily agree that what is currently going on in the war and the outcomes in terms of civilian casualties and future benefit are worth it. So it's like...
Yeah, that might be the case, but they're just separate. They're fundamentally separate questions. Like, I think the war in Afghanistan, I think was good from the United States perspective. The occupation afterwards wasn't. But I wouldn't use the occupation afterwards to retroactively say that the war wasn't justified initially. But I do agree that there needs to be something that happens afterwards. I just wouldn't use the consequences to say that, like, well, the initial invasion or the current war is not good because you don't know what's going on afterwards.
I'm not very interested in talking specifically about the initial invasion. What I'm generally saying is, as it seems to me, both Palestinians are losing lives, both Israelis are losing lives, and at an unprecedented rate as well. And I think that continuing this war only gets that, like more loss of life. Sure, Hamas is being destroyed. Whether or not they're destroyed or not, I don't think affects...
Yeah, but I mean, Israelis also suffered an unprecedented loss of life on October 7th, right?
Yeah.
So what if you do nothing and then another one of those attacks happens in a year or two?
So, okay, we've done way more than nothing at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's going to happen anyway in a few years and we're going to war again, what exactly we benefit if we just delay the suffering?
I mean, do we believe that another extremist organization is going to take hold, plant roots, and then re-equip themselves and be just as capable in a year or two and replace Hamas completely that quickly?
I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, we need to remember it's already happened in the 1970s, but there was a huge terrorism problem from Gaza Strip and was basically a big purge operation by Israel, and it caused at least for 15 years for the Gaza Strip to be quiet.
To be quiet?
Yeah, for 15 years, there was between 1970 to 1987, until the first Intifada, there was almost no terrorism problem from Gaza Strip.
Is that true? I feel like that's not true if I looked it up, but...
Okay.
Yeah, it's true. I can give you a link about, even I read books about Israeli generals who served back then, like between 1963 and 1971, about 50 Israelis were killed by terrorism from the Gaza Strip.
Mm-hmm.
In the decades and a half after that, only 5.
Did the PLO just have no activity whatsoever in the Gaza Strip?
They basically they kicked them out of the Gaza Strip after 1971. They just kicked them out completely.
Interesting. Do you see the Destiny's Room? Like if you click this, whatever you're referencing there, can you just link it in this chat room and then I can click that and read about that later?
Sure, I can. I can think DM'd you maybe. I DM you for Twitter because I'm not sure.
I don't know. My DMs are so hard to fucking go through. If you just link it in this room, it puts it right there, and I can just click it later. Okay, consumer sandwich. Do you have anything else you wanted, or?
Yeah, okay. I'm just trying to hone down my argument. It's like, okay, do you think the amount? I don't know. How are you not interested in like benefit from the war aside from destroying Hamas, and are you not comparing the significance of civilian casualties and IDF casualties as a factor when justifying the war?
Not much, no.
Why is that?
So in international law, it's broken down into two concepts, the jus ad bellum and the jus in bello. So whether or not you've got a cause for war is fundamentally different than the conduct in the war. You would never look at like in the war, this many people died, therefore the justification for going to war is non-existent. That's just not how we do that. Those types of calculations,
I'm sure that's written somewhere. I'm not very interested in what the loss is. I'm only interested in the moral concern and whether or not there's actual benefit.
I think the moral concern, I think, matches the legal one, because the legal one tries to balance the concerns between why countries or nations ought to go to war or why they go to war and what the expectation afterwards can be. The idea that you can have somebody be an infinite belligerent to you and do things, but you can never go to war with them because there might be a lot of deaths, I think encourages asymmetrical warfare where one side can always hold the amount of civilian deaths over you and makes it impossible for sovereign nations to respond.
I
think,
agree with you. That's
yeah.
not my argument. Like, I'm not saying that Israel should have not gone to war.
Well, what are you saying? Okay, then what is the alternative? What are you saying Israel should have done?
I think, I'm not sure, but at this point, the point I'm trying to make is that I think Israel needs to stop the war at this point. I don't see how it's going to continue benefit both sides.
Well, do you think there's a benefit in destroying Hamas more?
Sorry, come again?
Is there a benefit in destroying Hamas more? That's on the Israeli side, because that's the overall war aim, is destroying Hamas, right?
I think there's a benefit in destroying Hamas. I don't think it's worth the casualties on both sides.
I mean, but if we're going to be another casualties in the future, what exactly we gain? We just delay the suffering, not exactly solve it.
Well, I think even delaying the suffering is a significant goal to an extent. The problem is there's absolutely no certainty about any of that. It's like people are dying on both sides, and there's no clear benefit in terms of preservation of life in the future, which is what I'm concerned with.
I mean, already now there was down between 90, there was 90% less rocket launch to it toward Israel than ever been before.
Sure, at the cost of many soldiers dying. Yeah. When rockets are usually not that threatening, considering Israel's Iron Dome.
Do you think soldiers' life somehow worth more than potential civilians? I mean, the point of the army is kind of like sacrifice for the benefit of a civilian.
I think that you're way more likely to lose people from a country if they're fighting in a war, rather than if they're being shot at with missiles that are being shot down, basically.
But the
in
country...
terms of soldier deaths, this war has been much less harmful on Israel than in 67, 73, 82, any of the others.
Okay, that's irrelevant.
Yeah, you need to remember in the first Lebanon war, Israel lost over 600 soldiers in 8 days.
For nothing.
Yeah.
And accomplished.
I mean, not exactly nothing. I mean, the PLO was still kicked out, which was still a big threat relatively back then. But yeah, it's quite different proportion.
Replaced by Hezbollah, which.
Yeah, but Hezbollah wasn't. He didn't have the same network of international terrorism as the PLO had. You need to remember, PLO used mass kidnapping of airplanes.
Now, yes.
Yeah.
So, okay, I just want to hone this down. Do you think at this point the war should be stopped, should be ended?
Do I think so? Not really, no. But I think I think when you get into this mindset of like looking at like numbers of casualties and then you're comparing it to things, it just doesn't, I just don't think I understand emotionally why somebody would want to do that or why there's a strong compulsion to do that, but I just don't think it comports with how we would view countries doing conflict. Like Israel, when we look at their goal for war, their response, Israel wants to destroy Hamas. I think that when we look at what Hamas has done, I think that's a fair and worthy goal for Israel to embark on. And then from there, you would just hope that their conduct within war doesn't violate international law or adheres to like the principles that we wanted to adhere to. There might be a lot of people that die in the process of that, which is unfortunate and tragic and horrible. But I mean, like that doesn't negate the cause, negate their initial justification for going to war, I would say. I
do wonder, like, what's your moral interest? Like, would you have a number of civilian casualties that you would say?
No. I think the calculations that are happening inside are just making sure that all of the military operations comport with international law. That's the important thing. But no, it's never going to be like a number. At no point I don't believe in any international law tribunals for Yugoslavia, for the hostage, for all of the ICC courts. Nobody's ever just saying like number of civilians dead. That's just not a factor. It's not relevant.
I believe you 100% about the international law part. It just, do you have no moral concern at the end of the day if like 1 million Gazan citizens die?
I mean, the thing is, I do think at this point, okay, I was an international law hater. I'm an international law respecter now. I think that international law has a lot of overlap and covers a lot of humanitarian concerns. It's hard to imagine that 1 million Palestinian citizens are killed and there's not gross violations of international law. So it's hard for me to imagine that being the case.
Okay, it's weird to me because I feel like I'm asking you like a moral question, and the answer you're giving me is just appealing to the law. If that's how you determine your morals in case of war.
Okay, I mean, I can give you, I think that I think that international law, I think, will perfectly encapsulate the moral arguments as well. I can try to answer absent the international law. What I would say is, as long as Israel is conducting itself in a moral way during the warfare, then no, I wouldn't put like a number on civilian deaths. But if Israel starts like indiscriminately just like killing civilians, or like soldiers go in, they just start like assassinating or murdering like huge groups of civilians, I'd be like, okay, well, this is not okay anymore. Obviously this is not good. They're not fighting a just war.
I feel like that's kind of a self-contradicting statement a bit, because you're saying Israel is acting morally, and I agree with you that Israel is doing a whole lot to help Palestinians in the war, but Israel has destroyed, 70% of homes, killed 10,000 kids.
None of these things matter or are relevant, and they're not even that true.
Why
70% of homes is not true.
And
how many
even the
people,
figure-
number of people killed is not relevant. What is relevant is if they're killing them in unethical or immoral ways. The reality is, and it sucks, but people die in war. People die in war. Civilians die in war. And the reason how military should conduct themselves is hopefully to avoid civilian deaths. But you can't use the civilian deaths that Hamas is benefiting from to say that Israel ought to stop the war. We should say Hamas ought to protect their citizens better more, but they're not. But I mean, because
why not?
Because you're giving so much power to Hamas at that point.
I mean, we can easily argue that the opposition is immoral.
My position?
The quickest way to stop the
I
war.
mean, the sandwich I mean the sandwich position.
Yeah.
Quickest
What's
way
the
to stop the war is not for Israel to stop fighting. It's for Hamas to surrender.
Yeah, it's annoying because like Hamas is conducting themselves in ways that, one, is in contravention of so many different aspects of international law, and is two, the belligerent, really, and then three is to this day doing things that Hamas could end the war immediately if they wanted to, and they should, like things like taking But so then, all of the compulsion should be on them. It shouldn't be on Israel to grant power to an asymmetrical fighter that's breaking multiple international laws at the cost of their own safety and security. I don't think that's right to demand that of Israel.
I disagree. I feel like there's two parties here that are responsible. Sure, you could say Hamas is more responsible, and I would probably agree. But as far as I'm concerned, both of them can stop the killing, and if one they should be forced to do so.
Wait. When you say both of them can stop the killing, do you not grant any moral authority to the side that was provoked? Or is every single actor morally equivalent to you regardless of who started the fight?
No. We absolutely do. I do think that Hamas is more responsible.
Okay, so if Hamas is the belligerent, if they're the ones that started things, if they're the ones that are breaking international law in multiple ways, then why is the onus on Israel to stop the fighting?
Just because Hamas doesn't seem to ever do so.
Yeah, so do you see, so this is where, not to be a cuck, but this is where I bring back in the international, this is where I bring back in the international law arguments. The reason why international tribunals reject exactly your type of thinking is because it would lead to a breakdown in asymmetrical warfare all over the world. You're basically saying that as long as terrorist groups conduct themselves in this manner, they're safe from everything. This is the world that PESCO wants. As long as you have enough civilian population, as long as you use human shields and stuff, as long as you co-locate and you don't protect your civilian population, there are going to be people like you who are going to say, well, shouldn't Israel just stop the fighting? Which is exactly what Hamas wants. That's why they conduct themselves in that way.
I'm more than willing with that reality to exist if it means that less people are dying.
Okay, well, it would mean that more people are dying because it would lead to terrorist operations and these types of attacks from all over the world, because now you've given them an infinite protective stance to take from larger nations.
I really don't feel like terrorists are watching our debate arguments online and determining how to make their attacks from that.
No, but terrorists do look at the international support for Palestinians, and they do look at the international support for those types of attacks, and they do look at the international condemnation of Israel, and they try to determine how to act appropriately from there. Of course they do.
Well,
I mean, you do understand. You don't understand that the leader of Hezbollah used the term a cyber web to describe Israel's society, right? He's basically saying that Israel's society will get too sensitive for civilian and military losses, so it will give up, and this is how we're going to defeat Israel.
I'm understanding that that's a factor, that's something really annoying, and yes, it does feel like we're handing terrorists what they want. But again,
more than what we want, it's basically playing.
the cost of human life to me is far more significant than any,
But how
underlying.
exactly your position will save human life in the long
We're
term?
going in circles here. Can I ask my 48 question?
Yeah, wait. Oh, here, well, real quick, consumer. I understand your point. Your point is just that at the end of the day, you want whoever can to reduce the amount of, in the immediate short term, to reduce the amount of like casualties and
No,
deaths
no,
of
no,
civilians.
not short term.
Yeah, well, what you're talking about is
someone-
only short term. Right?
Why is that?
Well, because if Hamas does another terrorist attack in the future, you're going to use this exact same argument and say, well, hold on, we can't go to a war that's going to lead to a lot of civilian deaths.
Look, if you can convince me that what I'm like, basically not destroying Hamas now is going to lead to more civilian casualties in the future, then I'm 100%.
Well, hold on. How many Gazan wars have there been so far? Isn't this like 5 or 6?
Yeah, but the civilian casualties total of all of these wars have not even gotten close, I feel like.
Yeah, sure, but that's because your argument is carrying through each of these, right? Like, oh, we can't go to war, there's too many civilian casualties. Oh, another war. We can't do this because there's civilian casualties. Oh, another abduction. Oh, we can't do this, like, and now they're finally doing something about it, but you want to keep putting it off. So how many wars would it take? 10, 15, 20? Until you're like, okay, well, fuck, we do need a 30,000 death war, I guess. Like,
just to be clear, what you're arguing is that if this war continues, at the end of the day, we're going to have less civilian casualties in the future?
I would imagine so, yes.
Okay.
And also
because I'm not of the opinion that that's the case, but again, I don't really know Israeli history. Maybe I'm just wrong. So I'd like to know what that.
Yeah, okay, well, yeah, I think there'd be less. But also, listen, I appreciate it. Okay, we've chatted. I love you very much. Thank you for your attention. Be careful. Stay safe, okay?
Keep up the good stuff.
Thanks, buddy. Okay, sorry. Okay. PK, you had a question real quick. Go.
I have a few, but yeah, we'll start with...
Okay, go on.
So the first one was said that if both sides in prior to 48, both sides were Jews, you think that the Arab Jews would have fought against the European?
That'd be my guess, yeah.
Yeah, but you do know that prior to the first Aliyah, there was at least 10,000, maybe even more Jews living in Palestine, and that more Jews came, Mizrahi Jews who are kind of Arab Jews, came into Palestine prior to 48. And as far as I'm aware, not a single one of them fought with the Arab forces.
Prior to 48, there was lots of fighting between Arabs and Jews.
No, but not between Jews and Jews.
Oh, not between Jews and Jews?
Which is my point, that if in 48 it was Jews versus Jews on both sides, I don't think it would have been fighting like...
I don't know if there was fighting between the Jewish population, like you said, was small. I don't know where most of them lived. I'd have to look it up. But I mean, like the Arab population was much larger, and I'm sure that at that point they probably would have just fallen on religious lines. I just think that initially, if it would have been all Jews living there, and then Jews would have come from Europe, I think that people would have fought them on Europe invasion lines rather than on religious lines, because they'd be the same religion, right?
But we don't even see that kind of fighting even between Mizrahi and Ashkenaz.
Is that true? Don't Sephardic Jews and Ashkenazi Jews, don't they have kind of a semi-contentious history in Israel with like racism and not like terrorist attacks in terms of...
I know that at least two of the people who signed the Israel Declaration of Independence were Yemeni Jews.
There was racism, but racism is not the same as fighting.
Yeah, I agree, but I mean, like, I don't know if you're going to be fighting as much when you're also fighting like another foreign enemy. Like right now, obviously, there's a foreign enemy to fight, which would be the Arab or the extremist radical Islamic Muslim. But like, if there were none of those people, and it was just like it wouldn't surprise me if there were huge sectarian violent lines along Sephardic Jews and Ashkenazi Jews if there weren't like Arabs in the surrounding area to fight against. It wouldn't surprise me if there'd be huge disagreements between those people.
You might be right. I'm not really like too hung up on that. I just wanted to bring it up just because I think.
Okay.
Anyway, I have another. You kind of bring this up a few times. I'm not sure how you feel about this, but you think like in 48 that the Arabs were morally right to fight.
I feel like they probably were, yeah.
Yeah, and the Jews were also morally right to fight, or in that
I feel like they
not?
probably were, yeah. My conviction on both of those statements is pretty low, but I feel like they probably were. I could be argued out of either one, but I feel like everybody had good reasons to do what they did, yeah.
Yeah. There's one kind of thing that I think is brought up a lot. I don't think you bring it up, but like there's always this argument between like one side is natives and one side is European invaders. I think what a lot of people don't realize is that during the 1800s, population on both sides was a lot smaller, and it grew due to economic migrants from Europe and then from Egypt, from Syria, from Lebanon. Like there was a lot of economic migration from Jews and Arabs at the same time into the area. That it wasn't really natives versus non-natives. It was actually a lot of economic migrants on both sides.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, especially as the Jews settled the land and it became more economically prosperous, more people started to move in, and as they saw more Jews moving in, more Arabs started to move in because they started to feel threatened and they wanted more people there to. Yeah. So I mean, like, yeah, it's
That was part of that too. Yeah.
Sure.
Another interesting point, just as far as this is more moving to like 67 onwards, like Oslo and all that. As a weird, I find it very weird, but like there's always this kind of impetus on the Israelis to make a lot of concessions to the Arabs, which I just find extremely counterintuitive, because like the Arabs are the ones with almost everything to lose. Like the longer the war goes on, the more settlers, the more territory they're losing. It seems to be up to the Israelis to make massive concessions every time.
I think because historically, I think Israel has had to pay a price for peace. Like it happened with Israel. Or not Israel, I'm sorry, it happened with Egypt. There was a huge
price. I agree that a price would have to be paid. I find it very weird how adamant like Arafat and that are always on dictating massive amounts of terms when they are clearly on the losing side.
I think the issue is that one is they don't feel like they'll always be on the losing side because international pressure has kind of swung the other way as Israel has made peace with their neighbors. And then two, Arafat, the Palestinians are basically always one generation behind on peace deals. And that's just something that has to change from the Palestinian side. Yeah.
There is something interesting. I don't know if you read it, but in I think 1 or 2 years after Taba summit, one Haaretz interviewer interviewed Arafat and was talking to him about like the terms discussed at Taba, and they said like, if this was offered now, would you accept it? And he said yes.
Yeah, but even if he said yes there, he may or may not have. Arafat was a fucking loser, and he was.
He was a bullshitter.
He was a vague poster, and he lived in the vagueness, and I think he loved it. But yeah, sure, yeah.
Yeah. There is another thing. I know that in Ehud Barak offered East in Camp David in 2000, but I don't actually. I think that is part of what lost him his mandate to govern, and I don't think that Israel is actually ever going to give.
Your mic keeps cutting out. Are you saying Israel isn't ever going to give up East Jerusalem?
Ehud Barak offered East Jerusalem, and essentially it lost him his mandate to govern. Israelis voted him out after that, and I don't think that there is any like ill power inside Israel to give up East.
Maybe there probably is going to have to be some division on like ethnic neighborhoods. Like I don't think Israel can keep all of Jerusalem, or at least
I think like Israel is. I think it's probably the majority opinion in Israel that like they can give up some sovereignty to the Temple Mount, but I don't think like giving up East Jerusalem. I think that as far as Israel is concerned, that's annexed, that's settled. So there's no negotiation.
I mean, like they might feel that way, but I mean, like they're. I mean.
There is consensus about King David city and the Western Wall and the ancient city in the old city, but about the rest, like Shoifat camp, for example, I don't think most Israelis, I think, don't mind to give it up.
I'm more talking about the old city and Jerusalem.
I think this is my feeling. I am a big fan of. I think secret negotiations are better. I think negotiating publicly is stupid because citizens are stupid. I think I could be wrong, but I feel like Israelis might be okay giving up parts of the old city or dividing out ethnic lines if they know there is a huge peace deal in place that everybody's about to move forward with. But if you're doing this as like parts of like interim agreements or parts of negotiations and it leaks, then yeah, it just makes you look horrible, and then people get ass mad over everything.
There is one thing that like if a negotiation ever does happen, and I actually don't think at least for the next 50 years, I'm not even sure it's possible, but if it ever does happen, I think there has to be some sort of like defense pact or NATO agreement or something that if Israel, because what I think is especially Arafat, but a lot of the more religious Palestinians in general, they don't see a 67 state as like a state for Palestinians. They see a 67 state as like mandate to import Iranian weapons and the real fight for the whole of river to the sea. I think what needs to happen is if there is an actual bilateral agreement it needs to be some sort of defense pact where if an attack does happen, like NATO or something steps in. Although now that I think about it, like Ukraine had that same agreement. Just look what it did to them.
Maybe, yeah. Ukraine's a bit different, but yeah, I don't like having a foreign power back this up. I think would be important for sure. But a foreign power needs to be like invested in the outcome and everything too.
This is something I was going to bring up on, but Aiden also mentioned it. But so in the 70s and 80s, there was actually very little terrorism from Gaza, and there was people always bring up like the open air prison of Gaza, and I agree that like currently it definitely resembles an open air prison. It has since at least first Intifada, in some instances first Intifada. But prior to the first Intifada, you actually could drive from Gaza to the West Bank. Like there was essentially an open.
Not a single checkpoint existed back then.
No checkpoints. You could drive directly to the West Bank and back in the same day very easily. There was very little terrorism, very little checkpoints. Like, and I think that everything kind of really changed after the first Intifada because I think there was problems on both sides. I think that Israel cracked down too harsh on the first Intifada because the first Intifada was much less violent than the second Intifada, and I think Israeli response to the first.
It was just less. It was less armed, not less violence. I would argue.
Well, I think those go hand in hand, right? But yes, my dad fought in the first Intifada, and
I did too.
So, so. I think that there is when the Palestinians don't take up arms against Israel, like there is a precedent of open borders, of no blockades. Like blockade has not been in existence.
Yeah, I understand that, but you have to be careful because like no blockade, no whatever. You're just talking about the status quo. Palestinians don't want a status quo; they want like a final settlement.
No, I agree, but that's better than the status quo because the status quo right now is much worse than what the status quo was in.
I'm not 100% sure if.
Oh, it's much worse.
I don't know if that's.
So, like I said, it was an open border. You could drive from Gaza.
Yeah, but you're looking at the status quo in one very narrow thing. The status quo for the past like 25 years. The status quo for the past 30 years has been expansion after expansion of settlements in the West Bank. The status quo has been the annexation of the Golan Heights. The status quo has been the continuous push of Palestinian people out of the old city.
Annexation of the Golan Heights and East Jerusalem happened a long time ago.
When was the Golan Heights formally? When was the Golan Heights formally annexed by Israel?
In 1981. 1981.
Did they formally announce it in 81?
Yeah.
Because I thought they tried. Because I thought after that, prior to the Oslo Accords, wasn't Rabin still pursuing a track with Syria where they were trying to give the Golan Heights back to Syria?
Even Benjamin Netanyahu tried to talk about maybe giving up Golan Heights at some point.
The thing with Gaza and Golan Heights is Gaza and Golan Heights actually don't matter too much to Jews, like religious Jews, because they don't really care about those territories.
Sure. Really I'm just saying that the status quo, maybe in particular, like to living situations in the Gaza Strip might be one thing, and maybe those have gotten worse. But the status quo has been the continual relegation of the Palestinian struggle into nothingness, while Israel continues to just expand and lay stronger claims to their territory.
I agree that, but I think what a lot of people don't realize is that prior to the first Intifada, status quo was like, I think people on both sides really believed that there was a political end. Like there was negotiation and there would be a political end. And then after the first Intifada, it kind of changed where the political solution kind of, people lost hope in it. And you had a kind of revival with Oslo, but obviously Oslo never worked out. And I think now, like by now, the political solution is almost dead. Like
I feel like the hopelessness of the political solution is part of what led to the first Intifada. Not that the first Intifada causes people to lose hope, but that they lost hope and then
I agree. It took too long, and then people lost hope. But I think when we're talking about from '67 onwards, like people did believe that there was a political solution to be found, and then it took so long that people started losing hope on both sides. And then my final point was essentially, I already mentioned it, but yeah, I think one big problem with this whole thing, especially on the Israeli side, is that there is a belief that there is no even the Palestinians like Arafat that agree to like kind of recognize Israel and say they just want a 67 state. Like, there is this belief that they don't really just want to, like, they want the whole land and they will fight for the whole land in perpetuity.
I mean, that might be a belief, but that can't stop people from negotiating forever. Like, there has to be negotiations. There has to be negotiations. And if the Palestinians want to fight forever, then fine, they can fight forever. But they can't do it. Israel. That's not an excuse for Israel to infinitely occupy them and deprive them of rights. That just can't be the case.
Yes, I do agree. I think that like my opinion is that the best case scenario would be some sort of agreement where you give them a state and then say, like, essentially, if you ever attack us, we're going to just take your territory. Like,
well, you can't take territory through war. That's like not an okay thing, I think. But
historically, but that is I think the only solution that is like long term politically viable, where essentially there is like you make it 2 states, but then you make the punishment for breaking the 2 states. I think Israel as well, like the settlers need to also have like. There needs to be severe consequences if settlers break a 2-state agreement too. But I do think that there needs to be like some sort of severe punishment on either side if if a 2-state solution comes to fruition.
Well, yeah, the punishment would just be, it would just move to ordinary international customary human law at that point. Or humanitarian law. It would just whatever. If people go to war, then you go to war and you bomb them. They would just be ordinary relations at that point, which is better than what is right now, which is these really special relations in a occupying power, which is super mega retarded.
Yes, but I don't think you can just bomb them for forever. Like
if they want to go to war forever, you can bomb them forever. But at least you can bomb them as an independent sovereign nation and not as a occupying power.
No, I agree. I agree in that point. But I think like if they just if one side just wants to keep fighting forever, I think. At some point, you have to maybe not take land buffer zones, whatever. But I don't know.
I'm just saying Israel would be in a much stronger moral right to fight back against a sovereign nation attacking them than an occupied peoples. It puts them in a better position. That's why they have to make that move.
My solution, and like my dad is Israeli, and his solution, like you give them a state, and then if they want to fight, you fuck them up.
Sure. Yeah.
Anyway, I did send you an email. I don't know if you got it about. It had like a video in a short 20-minute video about the 40 hours.
Okay, I'll keep my eyes on for it.
Thank you.
Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Okay, Aiden, you're up.
Hey,
and then Dan Borns.
What's up? So basically, I want to basically ask you a question, which will later on, will depend on your answer. Will follow up with some explanation. What do you think was the biggest concession that the Zionist movement ever was willing to make in history?
The biggest concession that what movement?
The Zionist movement.
The biggest concession that the Zionist movement was willing to make in history. Does this include deals that were actually signed or things that could have been signed?
Anything that even theoretically willing.
I think that the agreements at the it was what came at the Taba summit, where I'm not talking
about only the recent one. In history of 120 of modern Zionism.
And since what, the 1880s onwards, what was the biggest concession? Maybe the UN partition plan, the very first one in 47, maybe.
Yeah, so I will argue that even that is not the biggest concession. I think it maybe surprise you, but the mere idea of a nation state, of a Jewish nation state, is the biggest concession that the Zionist movement had to make. Because originally, if you read Theodor Herzl, Ben-Gurion, and Jabotinsky, the biggest founders, they didn't really thought about the idea that that the Jewish national home will be like a nation state with defined borders, and it will have basically a very Jewish strict law. They thought about, a Jewish national home, but kind of like be part of like federation along with the rest of the Arab area, basically. They thought kind of like in modern perspective, it would look like more a binationalism or federation solution. The only reason it was quite, in fact, the idea of a nation state didn't really exist in the Zionist thought until like the 1930s. And what changed was basically the big Arab revolt and the Field Commission in 1937, which basically kind of like forced the Zionist movement to adopt the idea of a nation state with defined borders.
Okay. Interesting. How is that a
Yeah,
concession?
I can even recommend you a book about that. You can read Beyond the Nation State, I think by Dmitry Shmolky, I think his name.
Okay. How would that be a concession though?
Because the concession was basically to change the entire will of the movement, basically from wanting to be part of the entire Arab world, from be part of basically be a big federation, to just limit yourself into a small defined border of a nation state.
Do you think early on, do you think that like, especially like Ben Gurion and Jabotinsky, how do you pronounce his name?
Jabotinsky.
Do you think that those two, I don't know as much about Herzl, do you think that Jabotinsky and Ben Gurion would have fashioned themselves as being members of a larger federation that included other Arab states?
Absolutely.
When do you think their opinions on that changed?
Jabotinsky's opinion never really changed, but Ben Gurion had changed his opinion because of a big Arab revolt in the 1930s.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, Jabotinsky was alive for that, right? He died in 1940.
In 1940, he got heart attack in 1940.
Yeah, so he would have seen the
But
Arab
he
revolts
never,
in 36
he
and
never
39.
really had the influential power to really do anything about it. He was kind of like outlier since the 1920s, basically.
Didn't I can't speak. Okay, so the timelines on my head might be off, but didn't Ben Gurion speak a lot about seeing himself and seeing Israel as like a separate Western nation compared to a lot of the Arab states in the area? Did these ideas form after the 40s, or yeah, go ahead.
He saw himself basically as Israel will bring the Western civilization idea into the East, but he still saw the East, basically referring to the Arab world, basically will be connected together with the Jewish state, will be giving benefit to the Arabs, and the Arabs will welcome the Jews basically with open arms because they will rationally see the benefits of Jewish state basically. This is what was his dream basically.
Gotcha. And you think a lot of this information is in the you said Beyond a Nation State? Wait, I wrote this down somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh, Beyond
I think
the Nation
mostly,
State.
yeah.
How many pages is this book?
Yeah. I don't remember exactly. I think somewhere, like, does it say that?
I'm sorry, how long did it take you to read? Let me say that instead.
I read it in Hebrew, and I think like it took me like a day because I read in Shabbat when I don't have anything else to do, so I read books very quickly.
Okay,
but it was like 200, 300 pages, I guess.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'll add it to my list. Maybe I'll check out some paragraphs or something. Sure.
Yeah, I think it's very important to know because the idea of basically we tend to look at the conflict and how to solve it, at least the history of the conflict, that kind of like modern perspective of like, since 1880, was it a good idea to have a Jewish state or Palestinian state? But we need to remember that those concepts didn't really exist in their minds of all people. Like, even in the 1970, when people talk in the 1970, when Israel occupied the West Bank, what exactly to do with the West Bank? People think today, just establish a Palestinian state. But the idea of a Palestinian state, like although Palestinian nationalism exists, but the idea of a Palestinian state in the West Bank was still something what was outlier in the idea. Most people thought that the solution would be federation with Jordan. That would basically share the West Bank between Israel and Jordan. This was the Elon plan. If you want to know about, do you know about the Elon plan?
ALLON, right?
Yeah,
yes.
Elon plan.
Yeah. And even for a long time, up through, I think even through the Oslo Accords, I think Rabin still had this hope that like the West Bank would kind of be shared with Jordan, or that there was like a Jordanian, Palestinian, Israeli solution to those problems. Yeah.
Yeah, do you think it would be better if the Oslo Accord was with Jordan instead of with the PLO?
I feel like the Oslo Accord was bad for a lot of reasons. I think my two biggest problems with the Oslo Accords is that one, I don't think Arafat went there negotiating on behalf of the Palestinian people. It feels like he went there to save himself politically, so it already kind of fucks things up. And then two,
Yeah, after Iraq.
Yeah, yes, yeah, especially. And then two, I feel like the only reason the Oslo Accords were successful is because they didn't really tackle anything challenging ever. Like, they didn't settle any of the questions about refugees. They didn't settle any questions about any of the holy landmarks. They didn't settle any questions about even making a Palestinian state. It just did like the easiest things ever. And then people were like, oh, the Oslo Accords. And then obviously nothing really got settled from them. So when Camp David came about, nobody even had any idea of what like a final arrangement would look like. So I think the Oslo Accords were pretty fucked from the start.
I mean, yeah, you need to remember it wasn't really Rabin who really wanted the Oslo Accord. It was more like Shimon Peres who wanted.
Well, yeah, because Rabin was even more trying to get. I think he came on board or after a while, right? But he really wanted peace with, I think, Syria first, right? Wasn't that his goal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He basically ran on a political campaign of getting a peace agreement with basically anyone in the first 9 months of his election. So he first tried Syria, it didn't work, so he go with Shimon Peres and try the Oslo Accord.
Yeah. Okay. Well, anything else?
I would like to argue, like, do you think? I remember when you did the debate with History Speak, I think his name, about the Six-Day War. Like the argument that at least he made, like, because my grandfather was fought there in Jerusalem, and because it's quite very close history, it's kind of like he made basically big misconception that I hear many of not just the anti-Zionists, but also generally made about the Six-Day War. Like, he made the argument that, like, Abba Evan, the Israeli ambassador in the UN, he claimed that, that he said that Egypt wasn't intended to attack, right?
Yeah, what about it?
So I actually read the diary of Abba Evan, and it's true. He did say that he doesn't think that Egypt was willing to attack. But the problem is that it was in the first week after Egypt was mobilized. So many Israeli officials thought at the first, it's just stunt move by Nasser, it isn't serious move, it wasn't just him. But it's all changed drastically after he closed the Strait of Iran. And after he closed the Strait of Iran and kicked the UN, and we did pretty much a lot of provocation, he changed his mind completely and said, we can keep like that. So I think it's very big misconception, but we don't understand the timeline of events of how Israel political and military process change throughout time.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. There's a lot of misconceptions that get pushed based on timelines, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah, I would like So what do you think about the debate with Norman Finkelstein is going to happen? I'm not sure how exactly to decide what to do with Norman Finkelstein.
There was a debate of his that I went through that's about 2 hours long a few weeks ago, or maybe a couple months ago at this point, and I just wrote down a lot of the points that he made there, and I'm probably just going to go through and research and try to get all of his recent points. He also has this argument that he made 3 weeks ago with Moon Rabbani, which I think might be his debate partner, and this will probably be a perfect guideline for the things he'll bring up. This might just be me being very arrogant, and I hope it's not, but based on the bit I've read of Finkelstein, the bit of research I've done on his annotations, and then watching himself conduct himself in debates, Finkelstein to me comes off very much as kind of like a pop historian. I don't regard him.
Historian.
He's what?
He's not historian.
Yeah, that's what I mean when I say like pop historian. Like, he's very much like a tertiary source. I don't think he speaks either languages, Arabic or Hebrew.
He doesn't. I mean,
which is surprising for like a noted historian.
It's very ironic. Like, if you're going to by academic degree, the current leader of the Israeli far right, the Kahanists. Do you know the Kahanists, the far right radicals, right?
Say that again. The what?
Kahanism.
Kahanism.
Kahana, like the radical far right in Israel.
Okay, I've probably read the term, but the pronunciation. But okay,
the one who want to kick all the Arabs and all that. It's basically like the current leader is Michael Ben Ari, who is actually legit historian. I mean, at least by degree.
Okay.
And he actually speak Arabic. So by that logic, he's more authoritarian to speak about the subject than Norman Finkelstein.
Okay, gotcha. What about him?
So, like I actually wrote a little thread in Twitter debunking basically the Holocaust industry. Like I exposed some lies that Norman Finkelstein did in his book, The Holocaust Industry.
Okay. Yeah, I know he's got that book where he says that Jews overplay the Holocaust card or whatever, basically, yeah, but...
Yeah, he know it because he himself doing it.
Because you yourself are doing it? Is that what you said?
No, he doing it.
Oh, maybe, yeah, because he brings... As much as he makes fun of other Jews for doing it, I feel like in almost every single debate, long-form debate I've seen him do it, he always brings up that he had family in, like, the Polish Warsaw, whatever the fuck, or concentration... I feel like he always brings up that he had family in the concentration camps, yeah. But, yeah.
Of course, he ignore the fact that, after the war, like, they did a poll among the survivors, and 90% of them said they want to go to Palestine.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Anything else?
What do you expect exactly from the debate with Norman Finkelstein?
I just want to have a really, really, really good command of all the facts, of all the international law. I want to understand the context surrounding all of the big points that get brought up a lot. So a lot about Resolution 242, a lot about the Oslo Accords, Camp David, Clinton parameters, and the Tava Summit, and then a lot about I think these are the big. And then I'll go through his talking points and see what he talks about. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be more than glad to maybe help you, or at least offer my perspective. I wrote several articles about the history of the conflict.
Hopefully in about a week, I'm caught up on all the current history, so I need to go through all the Gazan wars. I'm going to be doing that over the next few days.
Yeah,
no,
I can help you with that. Yeah, no problem.
Sure. Well, I mean, listen, if you think I'm wrong on anything, or if you think I'm missing anything, you can always chime in and say it. But otherwise, yeah, I'll just be going through.
Yeah, I'm just not sure how to keep up with, how to stay in touch, because I know that you're a pretty big person which is kind of hard to get, because naturally you're busy with a lot of things. So how exactly can we stay in touch?
Well, listen, I'll throw you a friend request on Discord. There you go. Message me there.
Let's see. Awesome.
Okay.
So yeah, any question, you're always welcome. I will give you my perspective. I can help you translate Hebrew sources to get more perspective, even.
Okay, cool. Anything else?
Yeah,
is there anything else you've heard me say or go over this that you feel like my conception is very off about it?
Like, I think the settlement, you need to understand that in the first decade after the 67, Israel policy toward the settlements was basically limited to build it either in previous places that Jews already lived, like Hebron and Gush Etzion, the places that were destroyed before 1948.
Yeah.
Or strategically military imported, like the Jordan Valley, because from there happened all the infiltration. It was only in the mid-80s, after the change of government, that we start to expand it toward more territories. But even then, it was kind of delayed. And the main growth was since the 1980s, the number of settlements didn't really grow in numbers or in territory. It was more about the population concentration. Basically, it was more population growth, more than area growth.
Okay.
Yeah, I know the outpost. Yeah, I know the outposts are a big problem. I'm personally against the outpost policy, but the outposts are less than 5% than the total settlements in the West Bank.
Okay, you say that now, but would Israelis accept that if it meant dismantling all of the outposts?
I know that after Ariel Sharon did the disengagement from Gaza, he had actually planned to uproot all the outposts.
Yeah, I know that was floated initially, but even uprooting the Gaza ones for a bit, I think was kind of unpopular, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, you said, I think
it was unpopular in his party, but it was quite popular in the general population. I know there was poll that back then that 60% of the Jewish population supported it.
Sure, but also I think that was part of it because didn't he also want international concessions from, was it the United States, basically, that by disengaging with Gaza, he gets a wink to kind of continue moving into the West Bank? That as long as he disengages from one area, nobody criticizes the expansion of the West Bank, he kind of gets a free pass to do that?
No, basically his policy was he didn't believe that the negotiation was going anywhere. So he basically tried to make a move that will freeze them just to see how it will factually go on the ground, how things will go naturally, to say. So he tried to pull out from Gaza first, then from northern Samaria, like the north of the West Bank, he uprooted several settlements there, and then planned to go further to the outpost to see how some kind of like semi-Palestinian state would work, and then maybe go negotiation for permanent solution. But it didn't really follow. He got a stroke. He was replaced by Ehud Olmert, which Ehud Olmert do the negotiation with, Abu Mazen in 2008, and you know how it goes.
Sure. I don't know as much about past 2006, although I know the Abbas negotiations, I think, went basically nowhere, right?
Yeah, basically it didn't give any answer. It was like 30, they made 30 times, they offer many different offer until the final offer about in 2008. He just didn't respond. He didn't give any counter offer.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Any other points?
Yeah, I think Norman Finkelstein, if you go, he will probably go into the Palestinians. I think he will go into all the Palestinians would basically have all the reason to hate the Israelis, and like it's kind of like odd. I will argue it's kind of like odd rotic how it goes. They basically try either to connect it how Israelis are collectively blamed, basically to be hated, or how basically the way any base possible rotic or give any responsibility to the Palestinian side, any dignity to them. It's some kind for him is some kind of like Nazi rotic. Like I'm not kidding. Like.
You're saying that, I'm sorry, just resetting so I can understand. You're saying that you're saying that people like him reject giving any responsibility or autonomy to the Palestinians, they just give them reasons to hate.
Any dignity and responsibility to their action.
Any dignity or responsibility for their actions? As in, like, he's just making excuses and treating them like children, or am I misunderstanding you?
Yeah, kind of like children, yeah.
Sure, okay.
Like, when asking why other Arab countries don't want to take Palestinian refugees, for example, not what I think it's viable. He automatically responds, oh, it's a Nazi rotic but it was a rotic that Hitler used to justify his genocide against the Jews. He never really tackled the question. He just, used some kind of like some kind of a manipulative talk, basically.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. That the Palestinian situation and how the Palestinian refugee situation and how those are treated is probably going to be a point that comes up a lot that I want to discuss. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think about the right of return? What do you think about the right of return, basically?
I think right of return can be as much as they want it to be once a two-state solution is negotiated, but the right of return can't be back to your individual house. The right of return can be back to the new country of Palestine, and then they can take as many as they want. But the idea that people have a right of return to go back to the original neighborhood or house that they were in before, and therefore like Israel has to be compelled to accept, millions of Palestinian refugees, I think is really silly. Yeah.
Do you think it's comparable to like the Germans after World War II were expelled?
Is it comparable?
Comparable.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. In English, that's we say comparable. But
yeah, sorry, my thick accent sometimes.
Yeah, you're fine. Comparable. Is it? No, I don't know enough about the German stuff, but my guess is going to be it's probably not the same because for the Palestinian stuff, like every single descendant of a Palestinian has been kept as a refugee as hard as possible, and I don't think.
Yeah, but if you go back to 1948, when there was still millions of German refugees and 100,000 of Palestinian refugees, should the solution back then to be the same for both, to basically just to resettle them?
Just to what them?
To resettle them.
Are you saying should they resettle them now, or should they resettle them in 48, or what are you asking precisely?
Like back in 1948, like
yes.
I basically asking was it a mistake the entire concept of how Palestinian refugee was made?
I think that you probably could have kept them as refugees, I don't know, maybe for a little bit, like a decade or something. But I think that the Palestinian refugee situation has been artificially inflated like crazy because of the UN not having a mandate to resettling them, and because of the Arab League resolution that said that none of the surrounding Arab states were allowed to give passports or citizenship to Palestinians. I think those two things were big mistakes. If they didn't want to resettle immediately after being expelled from their homeland, I think that's fair. Nobody would necessarily want to be. But when you've got generations and generations of Palestinian refugees and that number keeps growing because the UN doesn't resettle them and no Arab state will take them, I think that's really bad.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that was the case for German citizens, but yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I know there was like a movement after World War II of Germans, I don't remember its name, but also kind of like called for the right of return for the ethnic German, back to the Sudetenland or something like that. And yeah, basically the response was immediately no by all the Allied powers, and this is why it was basically gone to the breath.
Okay.
And do you think that in 1948 Israel had a policy of expelling the Palestinians?
Like an organized top-down policy? No, absolutely not.
Like, what do you think about people citing Ilan Pappé and all of that?
Ilan Pappé might be better than Finkelstein, but I'm pretty sure at this point I think his historical scholarship is questionable at best. The misquotation.
I know that he once tried to defend a kind of like a religious Muslim scholar who claimed that Jews do ritual murder for matzah for Passover.
Wait, I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Like there was a Muslim scholar, a religious figure, who argue that Jews do ritual murder, the blood libels from medieval times of killing children for the blood for Passover.
Ilan Pappé tried to argue that Jews were killing Palestinian children.
No, he tried to defend him. He tried to argue, it's just a metaphor, basically.
Oh, yeah, I don't know enough about that. I'm not sure, so yeah.
Yeah, I can give you the story. Maybe I will link you in the DM of Discord.
Okay.
Yeah, and basically, Ilan Pappé itself admit that he is not an historian. Like he doesn't believe in objective historical fact. He only believes in narrative.
Interesting. All right, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he kind of like declare he doesn't believe that even historical fact is even a thing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. His historical epistemology or whatever, but.
I mean, it's quite interesting to be honest. Like, it seems to be more popular, at least among streamers on the left-leaning side, which I assume you are defining yourself quite left-leaning, to be more, to just adopt automatically the anti-Zionist pro-Palestinian side, unquestionably.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take your word for it. I can't contest or agree. I just don't know anything about him, so okay.
Like, what do you think? Why do you feel like it's tend to be tendency among the more left-leaning activists or political figures on online?
That they tend to turn the Palestinian narrative into like
they tend to adopt the Palestinian narrative more openly than.
Yeah, because I think, but it's because a lot of those leftists just see the world as like through like this kind of weird oppressee lens, and the oppressor is always the West and never anybody else. Like I think Hassan was on stream yesterday saying that he wishes China would practice imperialism more because he would support their imperialism and not U.S. imperialism. So yeah, it's not a topic that is like has a lot of serious engagement. It's just kind of stupid. So it's just like you have to rhetorically navigate it because there's not really like many intellectual arguments there. But yeah.
Yeah, Hassan Pahiker, yeah, the guy. Yeah, I mean, you can be a neo-Nazi as long as you're brown, basically.
Basically, yeah. Unironically, yeah. Okay. Anything else? I gotta talk to this Dan Borns guy, and I got other shit I have to do. So, you can also you can send me DMs too, though. I sent you a friend request. So.
Sure, I will DM you on Discord.
Okay.
So yeah, it was very nice talk. Hopefully we'll do it. Maybe we should do more organized discussion sometime.
Sure. After I do my contemporary research. All right. I love you. Be careful.
Yeah. Bye. Have a nice day.
You too. Dan Borns. What's up?
What's up?
Oh,
Thanks
Jesus.
for having me.
Who are you again? Okay. Give me background. Go.
Yeah. President's cousin. I'm trying to set up a conversation between you guys.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And yeah. Update on that. I called his office. They seem pretty interested. they said they'll reach out to you. I'm gonna push them though, because I think it'll be a really interesting conversation. So I'll keep you updated on how that goes.
Okay.
As well as my uncle who seems interested in talking to you as well. But yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I wanted to talk about the fact that how my views of the settlements have changed. I used to be really, really, I would say, probably the most left-wing person in my family. In regards to the settlements, I think like when the war broke out, I blamed the settlers and the fact that we've been extending the settlements and all of that as part of the reason why this war is happening in the first place. So as well as Netanyahu, but now I see them as a sort of necessity for our security. I don't know. Have you ever looked at the topographical map of the West Bank?
Yeah, but
yeah,
it's
so
does it matter now?
What do you mean?
Like, what security? What are we worried about from the West Bank? I guess.
Well, the fact, for one thing, the airport is like less than 10 kilometers from the border of the West Bank. And essentially, all of the Tel Aviv industrial area, all of the military apparatuses that are basically the West Bank overlooks.
Yeah,
from the
I'm
high
aware. I
ground.
understand, but
Yeah.
I'm saying, like, do we think that like are Palestinians going to bring in artillery and start shelling Tel Aviv?
Yeah, that's exactly what I think.
Okay, I don't think that would happen, especially being between
What?
Israel and Jordan, because I just think that's a horrible idea for literally every single party involved. I feel like that would be just beyond stupid, right?
I mean, obviously it would be horrible, but why wouldn't they do it?
It seems like the West Bank Palestinians aren't quite as crazy. They don't have like, at least it doesn't seem like that Islamic shit has taken hold in the West Bank, and I feel like given a state,
Really?
has it?
I definitely. I mean, didn't you look at at some polls a few, I don't know, a few weeks ago about how 70% of West Bank Palestinians support Hamas?
Yeah, support the actions taken by Hamas. Yeah, but I don't think that that like the Islamic radicalization, I don't think has happened among the West Bank Palestinians as it has like the Gaza Strip ones. I think a lot of them still support like terrorist attacks against Israel or fighting against Israel, sure, but I think that comes from a different place than just Islamic extremism.
But I just don't see how. I mean, how did you get to that conclusion? Why do you think that?
Why do I think that they wouldn't start shelling?
That they're not as well, for one, yeah, but also that they're not as radicalized as the people in Gaza. I would say actually the opposite in many cases. I think there's many people in Gaza right now who are especially under Hamas control, who are afraid to speak out against Hamas because they actually bear the physical consequences of their actions, while the people in the West Bank don't. And I think that, yeah, you're going to see more of a vocal voice of radicalism from Gaza. But I think the people in the West Bank are potentially more radical.
I mean, I guess I would look for like, I don't see like the huge wide scale like terrorist attacks or anything that I would expect to see from them if that was the case, no?
I mean, first of all, I mean, there's Hamas strongholds already right now in the West Bank. I mean, I've got people at work who are in reserves who are in Jenin right now. There's a whole campaign going on in the West Bank. And obviously the only reason it hasn't grown as much as in Gaza is because we have the settlements which allow us to basically kind of go in and go out surgically whenever we want. It gives us
Yeah, but I mean, if you penned any deal with the Palestinians in the West Bank, I'm sure there would be like a security agreement with this as well, right? That you can't be moving in artillery or massive ground stuff for some number of years or decades or whatever, right?
I mean, what stops them from smuggling it in?
Okay, let's say that I grant all of this. Okay, let's say that it is possible that there could be extremist things happening in the West Bank. Let's say that we just move past it and grant all of it. I still don't think it changes the idea that they should probably have a state there. Because what is the alternative? Infinite occupation?
I think they should have a state. No. So I do think they should have a state there, and what I believe is necessary is more land swaps. And I think Israel should make concessions, both in the south and maybe some of them in the south of Gaza to extend it a little bit, as well as maybe we would have to give up access to the Dead Sea completely, and maybe that could be a land swap agreement that people in Israel don't like because people
Well,
fucking love
so
the Dead
I mean, a
Sea
couple
here. It's a
things.
huge
Yeah. So
tourist
one,
and-
wait. Well, the Dead Sea is also, I think,
Yeah.
a pretty mineral-rich place that gets mined, right? Doesn't Israel have like economic agreements penned with Jordan? I think for harvesting resources and stuff out of the Dead Sea. I don't know how important that is to Israel's economy.
I'm not sure. I don't know how. I think what Israel cares about the most is really the oil fields in the Mediterranean, in terms of mining and mining resources, or extracting resources. But I'm not sure. I'm not as well versed as on the economic weight and benefit of of the mining that happens in the Dead
Sure.
Sea.
Maybe there are some land swaps that can happen closer to Tel Aviv that would make Israel feel better. But I mean, yeah, like you said, they'd have to trade in the Negev
Yeah.
for it. I don't think.
Yeah.
I mean, like if they can negotiate it, that's fine. I don't know what a final settlement would look like in terms of like two
Yeah.
states. There needs to be like direction in that. There needs to be a push in that direction, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. I definitely think there needs to be a Palestinian state. Yeah. I just think that right now the settlements are sort of like and again, I don't agree with the settlers. I think they're batshit crazy, and a lot of them are. And there's a lot of settlements that I don't really see the military or strategic benefit of, except for maybe just sort of political appeasement or political pandering of some sort. I'm not exactly sure. But I think the danger, especially after what happened on October 7th, if the Palestinians had a state in the West Bank, let's say 67 borders, and I see in the maybe near future I see like October 7th happening, but 10 times worse. And that scares me, especially because I live so close by. And so maybe I'm speaking more from an emotional place of fear because I don't want to die. But I think that they could definitely, if they had sovereignty over that land, they could, even if it's not them, they could have paramilitary groups. They could come up with all sorts of bullshit to say, oh, it's not us, we're taking care of it, blah, blah, blah. But then essentially what you could have is them setting up artillery shells on the mountaintops, and they could, without rockets, without any sorts of long or short range projectiles, they could just shoot down any plane that lands at the airport. They have full view of the airport runway from the West Bank. It is super easy and within sights, which is why I am really against them or at least now I'm open for you
I
to
understand that
persuade me
there's.
otherwise.
I think that right now you're seeing like what you think is the worst case scenario. That's like the 10th on the list of worst case. There are way, way, way worse things that could happen. I think that the absolute worst case scenario for Israel would be if, through the continued occupation of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, through the lack of a diplomatic settlement reaching any sort of finality, that surrounding Arab states, because the populations become so incensed and upset at the things going on, that another terrorist attack happens in Israel, that's a big one, that Israel no longer has the support of any Western nations because we're democracies and we can't support Israel if it looks like you guys are just fucking destroying Palestinians all day. It's not electorally popular. Biden's already expressed frustration in it. So it would be Israel losing all support from the West. It would be Israel losing all of the bilateral peace that they've managed to eke out with surrounding Arab states because of the continued occupation. And then it would be Israel standing alone, again, against a sea of Arab states that really don't enjoy what they're doing, and then everything just is completely fucked. That's the worst case scenario, and that's one path that that's one path that the status quo could send Israel down. So I think there has to be not this obsession with like, oh my God, what if Palestinians in the West Bank start shooting missiles at planes? Which, I mean, theoretically, Syria can already do this.
Yeah.
Missiles, rockets, whatever the
Not
fuck, it
even
doesn't matter.
missiles.
I'm just saying that right now the status quo is untenable, and there can't be constant excuses made that I'm scared that people in the West Bank are going to start lobbing rockets at Tel Aviv. That just can't be the case. Israel survived without having any of the West Bank from 48 to 67. It can survive with a Palestinian state there. There's a billion ways to have intelligence on things. Israel's literally flying planes to fucking Iraq and Syria and everything to bomb nuclear reactors and shit. I think they can probably manage security in the West Bank. I think it would make everything better, and it would give Israel more international rights and more international recognition that they're in the right to do things. But if Israel loses international support, Israel's fucked. And that's what the status quo is sending Israel down. And they can't use the short-term security arrangements as a rationale for internationally fucking themselves over, because it's going to come back to bite them in the ass in the worst way possible. Like this current war that I think Israel's already justified in going on, this current war has already done that to some extent. A lot of the international legitimacy of Israel is hurting right now, right? The ICJ agreed to hear a case relating to fucking genocide, right? And if that case doesn't go really well, or if some shit starts happening, Israel is fucking itself over hardcore, right? If Biden loses the election and you get a more right-wing president, or if the U.S. Tolerance for these types of foreign affairs just continues to decrease because it's so unpopular, Israel's just in a really fucked spot. There just can't be the stream of excuses. Like, I understand there's like some scary things, but I mean, like, that can't be, right? It just can't be. Yeah, the current arrangement is just not working.
I get what you're saying, and honestly, you've managed to sway me a little bit just from that. I understand. And I guess the land. I don't know. You've given me something to think about for sure. But. So are you saying essentially that if we don't I don't know. You got me stumped there. I think you've got a really good point there.
I think it was with I think in the 70s with Menachem. Wait, where do you live? Are you in the U.S.?
I'm in Yehud. I'm Israeli. I'm not American.
Oh, okay. Your accent is very slight, or you don't even have one. I don't know. Okay, I wasn't sure.
I didn't grow up in Israel.
Sure. Have you heard of?
I live here now.
Have you heard of the saying like capsule theory or whatever?
No.
That basically, I think really starting with Begin, Israel's goal was we never have to negotiate with the Palestinians. We're just going to negotiate with all the surrounding states. And by doing that, we alleviate leverage that the Palestinians have against us because we've taken away basically support for them. So Egypt was a really big deal because Egypt hosted Fedayeen attacks and sponsored Palestinian terrorism against Israel for a long time. It finally happened with Jordan from 91 to 94. They tried it with Syria. It didn't really work. They got strong support in the West, and now we've got like the Abraham Accords. But like Israel has done everything it can to avoid negotiating directly with the Palestinians. And at some point, I think the problem is, here's what is actually happening, in my opinion, okay? Here's what's actually happened in the mind of the Jerusalem Israeli citizen is the Jerusalemites in Israel have convinced themselves that they can reach a final agreement with the Palestinians without giving up almost anything. And until that mindset changes, Israel is on a crash course with destruction. But I truly do believe that that's where the average mind is right now of the super pro-Zionists, like the far right, the average Likud voter, or the average like settlement, believer in Israel, and that has to change. Yeah.
No. Yeah. I completely understand that. And I do think there obviously needs to be concessions, especially land concessions. It's just, I think, I wonder how you're gonna convey, because for that to happen, you're gonna have to have sort of a political consensus from the Israeli public to allow that to happen.
No, I disagree. And I think it feels that way sometimes, but I think what you really need is, I think you need a really strong revolutionary leader in Israel that's willing to take up the mantle of that and to make big sacrifices to do it. And it's hard, and there are political things that you pay for that sometimes. But I mean, like, if Begin and Rabin could do it, there has to be some Israeli leader that's like, fuck it, I am going to make this my mission. I am going to embark on this and figure out like how to solve these issues, even if it's not politically popular right now. Because a lot of things won't be politically popular immediately. But I mean, sure, if a deal is actually penned out, I think the public opinion can change. You just need a leader to do it. And Netanyahu is not that leader because he likes the status quo and he wants to expand settlements and he sees a greater Israel. Yeah. So, but yeah, I don't know who that comes from, how that happens, but
so okay, so you think that but yeah, I don't know. It's like I understand what you mean, that something has to happen and we have to give up a lot, but it's just like those high grounds. Yeah, I guess I'm coming from an emotional place and I need to figure my shit out.
When you talk about high grounds, I think most of the deals have been talked about. I think Israel generally wants to keep like the clusters of settlement near like the Green Line, which probably covers a fair bit of that high ground area that you're talking about. But
Yeah.
again, and I know it sounds dismissive, right now the problem with the expansions and the settlements and
No, it
everything,
doesn't.
I don't think that these are security concerns at this point. I think they're territorial concerns. I think that Israel has plenty capability to keep those areas secure. I don't see Palestinians moving equipment
Okay.
and go ahead.
Okay, but what happens if, you have a Palestinian state and you have some sort of agreement and, they have this sovereignty, there's borders, and, they slowly over time, they militarize because they're a country and they want to defend themselves, right?
Well,
Because
I mean,
every
you would
country
have it
has
so
the
that
right to defend
they
themselves.
can't militarize, right? That would be part of whatever agreement you would.
Well, yeah,
right now, right?
yeah, if they would agree to it.
I
Which
think if
don't
they
see
got a
happening.
state and they got sovereignty and everything, I think for at least a while they would agree to it. And then also true, I mean, like the West Bank, I could be wrong, but the West Bank doesn't.
first,
there's
yeah.
no borders with Syria, right? Am I crazy?
Don't think so.
Google Maps.
The West
Like
Bank?
the West Bank, it's the West Bank of the River Jordan. So I mean, like Jordan doesn't want terrorism or crazy shit going into the West Bank. Israel obviously doesn't. So I mean, this stuff would have to be smuggled in like crazy or flown in. Like I think that the security of the West Bank can be managed. I just don't think that's the chief concern. I don't believe that.
Okay. I mean, I see your point. I see what you mean. I still have to think about it for myself because,
Sure.
I'm someone, if I receive new information, I'm going to change my perspective on it.
Mhm.
And when my dad kind of pointed out to me when we were driving one day, look at those hills, look at the airport. They're right. You can see them within plain view. It's, it shook me a little bit.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I understand that for sure. But like,
yeah.
think about it this way, okay? October 7th was really bad, right?
Mhm.
Like, it doesn't get
Yeah.
much worse than that in terms of an attack. But
I
even
think it can.
well,
I don't
hold
know.
on, no, stop, forget it. I'm not trying to say it can't be. I'm just saying that like that's it. Like it's clearly a bad
Sure.
thing. That's hard to defend that, right? A rational person is hard to defend that, right?
Yeah.
Despite that,
Mhm.
internationally, do you think that Israel's image has improved or has decayed on the world stage?
No, of course not. I think it's the worst it's ever been.
Yeah, exactly. So if an attack that was so obviously horrible has happened to Israel, and then Israel's responded to that attack in a way that I think is justifiable internationally, and the image of Israel has decayed so much despite that, why would that give you confidence for future Israeli military response to Palestinian extremism, right? Like what happens the next time October 7th happens if the international response has been like this so far? Like it might be even worse.
I mean, right, so but we can't decide our military actions depending on what we think the world will think of us.
You not only
You
can
know,
you,
it's
but
like that-
Israel
can't-
absolutely has historically. Of course you do. This has been the problem with your country being ran by the IDF. Is Israel used to engage in diplomacy? It was a really important part of the two-pronged strategy. Ben-Gurion knew how important it was to secure concessions from the United States, and that's why he obsessed over getting a Western ally. That's the whole reason why that Suez War happened. It's because Ben-Gurion saw himself as able to align himself with France and Britain to do a military op, and then later on he switched to the Americans because he was obsessed with securing that alliance. Diplomacy has been a really important part of Israel securing itself, and ironically, it's been the part that the Palestinians have failed the most at. Arabs suck at diplomacy until Sadat. But I think diplomacy is it can't just be a military response. Diplomacy is the only way that Israel's actually gotten secured peace after showing military strength. It has to be a part of it, I think. It has to be.
Right, of course. I agree. I'm not saying that there can't be a Palestinian state in the West Bank. And I do think the settlement expansion needs to stop.
Mhm.
But I think that, I used to think that after the 67 war or the 73 war, whichever one it was, when the settlements really grew because, the Arab world time and time again went to war, declared war in Israel. And, then suddenly the religious right-wingers were like, ooh, maybe God's on our side because we keep winning all these wars. Look, we got Sinai, we got Golan Heights. And I was like, man, that's so dumb. I can't believe the government let them set up those settlements. And, well, now I see why they did it. It's because there's historically been precedent of them just attacking us from there.
Mhm.
But, so you think that if they militarize, they can. I don't think, like, if there was a Palestinian state,
Mm-hmm.
I think it could just flip on a dime. Like if there was an agreement or of some kind, I don't know how. Just because there's still this kind of idea from most pro-Palestinians that, you hear them on the streets. We don't want no two states. We want all of it.
I think
And
I agree with
think
you
that's
that it's scary that could happen. But there's a couple things. One is Israel would have so much more legitimacy to fight back because now you're being attacked by a sovereign nation that has control over its shit. There's like no excuse. Israel would have so much more international.
think.
Absolutely, I know they would. Even though there'd still be all the lefties and everything crying on Twitter, the international leaders would be far more willing to support it. And two, a Palestine that is an independent state can be reined in so much more effectively by the surrounding Arab nations. If you're the Saudi king, if you're the Heshbite king in Jordan, if you're anybody of these people, who the fuck do you even negotiate with when it comes to Palestinians? How do you even try to rein in any Palestinian stuff at all? Right? Even with Arafat, like none of these leaders, the Egyptian ambassador, the Saudi ambassador, nobody had any way to control the Palestinians whatsoever. They're their own people that are on like some wild shit. If they have their own country, at least now you've got somebody you can hold more accountable,
Okay, that's probably the most convincing thing you've said to me so far.
Sure. Because now you've got like an actual country with an ambassador, with a president that you can
the
negotiate
fact that
with.
they
Whatever,
can be reined in like we can be reined in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, so that's a really an interesting point. I still think land swaps need to happen just because the settlements are too big at this point. Maybe some of them will be dismantled in a peace deal, which will suck for a lot of people. But I don't really. I think in the grand scheme of things, it's worth it.
Sure. Yeah, for sure. I think so.
Yeah. All right. I mean, you've given me a lot to think about, and yeah, thank you.
Well, hey, I love you, buddy. It's been fun. Yeah, get those people to talk
yeah,
to me. Okay,
and
yeah.
oh yeah, I'm going to. And you are interested in talking to my uncle Avishai, right? You said
is he the president guy or was he the ex-politician guy that presented the
ex-politician guy that's he was the first and only minister of minority affairs.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, if he wants to, yeah, for sure, 100%.
Yeah, he seems interested. I'm gonna keep pushing the publicist's office, and if that like they seemed interested. Yeah, when I talked to them yesterday, and the guy that I talked to knew you, and he was like, "Yeah, you guys are, you and President Herzog are pretty well politically aligned. The problem is, what I asked him is like, how will President Herzog be able to sort of convey his political ideology when he's the president? And as the president, you kind of have to have this, at least publicly, politically neutral stance, like to not be too divisive within Israeli politics. So I think that's a challenge that you might have to navigate.
You can't be too. Say that last thing again.
He has to be politically neutral because he's symbolic and
sure. I understand. Well, then I don't know how our conversation is going to go because it's going to be like it's going to be a challenging conversation. But yeah, okay.
I mean, yeah, but I think there's still a lot, I think there's still a lot to talk about, and I think it would be really awesome just to see you talk to him. And I'm sure you want to. So
okay.
It's the president. So yeah, thanks for talking to me. Love you, buddy, too. And I'll keep in touch about how it goes.
Okay. I love you. Be careful.
All right. Will do. Bye.
Okay. Reading today. Give me 1 second. I'll be back and then we'll start reading stuff, I guess. I don't know. Then we got cock tonight. Has Destiny discussed Navalny? No. I mean, I don't know what to discuss. I don't know what to say. It's sad he died in prison. I think a lot of people were expecting him to. Curiously, all the free speech advocates on Twitter are silent. But fuck, I don't have any sippy soylents. I'm starving. I'm gonna die. Have you seen the Vice video with an interview with Hamas inside the tunnels? At the time, they talk about sacrificing children above the tunnels. What? Hold on. Oh, how to pronounce this? Pronounce.
Theory. There's the justice of the war, jus ad bellum. There's the justice during the war.
A significant part of the book is about jus ad bellum, which
Jus ad bellum. So jus ad bellum.
in the old categorization would have been part of the international law of war. I mean,
In just war theory, we talk about jus ad bellum, justice of the war, justice during the war, and justice after the war. Can you
So
relate?
it's jus ad bellum and then jus in bellum. Okay.
Why did I reach this conclusion? There was also in part a religious war on the Arab side. On the Jewish side, it wasn't a religious war because the Jews in Palestine essentially were non-religious or even anti-religious. Today, of course, there's lots of religious Jews in Israel, and they have a lot of political power, and you hear them often and see them often. But in 1948, the percentage of Jews who were religious in the country was less than 10%. The ultra-Orthodox, who you see very often now on television, were less than 1% of the Jewish population of Palestine. The country was essentially controlled by the socialist parties, mainly the main socialist party, Mapai, and Mapam.
Play this banger while you step away for a second. Play this banger?
The children of Gaza are suffering. They have no food or medical supply. But you can help. Please, open your heart.
What is this? Oh, God.
You can help. Please, open your heart and make a donation by clicking in the link below. Shukran and God bless you.
Did I listen to this a long time ago? Or a couple months ago? I feel like I clicked this at one point. This goes hard as fuck.
I cannot believe what we have brought on Gaza. Thank Allah that we are safe in the plaza.
Okay, we're not doing this. Palestinian leadership not living in fucking Palestine, though, is pretty fucking sketch. I would be ultra fucking ass mad if my fucking leaders were living in fucking Qatar or whatever. This some Bollywood level stuff? True. I'll be right back. 1 sec. 220 seconds. Oh. True and Cuckpelt. I think the first big event after where we stopped reading was probably the first Gaza war, I think would be 2008 to 2009, right? This is considered the first one. What was the Goldstone response you read and is it in your notes? Oh yeah, it's this thing right here. Basically, it's the application of international humanitarian law in the Goldstone Report, a critical commentary by Lori R. Blank. But basically, she goes through a lot of the, basically the Goldstone Report applies international law in fictitious ways or highly inappropriate ways or ways that just don't make any sense at all. And then she basically goes through all the different applications of international law in that Goldstone Report. I'm very curious. Maybe I should go and look at who the actual authors of that Goldstone Report were. It's very weird, the mistakes that they make, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure why, or when I say I'm not sure, I mean, I don't know why it's so sloppy. If it truly does do what this claims they did.
In areas.
Student loans all paid off, finally engaged. Here's my $5. Well, thanks. Somebody link this real quick.
You're launching rockets from civilian areas as well.
Talk to Lycan about it more. I mean, if he wants to join and chat about it, we can. I feel a lot more confident talking about the Goldstone stuff now.
Doesn't that mean that you're endangering Palestinians that you claim to be fighting for?
We are sacrificing ourselves and our times and everything we do in order to ensure a better future for our children.
But are you also not sacrificing the civilians that are directly above you?
Of course, we don't want them to get killed or to get targeted, but this is the only choice we have. This is what we can do, and they are supporting us. You can go to the sea, you can go to the air, you can go to anywhere. So that's why we are building tunnels. This is the only mean which is possible for Al-Qassam brigades.
Over 250 Palestinians are dead after this just 11 days. 13 Israelis are dead. This is just one of so many escalations
Oh, this
over
is
the
2
last
years
few
ago.
years, and it's only a matter of time before the next one. What is any of this really achieving?
The one who started this war, not Hamas or not the Palestinians, but the Israeli occupation. And
But you guys fired the first rockets.
Who said that? We warned them. We told them not to storm our holy land. We're talking about a holy site for Muslims. It doesn't mean that the first rocket was launched from Gaza, mean that we started the war. The first aggression is the occupation. They stormed our home. So it will keep going unless the Israelis stop their occupying for our lands.
Goldstone himself insisted it was a fact-finding mission at the time of presenting findings to the UN. You might want to watch the press conference if you feel this is going to be a large point. I feel like, doesn't he bring up, Finkelstein, doesn't he bring up the Goldstone report a few times? I feel like I've heard him reference it a few times. If it was only a fact-finding mission, that would be okay. But it doesn't sound like the Goldstone report was a fact-finding mission. It sounds like it was trying to levy big claims of international law violations as well. It wasn't just fact-finding. It was making claims in relation to international law.
This conference for the United Nations fact-finding mission on.
I don't know if I'm gonna have time to watch all of this, but I'll throw it down here. Okay. So our next event would be, wait, the fuck? Hamas cross-border raid, Lebanon war, the Gaza war. 2008 to 2009. We'll do this. And then we'll go from there. There's a lot of peripheral events we'll look at, but this will be the next big thing, I think. December 27th, 2008. January 18th, 2009. And we would call this, so it would be, oh, hey, dates, 2008.12.27 through 2009.01.18. Or do I call it Operation Cast Lead? The Gaza War. Finkelstein built the basis for the entire book, Methods and Madness, around the Goldstone Report. Really? No shot. It'd be pretty funny if that was true. Sources. See, Hamas announcing that 6,000 of their fighters have been killed since the start of the war. It's the first time they've ever publicized combatant death count. That's pretty wild. That's true. Oh, also, I started off, when I was doing research, I started off thinking international law was like pretty important, and people like tried roughly to stay within the realm of like international law. Then I talked to the one international law guy, and I did a bit more reading, and I felt like international law was like kind of stupid and pointless, and who even knows about anything, blah, blah, blah. I feel like international law is pretty important, and I think most people try their best to stay within the realm of like international law. I think people do try it, and I think international law is pretty based and pretty important, but that'll come up more in future conversations, I imagine. How much is going to make my audience want to kill themselves? Oh, not too bad. All right, that's good. Okay. I feel like it's mostly used to see which side is in the right, not that countries really stick to them all the time. I think countries generally try to. I think the problem is people really don't know anything about international law when they talk about it publicly, or what international law is, and people think that international law is like far more restrictive than it actually is. Like, international law is designed for two reasons when it comes to international law of armed conflict, or international humanitarian law, which is broader than international law of armed conflict. But essentially the point is to make sure it's not to make it fight, it's not to make it fair, it's not to make it so no civilians die. It's just basically it's supposed to be a careful balancing of the issues of allowing countries to conduct war while also trying to maximize protections for civilians, essentially, is what like the law of armed conflict balances itself on, essentially, yeah. But both sides of that equation are incredibly important, are equally important. The rights of nations to conduct warfare, and the rights of civilians and protected persons to enjoy those protections. Yeah. The Gaza War, also known as Operation Cast Lead, also known as the Gaza Massacre, and referred to as the Battle of Al-Furqan by Hamas, was a 3-week armed conflict between Gaza Strip Palestinian paramilitary groups and the Israeli Defense Forces that began on the 27th of December 2008 and ended on the 18th of January 2009 with a unilateral ceasefire. The conflict resulted in about 200 Palestinian and 13 Israeli deaths, where 46,000 homes were destroyed in Gaza, making more than 100,000 people homeless. A 6-month-long ceasefire between Israel and Hamas ended on November 4th when the IDF made a raid into Deir al-Balal, central Gaza, to destroy a tunnel, killing several Hamas militants. Israel said the raid was a preemptive strike and Hamas intended to abduct further Israeli soldiers, while Hamas characterized it as a ceasefire violation and responded with rocket fire into Israel. Attempts to renew a truce between Israel and Hamas were unsuccessful. On December 27th, Israel began Operation Cast Lead with the stated aim of stopping rocket fire. In the initial air assault, Israel attacked police stations, military targets, including weapons caches and suspected rocket-firing teams, as well as political and administrative institutions, striking in the densely populated cities of Gaza, Khan Yunis, and Rafah. Or Rafah? Destiny, but what good is international law when a country has to sign the treaty to be subject to it? I don't think a country necessarily has to. I think that when we talk about, like, for instance, like international customary law, nobody has to sign anything to be prosecutable under those standards, essentially. These are rules that basically everybody has to follow or is expected to follow. Yeah. Who would enforce war crimes? War crimes and the enforcement by war crimes are enforced in The Hague. So the International Criminal Court is the one that enforces prosecutions of war crime violation. After hostilities broke out, Palestinian groups fired rockets in retaliation for the aerial bombardments and attacks. The international community considers indiscriminate attacks on civilians and civilian structures that do not discriminate between civilians and military targets as illegal under international law. This is true. An Israeli ground invasion began on the 3rd of January. On the 5th of January, the IDF began operating in the densely populated urban centers of Gaza. During the last week of the offensive, from the 12th of January, Israel mostly hit targets it had damaged before and struck Palestinian rocket launching units. Hamas intensified its rocket and mortar attacks against mostly civilian targets in southern Israel, reaching the major cities of Beersheba and Ashdod for the first time during the conflict. Israeli politicians ultimately decided against striking deeper within Gaza amid concerns of higher casualties on both sides and rising international criticism. Citation needed. The conflict ended on the 18th of January when the IDF declared a unilateral ceasefire, followed by Hamas announcing a 1-week ceasefire 12 hours later. The IDF completed its withdrawal on the 21st of January. September 2009, a UN special mission headed by the South African Justice Richard Goldstone produced a report accusing both Palestinian militants and the Israeli army of war crimes and possible crimes against humanity and recommended bringing those responsible to justice. In 2011, Goldstone wrote that he does not believe that Israel intentionally targeted civilians in Gaza as a matter of explicit policy. The other authors of the report, Hina Gilani, Christine Chinkin, and Desmond Travers, stated that no new evidence had been gathered that disputed the report's findings. The United Nations Human Rights Council ordered Israel to conduct various repairs of the damages. On the 21st of December 2012, the United Nations Human Rights Council concluded that 75% of civilian homes destroyed in the attack were not rebuilt. I wonder what these guys' backgrounds are. He's a lawyer on the Supreme Court of Pakistan. Founder of Pakistan's first all-women law firm. Professor of International Law and founding director of the Center for Women, Peace and Security at the London School of Economics and Political Science. And then Desmond Travers is a retired Irish Army colonel. He served with various UN and EU peacekeeping forces. And he's taught military affairs at the Institute for International Criminal Investigations in The Hague. Interesting. It seems kind of silly, though. I don't see why any state would subject itself to get punished by international law, though. Well, for the ICC, I think if somebody decides to, like, you've broken a war crime, like, I think the ICC can get you, like, any country could theoretically turn your people in if you show up there. And you want to be subject to international law because you want your opponents to play by international rules, basically. Like, you want everybody to play by these rules, otherwise shit gets fucked really fast. Background. Oh, another Palestine strike. Nice. The Gaza Strip is a coastal strip of land on the eastern shore of the Mediterranean Sea, bordering Egypt and Israel. Following the death of Yasser Arafat in November of 2004, his successor to the Palestinian Authority, President Mahmoud Abbas, and Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon signed a ceasefire agreement on the 8th of February 2005, essentially bringing an end to the Second Intifada. Let's see, Mahmoud Abbas and Ariel Sharon signed a ceasefire agreement on February 8th, 2005, ending the Second Intifada. I'm gonna make articles of every person I talk about, but we won't do that this time for this fucking shit, because I don't have time. President of the Palestinian Authority, and Ariel Sharon, President of the Prime Minister, sorry. Page says that Israel declared a unilateral ceasefire. I thought ceasefires were supposed to be bilateral. Well, you don't have to. You just say, we're not going to fire at you anymore. That would make it unilateral, right? Would you ever try to learn another language? We'll see after Finkelstein where I want to go. I've got to make big stream decisions. Because obviously, yeah, the research and all that. It's destroying Israel. Or not Israel, I'm sorry. It's destroying August and my YouTube channel. But we'll figure it out. Eric Sharon is a nickname for Ariel. Ariel? I think it's Ariel. It's not Ariel, right? Ariel Sharon. I think it's Ariel. On March 17, 2005, the 13 main Palestinian factions, including Hamas and Islamic Jihad, agreed to be bound by the February Agreement, conditional on cessation of Israeli attacks. Israel maintains that its occupation of Gaza ended following the completion of its unilateral disengagement plan in September 2005. Because in the post-disengagement period after 2005, Israel has continued to control and occupy Gaza's airspace and territorial waters, and continues to restrict or prohibit the movement of people or goods in or out of Gaza, and to unilaterally dictate what Gazans may do in a border strip of variable and undefined within their own territory. The UN, the International Criminal Court, Human Rights Watch, and many other NGOs still consider Israel still to be an occupying power. Consider Israel to be the occupying power. Hamas refrained from firing rockets towards Israel for 14 months in accordance with the February ceasefire agreement until IDF naval shelling hit a Gaza beach, killing 7 civilians on the 10th of June 2006. The 13 main Palestinian factions, including Hamas and Islamic Jihad, agreed to be bound by this agreement on June 10th, 2006. Oh, wait. Ariel Sharon. Is that it? Rockets towards Israel for 14 months in accordance with the ceasefire until IDF shelling, naval shelling, hit a Gazan beach, killing 7 civilians, June 10th, 2006. Jewish Virtual Library. Hamas, rockets, Gaza Strip. I think there's a list of like all of these. From 2008 to 2009 for 14 months in accordance with the ceasefire. So does that mean from 2005 to 2006 I won't see any? 2005. The ceasefire was on February 8th. Let's see. Cast some rockets. From 2005 until June of 2006. January, February, March, April, May, June. Terrorists fired 46 rockets in May, 64 in April. Wait, hello? No, what just happened? Oh god, fuck. Something is fucking up on this computer. Did the Jews just crash my computer? This computer just like fucking super froze. Hello? Oh, cancel. Okay, are we good? Jesus. Oh, you guys don't have anything on this computer now. Hold on one sec. Okay, good, good. Wait, how did this get fucked up? What the fuck? Copy paste, okay. I don't know, man. Do you think that when a country scrambles to make a change to their laws in order to skirt an ICC warrant, like when South Africa planned to change its laws to send out to arrest Putin on a canceled BRICS visit, it betrays the assumption that everyone wants to be beholden to international laws? Yeah, but I mean, that's an exceptional circumstance, is arresting Putin, right? I would have to look up more specifically what was going on for them to change their minds about that, but also keep in mind the United States doesn't ever subject itself to the ICC jurisdiction as well, right? I think the US has literally said that if anybody of ours got arrested and taken to The Hague, we would like go to war with them, so. You want to know your take on Cutie mentioning you in her event? You can link me the thing. I haven't even, yeah. I haven't even seen it. Do you know the date of the Finkelstein debate? 29th. Can I put questions in a color? Green. Oh, it fucks with my formatting. Let's see. Fuck. How annoying. There's no way I can just make this dot green, is there? Am I going to be in Miami? No, I fly to New York City for that. Questions are definitely orange. I think green is good for a question. Fuck. There's got to be a shortcut to... Okay, whatever. Did the book not explain this stuff? The book that I read ends at around 2005, 2006. Israel and the Quartet failed to anticipate Hamas's electoral victory in the January 2006 legislative elections, which the U.S. had pushed for. The victory permitted the formation of a Hamas-led Palestinian Authority government in March of 2006. The Quartet, the United States, Russia, the United Nations, and European Union conditioned future foreign assistance to the Hamas-led PA on the future government's commitment to nonviolence, recognition of the State of Israel, and acceptance of previous agreements. Hamas rejected the demands, calling the conditions unfair and endangering the well-being of Palestinians, leading to Quartet's suspension of its foreign assistance program and to Israel imposing economic sanctions. In a widely cited article, David Rose outlined materials suggesting that the United States and Israel then attempted to have the Palestinian National Authority stage a coup to overturn the election results, a maneuver Hamas is said to have preempted in Gaza with its takeover from Fatah. Let's see. In January 2006, Hamas wins the PA elections. Do you agree with Ben-Ami that in the Middle East it's either an Islamic democracy or a secular theocracy? I agree with Ben-Ami when he brings up an interesting point that in the West we basically view there as being two options. You can either have a democracy, or you can have like an Islamic dictatorship. So we try to push everybody towards we try to push people towards a democracy because dictatorships are bad because Islamic fundamentalism is bad and blah, blah, blah. But in the West, in our minds, we don't really consider that, well, maybe actually a secular dictatorship is a good stepping stone to that. Maybe a secular dictatorship, like in Egypt, isn't the worst thing in the world. But in the West, we just don't really conceive of that. We just want to push and push and push for democracy. And maybe that's a mistake with the Palestinian people to push them that direction, you know?
There have been a ton of iconic collaborations this year. Kai and Nicki Minaj, Destiny and Ben Shapiro, Queso and his refrigerator. No.
Okay. Let's see. Hamas wins the PA elections. Hamas wins the PA elections. To the chagrin of the quartet, causing them to condition future assistance on the future government's commitment to nonviolence, recognition of the State of Israel, and acceptance of previous agreements. Hamas rejects these demands, leading to a US/Israeli supported coup, Fatah, that gets preempted by Hamas, tossing Fatah out of the Gaza Strip. June of 2007, following Hamas's takeover of Gaza from Fatah, Israel imposed a ground, air, and maritime blockade and announced it would only allow humanitarian supplies into the Strip. Palestinian groups were partially able to bypass the blockade through tunnels, some of which are said to have been used for weapons smuggling. According to a U.S. diplomatic cable that quoted Israeli diplomats, Israeli policy was to keep Gaza's economy on the brink of collapse. After a 3.5-year legal battle waged by the Gisha Human Rights Organization, the coordinator of government activities in the territories, COGAT, finally released in 2008 a 2008 document that detailed its red lines for food consumption of the Gaza Strip, in which a calculation was made of the number of calories needed to be provided to Gaza by external sources to avoid malnutrition. Kogat said that the document was a draft and never discussed nor implemented, and Israeli appeal court disagreed. Let's see. In June 2007, after Hamas's takeover, Israel imposed a ground, air, and maritime blockade. Between 2005 and 2007, Palestinian groups in Gaza fired about 2,700 locally made Qassam rockets into Israel, killing 4 Israeli civilians and injuring 75 others. During the same period, Israel fired more than 14,600 155mm artillery shells into the Gaza Strip, killing 59 Palestinians, injuring 270. According to the Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, between 2005 and 2008, 116 Israelis, including civilians and Israeli security forces, which includes Israeli police, Israeli border police, and members of the armed services, were killed in both Israel and the Palestinian territories in direct conflict-related incidents, and 1,509 were injured. During this time, 1,735 Palestinians, including civilians and militants from various groups, were killed, and 8,308 were wounded in direct conflict-related incidents. Okay. 2005 and 2007, Palestinian groups in Gaza fired about 2,700 locally made Qassam rockets into Israel. It's interesting. Lay violence. Lay epic violence. Color text. Good to know. Let's see. 2008. 6-month ceasefire. Background. Oh, Jesus. This is cringe. There should be one. No, there should be one. I can't copy paste this? Bruv. Reactions? Feels like I'm reading a fucking TV tropes article. Okay. Nope. Yes. Can anyone in chat say if Destiny set a debate on Irish independence? I don't know fuck all about Ireland. I don't know why people compare it so much to this. Ireland and South Africa. Shlomo Ben-Ami does a lot of South African history. Why I can understand more for the apartheid thing. I don't know about the Irish stuff. I guess they fought a lot, but are you Irish by any chance? Only my dick is, if you know what I mean, because I sure as fuck don't. Okay, one, two, okay, boom, boom. This is a oneer, right? Background, yes. Because it's doubling in size. That's so good. Is that a real like joke? Pre-war escalations. I will say, listen, I'm apologizing in advance. If I ever get canceled and my career ends, it's because when I hang out with Tom, I get way too fucking edgy. And I'm worried that like one day it's gonna slip out on stream. Not good. But if it does happen, it's Tom's fault. Just know that, okay? Okay. 2008, 6-month ceasefire. Where were we? Israel had been preparing to intervene militarily in the Gaza Strip since March 2007. In June, as talks for a negotiated agreement between the two parties were underway, the defense minister Ehud Barak ordered the IDF to prepare operational plans for action within the Strip. On 19th of June 2008, an Egyptian-brokered 6-month lull, or pause on hostilities between Israel and Hamas, went into effect. The agreement had no mutually agreed text or enforcement mechanism and eventually collapsed. The lull agreed to was thought necessary to allow time for the IDF to prepare its operation. On June 19th, 2008, an Egyptian brokered a 6-month lull went into effect. They had no mutually agreed text or enforcement mechanisms and collapsed. The agreement required Hamas to end rocket and mortar attacks on Israel, while that country would cease attacks on and military incursions into Gaza, plus progressively ease the blockade of Gaza over a 13-day period. Points on which there was not mutual agreement included an end to Hamas's military buildup in Gaza and movement toward the release of Corporal Shalit. I don't know anything about this guy. Hamas called on all of Gaza's militant groups to abide by the truce and was confident that they would do so. Wait, we're talking about the same truce that was negotiated by Egypt? Defense Ministry official Amos Gilad, the Israeli envoy to the talks, stressed that Israel demanded a ceasefire, meaning that even one single rocket fired will be seen as a violation of the agreement. He added that Egypt, on its side, was committed to preventing the smuggling activity from Gaza. Gilad also said that Israel would hold Hamas responsible for attacks from Gaza. In a British Foreign Affairs Committee investigation, Dr. Albasus said that unfortunately, on the 4th of November 2008, the Israeli army killed 6 Palestinians. I was leaving the Gaza Strip to come to the UK that same night. I remember when the Israeli army invaded the middle area of the Gaza Strip, killing 6 Palestinians. It was outrageous from their side to come and breach that ceasefire. I believe that Palestinian political factions, including Hamas, committed to that ceasefire and still have the intention to renew it in the near future as soon as possible. In rebuttal, Ms. Bar Yaakov said that the Israelis had added a condition to the Tadiyah truce, being concerned that Hamas was building tunnels to go under the Israeli border and kidnap more Israeli soldiers. The condition stated that if Hamas came within 500 meters of the border, they, the IDF, would attack, and this is exactly what happened. British barrister and Professor Geoffrey Nice, and General Nick Parker opined during a lecture that building a tunnel was not a breach of the ceasefire, but the armed incursion into Gaza definitely was. Gotcha, okay. Um, 2008, 6 months. Okay, this is the same ceasefire. Gilad Shalat was exchanged for 1,000 plus Hamas people. Yeah, that might have been the really, really, really big prisoner exchange. I remember reading about that. I just don't remember the guy's name. Let's see. So... to agreeing to the ceasefire, but on November 4th, 2008, Israel killed 6, wait, the IDF killed 6 Palestinians, claiming they were building tunnels to go under the Israeli border to kidnap more Israeli soldiers. They claimed violated their ceasefire. Let's see. Okay. Should I put that they wanted that guy back? Let's do it. The agreement required Hamas to end rocket and mortar attacks and Israel would stop attacks and military incursions into Gaza, plus ease the blockade of Gaza. Hamas would not agree to stop military buildup in Gaza, nor release Corporal Shalit. Hamas called on all of Gaza's militant groups to abide by the truce. Okay, we already did this. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Like it might come in a bit, maybe. We'll see. Implementation. Pre-November 5th, 2008, the ceasefire has brought enormous improvements in the quality of life in Sderot and other Israeli villages near Gaza, where before the ceasefire, residents lived in fear of the next Palestinian rocket strike. However, nearby in the Gaza Strip, the Israeli blockade remains in place, and the population has so far seen few dividends from the ceasefire. Who are they quoting? Why would they not say it in the article? This is from Amnesty International. Okay. Hamas was careful to maintain the ceasefire. Despite Israel's refusal to comply significantly with the truce agreement and to end the siege/blockade, Hamas brought rocket and mortar fire from Gaza to a virtual halt during the summer and fall of 2008. I'm so curious if that's true. Summer and fall of 2008. Summer would be like July, June. I wonder if... Do I need to look up, all of these? A barrage of Qassam rockets slammed into Sderot and the surrounding area. 9 mortar bombs were fired at the western Negev. Let's see. June 6, 2008. Qassam Sderot? I don't know how to pronounce this shit. How would I find like new... Oh god, it's gonna be like in fucking... It's gonna be like in Hebrew. I'm not gonna be able to find this in English, am I? This is Human Rights Watch. Such attacks virtually stopped during a ceasefire that began in June 2008, but escalated in November of 2008. So this says from June to November. April, May, June, July. Whoa. I do see like August, September, October. Not very much. That's good. But... Summer and fall of 2008. That's a wide range. That's half the year. I wonder if this even... Oh, fuck. Give me a break. Did you see that? I can't click on any of the Rational Mail tweets. He has me blocked on both my Twitter accounts. He's super ass, man. English. A resident of Sderot was slightly injured by a Qassam rocket that was launched around 7 a.m. and landed at a school in the city. Another rocket landed on a house and fell in a bed in the children's room, who had just left for school. 3 more rockets landed in an open area. The idea fired at the launch areas, but the Palestinian shooting continued. Okay, and then what is the date for this? This is June 6th. 666? Is that June 6th, 2006? Because if so, this is not the date that I was looking for. If that's what this means. What do I... What is this? You're based in Miami, right? I'm based here too. If you ever want to collab, good job on the show. Hey girl, sounds good. God, that's so fucking cringe. What part of the city are you in? I'm in Miami Beach. What about you? I just moved to Miami about 2 weeks ago, so I'm not awfully familiar with the area. I live in Midtown. We should explode it together. I think he means explore together. Sure, I'll be back in Miami around the 15th. Are you doing any other shows in CA8 while you're there? Or have you already left? Sounds great. Shoot me your cell. One more show. Ready for it to be over. Miami, London, Spain, Dubai, and LA on this podcast tour. What is the point of these DMs? What is he trying to prove? He explains. Link again real quick. What is his initial tweet where he explains? He's saying Farr was trying to hook up based on those DMs? Okay, you need way more than that in those DMs for somebody trying to hook up. And if they traded cell phone numbers and they have texts, then you should be able to see very clearly if they hooked up or not. It should be super obvious. If he's not posting the proof, it's because it didn't happen. That's so obvious. Okay. Hamas was careful to maintain the ceasefire despite Israel's refusal to comply significantly with the truce agreement to end the siege/blockade. Hamas brought rocket and mortar fire from Gaza to a virtual halt during the summer fall 2008. Hamas tried to enforce terms of the agreement on other Palestinian groups, taking a number of steps against networks which violated the agreement, including short-term detention and confiscating their weapons, but it could not completely end the rocket and mortar shell attacks by these rogue factions in Gaza. Oh, well, fuck me. Hamas had sought support in Gazan public opinion for its policy of maintaining the ceasefire. On the 2nd of August, there were massive clashes in Gaza City after Hamas had stepped up its campaign to curb Fatah from attacking Israel. Gotcha, okay. Let's see. So Hamas attempted to maintain the ceasefire, but could not prevent other rogue groups from firing rockets into Israel from Gaza. Hamas contends that Israel never eased up off the blockade. The truce started uneasily with the UN recording 7 IDF violations of the ceasefire between the 20th and the 26th of June. The UN recorded 7 IDF violations of the ceasefire between June 20th to June 26th. Oh, I don't need the articles anymore because I see that there were rocket attacks. They just weren't coming from Hamas. But this doesn't disagree with that. Yeah. Nine castle markets were fired at Israel in 3 separate violations by Palestinian groups not affiliated with Hamas. Various occasions, Israelis shot at farmers, wood collectors, and fishermen in Gaza territory, seriously injuring 2 farmers. Subsequently, between the 23rd and 26th of June, 9 castle markets were fired at Israel at 3 separate violations by Palestinian groups not affiliated with Hamas. 9 rockets were fired into Israel in 3 separate violations from the 23rd to 26th of June by non-Hamas Palestinian groups. Wow, Courtney, thanks for 7 for 21 months. My favorite little Tykes girl. Islamic Jihad reportedly fired the rockets in retaliation for Israeli assassinations of their members in the West Bank. According to sources close to the ceasefire negotiations, after 72 hours from the start of the ceasefire, the crossing point to be opened to allow 30% more goods to enter the Gaza Strip. 10 days after that, in this case 13 days after the ceasefire began, all crossings will be open between Gaza and Israel will allow the transfer of all goods that were banned or restricted to go into Gaza. Therefore, besides firing on and killing Gazan citizens, Israel failed further to comply with these truce obligations to ease the blockade that were crucial to all groups in Gaza. Islamic Jihad put pressure on Hamas to press Israel to comply with this vital part of the truce. The Carter Center recorded, based on UN OCHA data, that instead of easing the blockade according to the agreed schedule, despite the 97% drop in attacks, the truce did not do much to ease the siege of Gaza. Imports increased only marginally, only 27%. The amount of goods entering in January 2007 were allowed through at best. No exports were allowed. After the June 2008 ceasefire, the number of Palestinians entering and exiting Gaza and at the Rafah crossing with Egypt increased slightly, with 108 people leaving in August 2008. This number decreased soon after to only 1 in October 2008. The passage of Gazans through the Erez crossing reveals similarly low numbers. Historian Ian Bickerton argues that Israel's failure to comply with the terms of the truce made conditions harder in Gaza. One thing that I've noticed now, as I've gone through a lot, is anytime somebody only has like one side of the story, like I'm sure Israel has its reasons. They might not be good, or maybe we do fact find and we find out that they're not true. But the fact that none of that is cited at all is a little bit suspect. Like, why wasn't Israel complying with the truce? Is there any reason at all, or were they just evil, or I don't know how to Israel did not comply well with the easing of the blockade after the truce was accepted. I'm curious, why not? I wonder if these are all being cited. 94, 114, 107, 115, 94. Oof. I wonder how much is from Finkelstein. Gaza, the conflict between Israel and Hamas. Oh wait, this is just citing the actual agreement. Okay, so Israel failed to comply with the truce. And the citation for that is, fuck. Let's see, copy link address, retrieved 24th of June, 2018. Internet Archive. Can I just post a link in here? Will this search for things right there? Does that work? Ugh, what is it? Too retarded to use this website. Okay, does the archive.ph not work? Okay, Wayback Machine, this one. Okay, 2018, June 24th. Islamic Jihad calls on Hamas to press Israel to comply with truce. Okay. I'm just curious what the underlying source says here. Therefore, besides firing on and killing Gazan citizens, Israel failed further to comply with the truce obligations to ease the blockade that were crucial to all groups in Gaza. And Islamic Jihad put pressure on Hamas to press Israel to comply with it. Mon News Agency. What is this website? Ugh, fuck me, dude. Mon News. It's a large wire service created in 2005 in the Palestinian territories. It is part of the Mon Network, a non-government organization media network created in 2002 in the Palestinian territories among independent journalists throughout the West Bank and Gaza Strip. Okay. Let's see. The Hamas government in Gaza came under pressure on Thursday from the Islamic Jihad movement senior Hamas officials said the truce should not be asserted to the Palestinians, but will not give it unilaterally, so the involved side should place real pressure on Israel to abide by the requirements of the truce and open the crossings, including Rafah. The attempt to ceasefire Israel was to ease the closure of 2 weeks of renewed Israeli incursions, blockade, and the launch of Palestinian homemade rockets have thrown the truce into question. Do you think that when you do sourcing on stuff, is it acceptable to source like a fact from a statement in a news article? So like, let's say for instance, I wanted to say in 2017, Mexican immigrants were especially violent in the United States. And then my source was a CNN article that was sourcing Donald Trump saying, today, Mexicans are more violent than ever in the United States. Is that really like a good sourcing of the fact of the matter there? It feels like a really shitty way to assert a fact. In research, this is annoyingly prevalent. Because here, so like, therefore, besides firing on and killing Gaza citizens, Israel failed further to comply with these truce obligations to ease the blockade that were crucial to all groups in Gaza. Islamic Jihad put pressure on Hamas to press Israel to comply with this vital part of the truce. And then the evidence that Israel is not complying is a Palestinian news site where Islamic Jihad is saying that Israel isn't complying. It just seems like kind of a weird way to source that statement. Not to say that it's true or false, but I just feel like it's a really shoddy way of. Ugh. All right, whatever. I'll just label this. Is it true? Who knows? Are they sourcing the fact or the claim? I mean, it seems like they're just sourcing the fact. The Carter Center recorded base, and then they go into the Carter Center stuff, which is fine, I guess. No exports were allowed. The Carter Center recorded based on UN data. The blockade was not eased very much. Even though not part of the generally accepted truce terms, by June 23rd, 2006, Hamas and Israel began talks via an Egyptian intermediary regarding the release of the captured IDF soldier Shalit. As of the 15th of August, the UN reported that Israel was allowing a few new items into Gaza, including limited supplies of cement, clothes, juices, and agricultural materials, but said that overall humanitarian conditions had not significantly improved since the ceasefire began. After a few weeks of calm, clashes resumed. On the 12th of September, the IDF shot and seriously wounded an unarmed Palestinian who strayed close to the border. Damn, like these are written like... These are written very, yeah, on one side of this, but okay. I guess it's good because these will be the arguments that Finkelstein is making, so, or the stuff that a lot of people are referencing. So, a retaliatory rocket was fired on the 16th September. IDF troops entered central Gaza to bulldoze land along the border fence. On the 23rd of September, the UN reported, although the ceasefire has afforded the populations in southern Israel and Gaza greater security, there has been no corresponding improvement in living conditions for the population in Gaza. After the initial increase of goods allowed into Gaza to 30% of the 2007 levels, OCHA data shows that the through flow then fell rapidly through the September-October lull in rocket fire to below even pre-June levels. We'll just say the blockade hasn't done much, yeah, I guess, yeah. According to them. During October 2008, Israel-Palestinian violence fell to its lowest level since the start of the Al-Aqsa Intifada in September 2000. One rocket and one mortar shell were fired at Israel in October. However, during the same period, several Israeli violations were reported. In South Gaza, on the 3rd of October, the IDF fired on 2 unarmed Palestinians near the border and sent soldiers into the Strip to arrest them and detain them in Israel. On October 19th, IDF bulldozers entered Gaza. On the 27th of October, IDF soldiers fired into Gaza for unknown reasons, damaging a school in Kuza and injuring one child. Palestinian fishing boats off the Gaza coast were fired upon in 4 separate occasions during the month, wounding 2 fishermen, one of them seriously. According to Mondo Vice, is a news website that begins a journal interest blog. Okay, Philip Weiss. Okay, Mondo Weiss. For the entire duration of the 2008 Hamas-Israel ceasefire, even after the Israeli raid of a Hamas tunnel on the 4th of November, not a single person was killed by rocket and mortar fire. That's not really relevant. IDF was accused of continuing to to violate the ceasefire agreement, attacking, killing, and bulldozing parts of the Gaza Strip. Its adherence to said ceasefire. Are you going to prep Benny? Benny knows. When it comes to the history part, Benny will have that 100%. Jesus, that guy knows fucking everything. I think you skipped a paragraph. Did I? Oh, shit. Notwithstanding Hamas not having fired a single rocket during the truce period of the 5th of November 2008, Israel accused Hamas of bad faith and of violations of the Egyptian-mediated truce. Even though neither was included as Hamas obligations under the generally accepted terms of this truce, Israel noted that rocket fire from Gaza never stopped entirely. Between the June 19th and November 4th, 20 rockets and 18 mortar shells were fired at Israel, and that weapon smuggling was not halted. Hamas in turn accused Israel of non-compliance with the truce by never allowing the major renewal of goods flow into Gaza and of conducting raids that killed Hamas fighters. Oh, okay. Israel accused Hamas of continuing to allow rocket fire from the Gaza Strip and continued smuggling of weapons. Pre-war escalations. November 4th, IDF raid and aftermath. This is 1, 2, okay. On November 4th, 2008, when did this actual thing start? December 27th, 2008, okay. Wait, hold on. Do we have any disagreeers? We'll drag one in. Sleepy Dawdler, are you awake? Okay. One more time. Hello, hello?
Do you hear me?
Yeah, what's up? State your disagreement first in one sentence and then talk.
I don't have a lot of disagreements.
Well, what are you in the disagreement room for?
Well, just wanted to ask a question. You had a conversation with this sandwich guy.
Okay. Well, what's the question? Real quick. Go.
Go. So, if Hamas or the terrorism are benefiting from stopping the war.
The question is if Hamas benefits from the war stopping?
Exactly. So,
well, right now they probably would, yeah, because they're kind of getting fucked up.
A two-state solution a benefit from the 7th of October?
I don't know what you're asking. Did the 7th of October make a two-state solution happen, or?
No, so what I'm saying is that stopping of the war is benefiting terrorism, right?
I don't know if I would say that, no?
You literally said that if Israel is stopping the war right now.
I mean, like, that's like a tertiary effect in that if you're a Hamas person, you're going to die. But, like, stopping World War II when we did also benefited Nazis, because if you were a Nazi that was alive, you're not fighting in the war anymore. But it's like not, it's like such a side point, I guess.
Yeah, but the right wing of Israel is right now saying that after let's say Israel is winning the war, Hamas is completely dead. All of Hamas, all 30,000,
Sure.
everyone are dead.
Uh-huh.
The day afterwards, the world is giving the Palestinians a state.
Okay.
It means that 7th of October was kind of they're getting a reward with a Palestinian state. So like a terror act was rewarded with a Palestinian state. 3 months with fucking war, yeah? I'm not saying.
I mean, I guess it's, I mean, if you want to look at it that way, you could, but I mean, that's like saying that like the Nazi Germany was rewarded with being the economic powerhouse of Europe, or Japan was rewarded with massive U.S. foreign direct investment. Like, I guess if somebody wants to view it that way, then fine, they can. But the reality is that like a negotiated settlement has to come at some point. It's unfortunate that it's going to happen after October 7th, but I mean, it has to at some point. I don't think it's a reward necessarily, but I mean, something has to change, right? The status quo is untenable right now.
Again, I'm all for two-state solution, but the question is the day after. Everybody's talking about who, what, however, what's going to be afterwards, and the right wing in Israel is right now talking about afterwards we cannot give the Palestinian state because it will reward terrorism, the same as if we'll stop the war right now.
Oh, sure. They don't believe that. They're just saying that because it riles their base up. Unfortunately, prior to October 7th, Israel was not on track to give the Palestinians a state. It might have been that this was the violence that woke them up to doing it, but to say that like that's a reward for terrorism would be like saying making peace with Egypt was a reward for the surprise attacks in the Yom Kippur War. We're going to reward them with bilateral peace after they, killed us for 3 days in a war. Maybe this is what it took to wake Israel up to the idea that the status quo is untenable. So I guess if you want to view it in that way, sure. But Israel is nobody to blame but themselves for waiting this long to do anything.
Yeah, obviously, I completely agree with that. But this is kind of the, let's say, the think-wise that is coming up right now in Israel, that you cannot give them a state right now because it will reward what happened on 7th of October.
That's just retarded. If you can find any Israelis who want to debate that, it's just stupid. It has to happen. So what? You're just going to collectively punish all of them for some number of months, years, until what? Then another terrorist attack happens? Like, the reality is a negotiation should have already happened. There should have already been a settlement. Whether you view it as a reward or not, that's just the reality. That's realpolitik, I guess, is that it took this attack to wake Israelis up to the untenable condition of the occupation, I guess. But
well, yeah, I was just wondering what is your position about it.
I think it's a little bit reductionist to say that they're getting rewarded with a state, because Hamas was the one in charge of the attack, and Hamas got completely fucking obliterated, or is in the process of getting completely obliterated. So Hamas is not getting a reward. If we're talking about like collectively punishing all the Palestinians by not negotiating a settlement because of Hamas, I think that's kind of a weird position for Israelis to take.
No. So the position is that let's say the Palestinians will get the terror get rewarded by getting a Palestinian state. It will have, how to say, so to speak, this incentive to continue the terror to get more. Because they did this shit in 7th October. They got obliterated for 3, 4, 5, 6 months.
Mm-hmm. I agree. There is an incentive right now, but all you can do, but the incentive has been created by Israel. Israel has essentially said to the Palestinians and to the surrounding states from the 70s onwards, we are not going to negotiate with you because our military can beat the shit out of you. Full stop. That's it. We don't need diplomacy. We've got the IDF. And when
exactly.
What?
Yeah.
So that's Israel's fault. So until Israel provides an easier path to success via diplomacy to the Palestinians, then they're going to resort to military action. That's it. That's what they should do, right? Like, what the fuck else are you going to do? Obviously, it's not good for international law. It's not good for a variety of reasons. But what else are they going to do? If Israel says the only sounds we hear are the sounds of artillery shells colliding into our people, then that's the only words that Palestinians are going to speak, right?
I agree. I agree with you that the war is righteous. That's not my position. I'm talking about after the war.
Yeah, after the war, they should negotiate peace. If Israelis see it as rewarding terrorism, well, that's their fault. They should have negotiated before terrorism happened. But terrorism is never going to stop, so it's always going to be a reward. It has to, I don't know what's up. But that'd be my response, I guess, yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right, love you. Bye.
Have a nice day. Thank you for your streams.
Thanks.
You're doing good.
Thank you. Be careful, babe.
Bye.
One more. Sample text guy. All right, quick. What's up? Okay, he's getting his microphone working.
November 4th, 2008, Israel launched a cross-border military raid, variously also referred to as an attack/invasion/incident/military event/incursion, codenamed Operation Double Challenge, into a residential area of Deir al-Balal in central Gaza to destroy the opening of a cross-border tunnel concealed within a building 300 meters from the fence on the Gaza Strip border. On November 4th, 2008, Israel launched Operation Double Challenge into Dar al-Balal, central Gaza, to destroy what they claimed was an opening of a cross-border tunnel concealed within a building 300 meters from the border. Sample text, are you awake? Hello? Okay, I'll assume he'll wake up eventually. Professor Sir Geoffrey Nice, QC, and General Sir Nick Parker observed that building a tunnel was not a breach of the ceasefire, but the IDF armed incursion into Gaza definitely was. Various outlets and authors reported that this Israeli action is breaking the June truce. According to The Telegraph, writing as Cast-led began, the 4th of November operation sealed the fate of the ceasefire. Author Avi Schleim wrote in 2015 that the ceasefire had a dramatic effect in de-escalating the conflict. It was Israel that violated the ceasefire. On the 4th of November 2008, the IDF launched a raid into Gaza and killed 6 Hamas fighters. That was the end of the ceasefire, and that Hamas has set a good example in respecting the ceasefire. Interesting. Avi Schleim wrote this on... From the Historical Archive, Israel and the Arrogance of Power, published in 2015. Is there a way that I can Sci-Hub? How do you guys get Sci-Hub to work? It doesn't work for me anymore. What are you guys doing? Is it this one? Why? Mirrors? Ugh. Where are you guys going to make it work? .ru works? Who the fuck is even taking down these websites? Like, do academic institutions care that much? Database. Ugh. Back domain. There we go. Okay. Really? They don't have this? Is there like one place that I could register or sign up for an account on where I could download and read like academic papers? The videos coming out of Lebanon are nuts right now. For 20,000 a year? Wait, seriously? No shot. You need 800 subscriptions to get
Allahu Akbar! Ya Afu Allah! Ya Waylay!
Are these looking into cities in Lebanon, or is this looking into Israel? I have no idea how far the...
Allahu Akbar! Hay واحد تاني! صورتن!
Okay. Hi, what's up? What do you want?
Yeah, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, so first of all, you said like 2 days ago you would love to talk to like a Palestinian from the West Bank. So on your server, actually, there's this guy. Let me just tell you his name. Severalizer.
Okay.
I can send you a screenshot of his profile.
Sure, okay.
But he is like really reasonable. He is really smart. He knows a lot. He's from Far Qasim, which there was a massacre there in 1956. So I think he would be lovely to talk to.
Okay.
That's just going to be the first thing. Second thing is a chatter not so long ago challenged. The disagreement is a chatter not so long challenged you ago. Not so long ago challenged you on the idea that they're like you said there were no direct expulsion orders, or like what is your conception of what happened in 1948?
That there wasn't a top-down order or desire from Israel to expel every single Arab.
Okay, that's true. That's true. But I mean, okay, a good way to, like, the way Benny Morris puts it is he actually doesn't call it ethnic cleansing. He puts it as like there was no policy of expulsion. I mean, he's your debate partner. I assume you kind of, if you want to be familiar with his position, just read his article. Actually, it's not going to be very relevant for me to like talk to you about it. Well, let me think if there was anything else. Actually, now I realized my point was kind of irrelevant. Actually, yeah, never mind. But talk to that guy. He's really cool. I'll tell him. I'll actually tell him to join the disagreement. Oh, he's in the disagreements VC actually. Okay, never mind. Yeah.
Okay, this guy.
Just talk to him. Yeah, this guy. Okay. Here, talk to him. I think it's gonna be a really good conversation. I'll just be here muted or or something. I don't know.
Hold on, can you hear me?
Hi, what's up?
Hey, Destiny, what's up? Long fan. Long time fan.
Yeah, well, how's it going?
So the main conversation I want to have with you is regarding your position on the ethnic part of the Palestinian identity.
Okay.
Because as far as I remember, you just straight up just like did not acknowledge it. It's just like, oh, it's just bullshit. It's just a national identity as far as you would consider it, right?
Yeah, basically that the only like nationalistic like ideas that Palestinian people have developed in response to incoming Israeli citizens, basically, or I'm sorry, incoming European Jews or whatever during the 20s, 30s, whatever.
Wouldn't it make more sense that that identity may not just be wholly called Palestinian or under a different name, and then it was politicalized and nationalized as a response to Zionism and the creation of Israel?
Yeah, sure, but I mean, I think it was like arbitrary. Like if the lines would have been drawn further south for the Syrian borders, further west for the Jordanian borders, further north for the Egyptian borders, I don't think anybody that was encompassed in any of those new borders would be like, oh no, I'm not part of these guys though. I'm part of the other people that are going to be here, the new Palestinians. I don't think anybody would have felt that way.
I kind of disagree there, because if you look into the regions within Syria especially, Syria has like a lot of sub-ethnicities, like even within regions. Because here, I think you are coming at this with a very Western mindset. And what's it called? Yeah, for starters, I'm not from the West Bank. I'm from within Israel, proper Israel.
Okay.
My bad. I messed up. Yeah.
Wow.
No, I'm pretty sure you said Kfar Qasim, but I don't think you said West Bank sample.
Yeah, but I said like you would love to talk to a Palestinian from the West Bank, but then I realized I got messed up and I said Kfar Qasim. Either way, I'll mute.
I mean, I could probably hook him up with a what's it called? A Palestinian from the West Bank, regardless. Doesn't take long. Just the problem is they don't usually speak English well.
Sure.
No, so by Western mindset, I'm talking about which is like nationalities, right? There's a lot of instances where people did not operate under like one nation, national identity for like majority of the Middle East. Majority of them identified with their villages. Obviously,
yeah,
I don't know if
I
this
agree with
comes. Yeah, I don't know if this comes to you as a surprise or not. We did not have last names or like surnames for majority of our history, and we identified with like first off the name of our son, Abu something, and then your given name, and then the name of your father, like son of this guy.
Yeah.
So once you exited your village in that manner and you identified to other people outside of your village, obviously you would add another identifier, which is the name of your village if they're close enough, because they would know your village rather than you and your father and your son. But if you expand it further than that, you would exit the region, for example. Well, before region, there was like zones, pretty much like the Tulkarem sub-district, the Nablus sub-district, Jerusalem sub-district. You would identify with those areas, and then it would expand further to the point where it's the name of the region. So, for example, Palestine, Syria, Lebanon, whatever the name of the region was at the time, and you would identify with the name of the region. So my point here is that saying there is people that would have identified as Palestinian. It was just it didn't mean much as like a collective people, but there was people that were collectively within a culture, like two cultures to be exact, regarding Palestinians, which is Madanis and Fallahis. Fallahis being the major cultural aspect of Palestinians, which is like the very rural farmer life. Because here, that is what culture is, like your traditions, your way of life, and that's what makes it an ethnicity. It's your cultures and traditions. I can give you examples. Obviously, this a lot of the study of like cultural aspects of Arab identities obviously is written in Arabic, not in English or like in Western languages. They don't. I don't think they have much interest in them. I could be wrong. I've not seen much work on them. So that is one of the aspects I have on like disagreements I have with you on the ethnicity part.
So I feel like there's a weird thing that happens in these conversations. So I feel like you started by saying that Westerners have kind of a weird concept of nations and ethnicities, which I agree with. And then
weird. I would say different.
Yeah, different. And then you give me all the reasons why Palestinians, or the Arabs living in the historic Palestine area, might have their allegiance to like their families or their villages, which I also agree with. But then you do this thing at the end where you say, so this is why they were kind of a nation, which I don't understand.
Oh no, I didn't say nation.
Sure.
I said
but because my original claim was that people scattered across Palestine would identify themselves as what you said earlier. They identify like with their families and their villages, and that's more or less the identification. That there's not going to be like a collection of people like, oh yeah, like I'm from all these villages like way down in the Negev, and I'm from a village way up near like the Golan Heights. I know that I don't think these were the names at the time. Or maybe they were, but even if they weren't, none of those people are like, oh yeah, and we're like one people, because even though my village is way up here and his village is way down there, we're like one people from this land. I don't think they would have seen it that way. It would have stopped basically at their villages or maybe like a community of villages, but it wouldn't have been for all of Palestine. Yeah,
I wouldn't have stopped at their villages. What I'm saying is like if they actually left, like some of them did travel. Obviously, part of Medani culture is like being one of the professions they mostly occupied was a merchant, and they would trade a lot, and that's the wealthier class, where they would travel to Egypt, they would travel to Lebanon, they would travel to Syria and trade, and they would identify with the name of the region, which was Palestine. So they would be saying,
I haven't heard that or seen that referenced ever. I'd be interested in seeing it, but my understanding was it wasn't until like the Mufti in Jerusalem, I think, Al Husseini, that people really started to push for this concept of like Palestinian nationalism and we all have an identity. But that you're telling me somebody traveling north over what Britain said was the border between Palestine and Syria would identify themselves as from a village, from a family, and then from Palestine or from Syria?
But that's the thing. They wouldn't identify with that village because people from Lebanon and Syria, and they wouldn't know that village or that sub-district, or they would know the name of the region. So like that, like if you traveled far enough, you would have to identify with something that the people you are meeting now from a different region with the region you came from. You wouldn't identify with your village. Like if I go to Lebanon, no one's gonna know what the fuck Qasim is.
Yeah, but do you think that people? Yeah, but they wouldn't also know what the fuck Palestine is either, right? Historically,
no, they would absolutely.
Okay, I've never.
They would know would know the name of the regions. I mean,
I've never seen that before ever, because the name of that region was given by Britain. There was no like what we saw as like Mandate Palestine wasn't an area that was found on a map or reference. There was like the Levant, there was Syria, Palestine. There were like these different broader things, but not
Syria, Palestine. Yeah, no, it was interconnected for most of the part, and people that are closest to our culture would be Syrians. A lot of people mistake it with Jordanians. Jordanians are actually closer to Gulf Arabs than Palestine or the Levant Arabs, technically. So it does get messy with the Arab identity, because Gulf Arabs identify with Arab as an ethnicity. Mm-hmm. For us, it's not an ethnicity, because the thing that makes us Arab is just the language, which is like we are linguistically Arab, not culturally Arab. I don't know if you agree or disagree on this, but our culture between us and Arabs in Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Oman, UAE, Bahrain is very different. But you'll see similarities between, for example, a Palestinian, a Lebanese, and a Syrian, but you won't see much similarities between the Gulf Arabs and the Palestinian Arabs.
Okay, sure. That would make sense, I guess. Yeah.
There also has been mentioned. I do think there has been like a while that this name of the region was named Palestine even before the Syria-Palestinian part during the Ottomans. So I believe people have been identifying with the name for a while, and it makes sense.
I mean, if you can throw anything, I don't think that's true. I've done so much research on this, and I've had so many people argue this, but not a single person is. If you're Googling right now, you're not gonna be able to find it. Nobody has like ever put a convincing argument that the current borders of Palestine, Israel, were ever recognized as one cohesive region called Palestine on any.
Oh no,
map
I'm not
ever.
talking
Yeah.
about borders. Obviously, people like you already know that borders like we don't know what people considered the borders back then before the West drew them up in the Middle East. Like obviously, like I think probably during Jewish history we had some hypothesis of what the borders were, but other than that, like even then there was like Arab kingdoms that the Jewish history doesn't even cover regarding the Nabateans, for example, and all that. They didn't cover those either. So yeah, no, I just wanted to like
Okay.
argue against you on the ethnicity part because it is an ethnicity, and it does kind of annoy me when people say it's not an ethnicity because it does play into the Israeli argument that is like, oh, you're just all Arabs that came from other regions and you're not originally from here.
Well,
Which is
sure,
like-
yeah, I wouldn't make that argument. I would say that the ethnic ties or the ethnic similarities to like Jordanians and Syrians are all like pretty close. But I mean, obviously there were some people that lived there before. It wasn't a land of empty people.
No, there are similarities between Syrians and Palestinians. Jordanians, the reason people do say there's a similarities or like they're really similar is because majority of the Jordanians right now are Palestinians that were like kicked out of like their land, and like only 20% of Jordan or like around 20% of Jordan are like ethnically Jordanian or like Bedouin culture because they are Bedouin. Like the Jordanians are culturally Bedouin and Gulf Arab. They're not like Levant type of culture.
Okay.
Wait, Sever, with your argument about the connection to the land, I mean, we talked about this when we first talked, but I mean, this seems kind of contradictory. Like, you remember when I brought up the Palestine Arab Congress, that was going on in like 1919, not 1990. Like there, they said stuff like, "We consider Palestine nothing but a part of Arab Syria, and it has never been separated from it at any stage. We are tied to it by national, religious, linguistic, moral, economic, and geographical bounds." I mean, doesn't this seem to kind of contradict what you just said?
No, not necessarily. The reason the cut up borders of the West never really worked is because the leaders at the top will always decide something for the people at the bottom, and the people at the bottom never really get a fucking along. Like, trust me, even there's cultural differences between me and a village 30 minutes away from me. If it's that bad, can you imagine the cultural difference between me and a Lebanese or me and a Syrian? Like, it's like even then within Palestinian identity, there's still cultural differences from what village you came from. We're not all the same, but we are the closest to each other in like regarding culture. And here again, if you go up really north of Israel or not Palestine, because like Palestine, West Bank, really north of Israel, you would see a lot of people speak in the Lebanese dialect, even though they're like part of Israel. Why? Because they're closer to the Lebanese than they are to the Triangle area. So are they not Palestinian anymore? They are. It's just their dialect is closer to the people that they're closer to. So like, it's a big mess. The borders were drawn up, even though people at the ground never, back then at least, never really cared about borders. It's just like regions or like villages and whatnot where they traveled. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, also just before I go, because I want to go to sleep, I have to wake up early. You would not really take issue with Destiny's characterization of what happened.
No, I mean, I don't really have a problem with it. It's just like here, the ethnicity part where people say it's not an ethnicity, it usually goes back into like the same Israeli argument I've heard like 100 times. Oh, you are Arabs from the Arab conquest, and like, or like then once people bring up the genetic testing, whatever, that it does shows that we're not really from the Arab conquest or whatever. People will say, oh, well, you're from Jordan, you're from Syria, you're from Lebanon. How are we from all these locations but this one location? So that's like
my question had more to do with the characterization of the Nakba as like it was like there were massacres, there were expulsions, but there was no top-down order from the Israeli leaders to expel pretty much every Arab they can get away with in the area. Would you take issue with that? Would you not?
I would take issue with that because there is
okay. Yeah, so you might want to talk to Destiny. I'm going to mute and then I might go to sleep. But yeah.
So I have a problem with this. Like, there's not really an order. Considering, have you read much about the Kfar Qasim massacre, Destiny?
The what's it called?
The Kfar Qasim massacre, 1956.
No. How do you spell that?
But that's not 48, right?
I know.
Very
I know.
few
Listen,
historians
but
consider it part of the Nakba.
Of course, it's not a part of the Nakba. I'm just gonna give you my line of reason why I disagree with it, and like give you why I think so. It's KFAR.
Okay.
QASIM.
Yeah, I gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
So, regarding that village, which is my village, there was a massacre that happened. Obviously, first Israel claimed, oh, they breached the curfew and whatnot. Then later on, like recently, I think 2021, some records or some documents were declassified. It showcased that there was not really a mistake, more so an attempt to make us flee, similar to the style of the Nakba, into what was then the West Bank, and in the West Bank, which was then Jordan.
Okay.
And it was called Operation Hanaferet, or translate to Operation Mole. I think if you search Operation Mole, nothing's gonna come up, or a different operation is gonna come up. I think Hanaferet is what you need to do. I can actually link you.
Yeah. Wait. Real quick. What's the point of this, or what about it?
I'm saying that if there was an attempt from the top, or like given an operation to ethnically cleanse the triangle, would you? And also, they haven't declassified the operation; they just declassified the main goal of it and the name. So we don't know the details regarding the operation. We just know it was the reason for the massacre.
Sure. In 1956, there might have been orders to push people off of borders or whatever, like a top-down order for sure.
So
but the Nakba claim is a way broader claim that all 710,000 Arabs were part of like a larger order from.
Well, not all of them ran away. Well, not all of them were killed and like physically pushed out. A majority of them ran away because they feared the violence coming.
Yeah.
I mean, you can say that, oh, they fled, but I would still consider it ethnic cleansing because, that's what happened to the Jewish people in the Middle Eastern countries. Like, pogrom happened here, and the rest fled because of the oncoming violence. And that's also still ethnic cleansing. They wouldn't have fled if there was no violence. Or like
sure, that's fine, but the question is whether there was a top-down order explicitly to try to expel all of them, which I don't think there's ever been evidence for.
So, but I would say, like here, I think Loner Box says there's no real order, but he just they didn't really want to write one down in case it bites them back later.
Well, yeah, but there's confusion among like commanders over whether they expel certain people or not. There were a lot of like different villages that were left, even along like the main road, I think, running from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem.
Yeah, the triangle.
Yeah, so like there were tons of Arabs that were left. It would have been pretty easy to expel them if that was their goal.
Okay,
that was the top-down order. Yeah.
So that's what I was gonna get to. If that was those Arabs that were left in the triangle, for example, those were the majority of the Arabs that were left. They had an attempt in 1956 to get rid of them.
Yeah, but we're at a way different. Everything is different at that point. I wouldn't link that to the Nakba.
Wouldn't you say it was a continuation of it?
No, I think we are at a different set of events at that point. I think things have changed significantly.
Why would you say they tried to get rid of the Arabs in the triangle at that point then?
Well, if it's the border between Israel and the West Bank, I mean, my guess is going to be, I don't know, I would have to look from that time period. My guess is probably going to be because there are Fedayeen attacks into Israel around this time period, probably from 48 onwards would be my guess. I don't know that 100%.
Well, that was Jordan, and I'm pretty sure Jordan didn't take part in the fight until 67. Well, not take part. It's like very minimally take part until like a certain point.
Jordan,
no?
I think, there were always accusations of, and there were always supports from surrounding Arabs, I believe, for Fedayeen to attack into Israel after the Nakba from their territory, whether it was Egyptian, Jordanian, or Syrian. I'm pretty sure that was like a thing quite a while after 48. I could go back and look up specifically on this time period. I don't know 100%, but that was my understanding.
Well, regarding the village I came from, they claimed there was attacks, and then it was disproven by like the same government that was on the it was the government it was a leftist government at the time, or leftist, that also disagreed that there wasn't attacks from these villages. It was just like used as an excuse to carry out this massacre. So, is there any basis to these claims that there was like attacks from these areas?
I'm pretty sure there was. I thought the Jordanian king, like multiple times, tried to stop these at different points from happening because they were getting out of control and because it was causing Israel to do these reprisal operations that was fucking over.
At what dates though? Was in like around 56?
Let me see. When the Samu incident was in 66, so that's 10 years later. When was the? I would have to. I don't have this on hand. I would have to check. But
no, that's fine. But if you can find anything regarding like prior to 56 that would justify for maybe why they wanted to kick those Arabs out, like other than like a bigger Jewish demographic, because like here Israel, like they've had issue with the Arab demographic even like till recently, which Arab birth rates in Israel went down, and I think Jewish birth rates actually went up. There's Arab birth rates are still a bit higher. Like
sure. So actually, I'm gonna throw this into fuck. I'm putting this. I don't know what chat room you're in. I'm throwing this in both of my chats. I have this in my notes. This is a CIA declassified document. And my note here that I've written for this from 53 to 56 is there are intermittent clashes along all of Israel's borders. Terrorist attacks attempted to infiltrate Israel by sea multiple times from Jordan, the West Bank, and other surrounding Arab countries, and from Egypt or occupied Gaza. This is a declassified CIA report. So what?
In your YouTube chat? Where did you post
that? Was the only one I didn't post it on. Here you go. Sorry. There it is in YouTube chat.
How many sites are you streaming on?
I don't know. Don't worry about it. 55 to 66. So this details a lot of the Soviet aid to the Arab states, and I think it talks about taxing. Fuck, I don't think I can go through all this right now because I got my kicker keeping a little bit. I can't control F the text here. Fucking annoying.
So there was attacks during this time from Jordan, like on the West Bank border?
Yeah, but my understanding is it's not even controversial. I thought that Arabs were constantly supporting Fedayeen attacks, basically from 48 onwards until like the 90s almost.
As far as I'm aware, like in my village, not my village, just let me name them: Taibe, Tire, Kalansawe, Farkas, and Farbara, and Jaljuli were relatively like pretty much like Deir Yassin. They were uninvolved and did not want to take part of like anything, and they just wanted to keep them to themselves. Much of the villages wanted to do so. I think there were some villages that had people that wanted to fight against like Jewish people or Israel, and I think there's Bedouin tribes that actually wanted to fight with Israel against other Arab countries, which I think early on even in 48 there was Bedouin tribes helping them. The Jerusalem I think fought against them, then switched sides because they're supposed to be nationalistic to the country they live in.
Okay.
But yeah. Regardless, I had another issue, but I will look into the attacks. But as far as I know, there was never really given a reason for why they committed those massacres, other than the attempt to get rid of us out of the triangle. I don't know why Israel wasn't like full sending it to get rid of us, but there was clear attempts or intention to get rid of us. But it was like half-hearted. Maybe like they would have a backlash from the Jewish Jewish civilian population.
Well, I mean, like if 700,000 some Arabs had already been expelled, would it really be a big deal to expel another 50, 60,000? Or
considering they were okay, maybe this is how I would think that this is no basis at all for me. This is just oral history I've been taught or told. I think maybe the Jewish people, that there was a lot of Jewish people that still lived in the triangle at that time, so maybe they had interactions with the Arabs that were still living in there. 50, 60, I'm not sure. I think you were actually correct on the number 50, 60K. I think there was like the whole number of the triangle, maybe a bit more because of Al-Fahim included. But I think a lot of Jews actually did live around us and interacted with us, so maybe that's why one of the reasons they didn't go through with it, or like they didn't want it to like full send it and get rid of us completely or something. I really don't know why they just didn't do I like governmentally backed ethnic cleansing where they just fucking wipe us off the map or like force us out or just attempts to make us flee. Maybe it was to conserve ammunitions, to conserve supplies. I don't know. It felt like that in the Nakba where they wanted to conserve supplies for the actual war. But in '56, I'm not sure. There was the Suez Canal War, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that was the motivation. They didn't like full send it into the Arab villages.
I mean, it just wasn't a stated goal. It just wasn't a big deal. As long as they had their demographic majority, I don't think they really cared that much.
Well, no, they were still afraid of the Arab birth rates.
When there were only there were like less than 100,000, I think, Arabs in the country. I don't know if they were as.
Well, now they're 2 million. Like they can see that there is, and with Jewish migration slowing down at this point, they're still like really. I think to the point where like they made it so. So you used to get money for having more kids in Israel, and to encourage Jewish people to have more kids, but obviously since we go under the same laws, they made it so Arabs also get that money, and Arabs were having a lot more kids than Jewish. I think I had a classmate with 25 siblings.
Okay.
Like, which is fucking insane. From one mother, 25 siblings is insane. So they prevented that. Like, they called that back, and I think they made tax benefits for certain Jewish demographics that if you have more kids, like, you would pay a lot less taxes in this area. You could correct me on this sample. I think they do this for the Haredim, no?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what specifically you're talking about, but yeah, the Haredim have a lot of like their own benefits.
Tax benefits, like to have way more kids, because I think their families are like 10 kids, or which.
Yeah, I mean, I think they have like an average of more than 5. I could be wrong. I should look at it.
An average of 35 kids.
More than 5. Hell no.
More than 5. 35. I was about to say, what the hell? That's like back in the 60s there. Anyway, so yeah, no, there has been also like politically motivated attempts to slow down.
6.6 for Haredi women.
Yeah, okay. I think even Arab women are like 2.2 right now,
yeah,
or like 3 point something.
All right, okay.
So yeah, there's political motivation to like slow down Arab birth rate, so they are still concerned about it. Like whether it's like our numbers are low or not, even in like in Israeli politics, it's mentioned a lot, isn't it? Sample where they're like constantly mentioned that Arabs are growing in population.
I mean, I don't listen to the radio or stuff like that, so I wouldn't really know. I'm not plugged into that type of stuff. Also, I want to disagree with Destiny on a couple things. If you have time, just really quickly. First of all, last time we talked, I challenged you on the mouthy stuff, and I mentioned
challenge me on the mouthy stuff. On the what stuff?
Mouthy infidelity. You've reviewed this podcast.
Okay,
doesn't matter.
Gotcha.
Whatever. There, you disagreed kind of with the idea that there is some evidence pointing to the idea that Israel had some intelligence foreknowledge of the Hamas attack. And I mentioned this journalist, Ben Caspit. Now, I know you could be wary, like you don't know the journalist. It could be like a Grant Greenwald. I assure you he's pretty mainstream. He's not like anti-establishment lunatic. He has an article from the 30th of October kind of revealing documents that Lieberman had. You wouldn't know this, but Lieberman, he is a politician in Israel. He actually resigned from the government in, I think it was 2017, because
I think I looked at I feel like
I sent you a mail. Yeah, did you?
Yeah, I think I looked it up and I clicked it, and it just in the first few paragraphs, it just sounded like vague general warnings. Like, was there ever a date mentioned or anything specific mentioned in anything? Because I didn't.
No, not as far as I'm aware. Also, in the New York Times stuff, there was no explicit date that was mentioned, but they knew that there was a general thing. And why would they know the date? I mean, I don't know how Hamas organizes their attack to like who knows about the date of the attack. I mean,
I'm just saying there's a difference between saying that like Hamas is up to shit or whatever versus like because the strong conspiracy claim is that Netanyahu knew that the attack was coming and did nothing to stop it. The weaker version would be, which I might agree with, I guess, is just that like they had reason to believe that shit might have happened and they were negligent in preparing for it or taking it seriously.
Exactly, that was my claim. And that was
sure. I mean that should obviously be true. You have like a giant fucking fence and a whole territory under occupation, basically. If you're not able to predict or counter attacks coming from there, I mean, you're fucking up really hardcore. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. So that was the claim that was relevant for. Wait, that was the claim that was kind of relevant for that conversation, but it doesn't matter if you look at the.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably agree on that claim, but that's not the strong. The strong claim is usually the one that's made publicly, which is that Netanyahu knew a terrorist attack was coming, but allowed it to happen so he could remain in power.
Or orchestrated it, or like they cared out themselves. No, that's conspiracy. Definitely not. Also, in other stuff, might be very interesting to look into it if you want to kind of get a better idea of new stuff that we know about, like what happened in 48.
Mhm.
Recently, Benny Morris, he is like he thrives in archives. Okay, this
Yeah, I know,
guy
yeah.
doesn't go. Yeah, he is like the archive king, and for a while he was trying to get like the Israel is like very, very, very careful to censor a lot of stuff about, especially 48 documents, which I mean that's a really sus. But a specific couple documents he was trying to get access to, and he was denied again and again and again, were the documents about the meetings of the Israel's leaders in 48. That were relevant to like the massacres that were going on at the time, and these documents actually were leaked in December 21. I read articles when it happened. I don't remember much, but I have the article here. It's in English and it's in Haaretz by Adam Raz. He's a popular kind of left wing historian, but he's not like Pape. His most famous thing I think is 5 stuff that like Pape lies about Israel. So he's not like a like Finkelstein-esque. And he has like a document like going over the leaked stuff, and I'll just read if you want, I can read the kind of, I don't know what to call it, abstract or subtitle of the article. Might be very interesting for you to read. So it's called, the article is called "Classified Docs Reveal Massacres of Palestinians in 48 and What Israel Leaders Knew." Now this is not orders, this is just their knowledge, but this is still very relevant. I mean, if they knew and whatever. So testimonies continue to pile up. Documents are revealed, and gradually a broader picture emerges of the acts of murder committed by Israeli troops during the War of Independence. Minutes recorded during the cabinet meetings in 1948 leave no room for doubt. Israel's leaders knew in real time about the blood-drenched events that accompanied the conquest of the Arab villages. So this is the title of the thing. It might be very interesting for you to read. So do you want me to send it to you on Discord or something?
Do be careful with hearts, though. They are quite misleading sometimes.
Yeah, if you want to share, you can send me those. Sure, yeah.
I'll send you it's the pirated or cracked version of it. It's on archive.md, so it's the full article. You don't need to pay for hearts to read it.
Okay.
And the last thing, just generally, there's this guy Dingo. He made the iceberg video. He's like a really big fan of you, and you said like not so long ago that you were really happy to have like fans. This is just a suggestion that you're glad to see young people getting into this sphere, or like of the internet. So I mean, I just might be a good idea to do the Turkey Tom thing and just maybe play his videos when you're AFK or something. I know he floated the idea, and I think it would be really entertaining.
Gotcha.
But that's it. Yeah.
Okay,
I might just go. Okay, bye bye. DGGL.
Right. Love you guys. Bye.
Before I leave, I do want to add something else because
Yep.
do you remember the kid you had a conversation with from Israel?
Yeah.
David, I think is called.
Mhm.
His comment about the Nakba is bullshit. Yeah, that's pretty popular sentiment from Israelis because nothing about it is taught in schools. I do want to have to say that education-wise, the school system has 2 education systems. We have 2 education systems. One for Jewish schools, and one for Jewish schools and mixed schools, and then one for Arab schools, like exclusively Arab. There's not just Arab in Arab towns.
Mhm.
So basically, everything is taught in Arabic. You're taught Hebrew as a second language, English as a third language,
Mhm.
and then you are taught about the history of the Nakba. You are taught about that within Israel. So I'm not sure if Israel's like allowed it or not, but because it like they teach us, but they teach us in a very, I wouldn't say written manner. I
Okay.
would say in a very bypassing mentioning it. They obviously teach us World War history, World War II, World War One, and then they don't really expel on like, for example, there's a lot of things I found out from your research, and there's a lot of things I found out from Loner Box that I never knew about because they never taught us it. They just taught us what happened in 48, which is the main thing, which is we were expelled, Palestinians were expelled, Israelis created their country, etc., etc., and now we live within their country. I'm pretty sure in Jewish schools there's no mention, like if they mention like expulsion, they mention it by accident. They don't really mention it. There's no such thing. And if you talk to Israeli, I think for them, just for your information, every time you will talk to someone within Israel, Arab or not Arab, they're probably not the average person because majority of them speak English and they are online and they know a lot more than normally what and a regular Jewish Israeli or Arab Israeli would know because
Yeah, because they're like online and more politically engaged and all that.
yeah,
right?
they don't. Those people do not speak English, so they're not online. They're not researching shit like this. They don't know about this. They don't know the discourse people have online about it. Like even if you ask Israelis that don't speak English, they're like, "Why are people talking about us?" They don't. They don't know. They're not really online. They would have their own circles online even as well with like that's only purely Hebrew. Same with Arabs. Like their circles are only Arabic, so they don't know about this stuff. So you might have even a lot more. See, even me, I'm a lot more moderate than your regular Arab within Israel, either as
Okay.
well. Like the regular Arab in Israel is still like very nationalistic Palestinian. They're they do not like Israel. A lot of them consider themselves occupied as well. They don't like consider themselves citizens. That's why a lot of them boycott elections as well. And Hebrew Israelis also you will actually find both sides on the Jewish Israeli sides. You will find people that are more tolerant than ones that speak English online, and you will find ones that are way more extreme that speak English online. So I don't know the science behind it, but generally on the Arab side, they're a lot more extreme in that sense.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, I have to do kicker keeps soon. I need to do a phone call first, so I love you. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, goodbye.
Probably
You're
chat with you in the
welcome.
future. Be careful.
See you.
All right, listen. I'm switching over to Kicker Keep Soon. Kick.com/destiny. Kick.com/destiny. I'll be right back, and then we're going to start the show. Be careful. Walala. Okay, my lovely YouTubers, be careful. I'll see you tomorrow. Continue on kick.com/destiny. Be careful.